And we are live, not only on the Civil Offense channel, we are also on the Into the Agora channel. So what is up, NCAT subscribers? He's not even here yet, but he will be. Don't worry. He will be here shortly, but he has told me, Ahmed, you are so great that I must have you be the MC of this donation stream before I can even, grace the world with with my secondary beauty to yours. You are far more dashing than I am. But what we have today is not the typical stream. It's not like a big fest of comedy. It's actually something more serious today. Okay, genuinely. It is for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Basically, I mean, if you're not aware, Israel is doing quite a bit in Gaza as far as things that aren't best for people that want to live and people that want to exist. And so basically, we're going to be talking about some anti-Zionist takes, some anti-war takes in general, basically just trying to dispel a lot of the arguments that have been put forward to justify the horrendous actions that have taken place, the aggression that has been, it's been going on for more than just a little while, and it happened before what was it, October 7th that they say, or was that the date? Right, exactly. It has gone on before that date, right? But yeah, we today are doing this donation stream, which we will have as soon as ANCAT gets in, because he has the actual link to set this up. But basically, we will be putting the donation count below. And we actually do have a link in the description for the donation. It is through Tiltify. When you submit your donation to that, it actually is a processor that immediately sends it to the actual charity. So this is not something where we're collecting the money. It is something that is actually going through Tiltify. And the thing that funds Tiltify is a lot of these actual organizations and nonprofits are actually supporting Tiltify so that they're able to get the money to them. And so basically Tiltify isn't taking a cut either. This is 100% of your money going to the actual charity. Okay. And we will be posting results as the stream goes on, and we will have the donation bar at the bottom, but we'll be showing you the Tiltify page later and everything. But basically about the charity, the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, which again, there's a link in the description, not only to, I believe we also have the PCRF link in the description, but if not, it is pcrf.org, I believe. PCRF.net, sorry. PCRF.net. The Palestine Children's Relief Fund, PCRF, founded in 1991 by concerned humanitarians in the USA, provides free medical care to thousands of injured and ill children yearly who lack local access to care within the local healthcare system. Over the years, we've sent over 2,000 affected children abroad for free medical care, sent thousands of international doctors and nurses to provide tens of thousands of children free medical care in local hospitals, and provided tens of thousands of children humanitarian aid and support they otherwise would not get. PCRF's impact also includes establishing 2 pediatric cancer departments in Palestine, a new PICU and pediatric cardiology department in Ramallah, and many more critical projects to sustainably bolster the region's healthcare system. Our foundation relies on grassroots efforts supported by a worldwide network of thousands of volunteers to fulfill our humanitarian mission. We are a volunteer-based nonprofit, so please join in our efforts. And again, that is their website, pcrf.net. And again, the link to donate below is on Tiltify. As it says in the description below, you can find the donation link to a website called Tiltify. They are a trustworthy fundraising platform built to help with projects like this. Your money will be sent directly to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, a highly rated charity organization directly on the ground helping those injured in Gaza. Please donate whatever you can to help. So we have Grambo in here. Woo, let's go in the comments. And joining me so far at the beginning of the stream is Ignis. How are you?
I'm good. Gonna give some money to them kids.
Yes, because today it is Save Them Kids.
Save them
Help
kids.
them kids. Help them kids.
Someone's gotta.
Fund them kids. That's it. I got it. Fund them kids. Okay. That is okay. It's a.
But don't you know?
It's a play.
Israel has the right to self-defense to bomb Gaza children.
Okay, we'll go over that. But for now, I would like to say we have some exciting guests other than ANCAT, who will again join us. He said it should be about. Looks like we actually have him here right now. What's up, ANCAT?
Good.
Hello.
Yeah,
hey,
gotta get that donation bar up.
So
I don't know if you, yeah. Can you send me the in the private chat? You can just put it there, and I'll put it on the banners. But ANCAT, it looks like. Did you catch my intro to the stream?
No, I did not.
Unfortunate.
I just
Unfortunate.
got
was
home,
in the back
so
room.
sorry about that.
He was in the back room being serviced before this. Sorry, I can't help myself. But anyway, point being, we do have some exciting guests. Into the Agora is already here, but we also have MRH Legacy coming up later in the night. And before that, we have Back Alley Philosophy. Now, unfortunately, we did have No Way Jose planned. He did have to cancel last minute. I don't even think I said that to ANCAT because it was like right before. But it was not right before his appearance because he did let me know technically in advance compared to when his actual time was going to be for this slot. But yeah, just some personal things. It's nothing against us. He would be happy to come again on stream when, time allows him and when things are all right. But, I don't want to say much more about the reasons or anything like that. I don't want to give his personal details out there, but yeah, he just cannot make it tonight. Unfortunately, it was a thing of circumstances that he had no control over. But he loves us. I'm sure he would send his love out to us right now if he were watching. But yeah, thank you, Jose, anyway, for accepting. Yeah, thank you, Jose, for accepting. I appreciate you wanting to come on and do this for us. He has been on the show before, and he will be on the show in the future. But yeah, basically, this is something that, Ignis kind of already went into it, but we are going to talk about, like I said, the sort of, anti-Zionist perspective, the anti-war perspective. We're going to talk about what the problem with like the pro perspectives of those are. And Ignis kind of foreshadowed it a bit by also adding to what I was saying about, doing things like blowing up children. So I don't know. ANCAT, how about I let you say a few words first, actually, because, I kind of just said hi and, this is also your stream. It's being broadcast to your viewers as well. So let's get something from you and then we can go to Ignis on that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I actually initially, had the idea not to credit myself solely, but because this was a team effort for sure. And very sorry that I was late. Just some other things that I had going on.
Terrible,
I really did want
unforgivable.
to make it. I know. I'm so sorry. It's amazing.
No, ANCAT, you sent me the links to the donation page. I actually want you in the private chat to send me, like here in StreamYard, send me the banner information so that I can place it on the bottom.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Right.
My bad. Okay.
Yeah. We want to be able to broadcast, how much we
Yeah.
So we do have to keep updating that number. It's not something that's automatic. Unfortunately, we have to keep going back to the website and checking.
Yeah. I think I did send it to you, but let me just check the DM.
Well, it's the progress, or not just the progress, but it's like the information as well. So that we can have that.
Yeah,
I guess while he's getting that, we'll let Ignis start, maybe.
Yeah, sorry about that. And also, my dogs are freaking out as well. So this is already off to a bad start.
Well, you're saying you're ANCAT, yet you have dogs. What even is this,
bro? I'm so fucking contradictory.
Next thing you're gonna say is Ahmed isn't a scaly.
Should we even get
into
that?
More for the intro though? They already introduced the donate or sort of like the Tiltify and like what PCRF is.
I don't have any more at the moment. I think just I'll work on getting you that that bar or whatever, and you guys can keep talking. So sorry about that, or anything like that. So yeah.
Well, we actually do have a very long stream planned for tonight, so I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of moments where it's like, dude, really, like also, things that are just off the rails, and just we might go insane in the amount of time we sit here. I know Ignis isn't gonna be here the whole time, but in the amount of time he's here, I don't know, maybe he can watch us descend or begin our descent into madness.
Also, quick question: Did Romanticism cancel as well? Or Greg?
So he will be on later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. All right. Yeah. No problem.
Yeah, I think he said he's coming in about something like 7:30.
Okay, yeah, I think that should work.
Yeah,
sounds good.
He said he has to prepare some stuff for this, so I don't know.
What is he preparing?
Well, I don't know.
I don't want to know.
We'll see. It's not gonna be Netanyahu or anything like that. Okay.
Hopefully not.
We already did that on the last time we assembled, when we talked about like sort of some of the Ben Shapiro stuff and some of the arguments coming from him. I could actually pull up probably even the show notes from last time to just kind of cover what we covered on there and see just as a refresher for people. But Ignis, I'll let you go ahead and start if you have any statements you want to start off with.
Nothing too much. There was the Air Force member who, in a narcissistic plea to the world, set himself on fire. I've heard some theories that he thought he would get put out quicker, and so he didn't think that he would actually die, which I find is interesting. But in no way.
What a form of protest that is, where you where you're like, well, I'm sure somebody will save me.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the dude died from it, and I don't think it was necessarily altruistic, and even if it was altruistic, that doesn't necessarily mean that was good. But
altruism is cringe.
Exactly. To make the ultimate sacrifice over this is not necessarily a good thing. Aside from that, though, is Dark Triad instance. The general war, I haven't been keeping too close of an eye on. It's kind of fallen on the wayside of other topics in the news
Right.
cycle, but the libertarian reasons that some have had for Israel, where it's just like, oh, it's just self-defense, but on the scale of a country. No. Rights don't extend to the scale of a country. Rights are individual. Rights are individual to the property of individuals, including over themselves. So when you have a state that claims all ownership of the land between its within its borders, including over private property, that is illegitimate. The history of the Israel-Palestine conflict is long and complicated. I remember hearing there's 15-hour-long videos on it and everything like that, and I haven't looked into that completely, but from the brief history that I do know, it's Israel doesn't necessarily have the greatest legitimate property rights claim to it. But we can probably get into that later in the show.
I was just eating salt.
Yep. Well, I sent you the link, Ahmed, or I sent you the little descriptions. You can put that in.
Is it in the private? Can you put it in the private chat, please? It would be
in the
far easier to
StreamYard.
pull it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh,
There
I
you
found
go.
it. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Is that the updated
little
donation amount so
flustered
far?
today? Sorry.
Is that the updated donation amount so far?
Yeah.
You just checked?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Currently the only one that we have.
Okay.
I don't see a link there. It's just text.
Where?
In the little thing that he posted to the chat.
Yeah, well, so he's going to take that text and put it on the bottom of the screen so people can constantly see while we're streaming what we're actually
You should have just had me program an automatic query.
Can you do that right now for us?
I can try.
Right now. Come on.
Let's see.
Could you send me the link to the website that you're using? This is such a professional show.
Right.
I know, right?
Okay, we got it there, but we do have our banner here. So this is a professional show when you think about it. Yeah. So you want the link to? I mean, I guess Anket will get you with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to edit it as well, you can change that too.
Yeah. Got you. What's up, Zach? How you doing, man? Yeah, very professional indeed. But thank you for showing up.
I mean, honestly, I think what we could do is we could in this sort of meme period, because Jose is going to be canceling as well, we can have various audience guests if they want to DM us directly, and they can if they're comfortable enough, they could probably join the stream and talk about what their thoughts are.
Yeah, so you want to do that at 9:30?
Yeah, sure.
I do not have access to your cause dashboard.
Oof. Here actually I'll send the direct link so that you can show people where to donate, but that's also in the description of the video as well.
Okay, so I guess I will just start. Well, I think I might start just by going over what we went over last stream. So this was closer to when this all started. Well, not this all started, just what has become sort of the massive media reporting on it and people suddenly paying attention to this again. But yeah, it had to do with October 7th, right? That time when Hamas reportedly entered towns in Israel to abduct people. And what they said was kill people as well. But supposedly this attack, as I put it back then, was a surprise. But even according to the Times of Israel, Egyptian intelligence officials said that Jerusalem had ignored repeated warnings that the Gaza-based terror group was planning something big. And I believe around that time, I also saw Tim Pool saying oh, can you believe that you actually believe that the government would do something like that, where they know about an attack coming and they don't actually try and avoid it, or they don't try and stop it? I mean, come on, no. That's crazy. Why would that ever happen?
Where have we ever seen that before? I don't know where.
Yeah, that's insane, man. But yeah, what I said back then is oh wait, hold on. What Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu said was also crazy around that time, because he said, the Muslims were actually the original ones that wanted to eradicate the people that the people of that are in Israel, right? The Jewish people. And so basically he said that like it was actually a Arab that told Hitler basically to commit what he did against those people. And strange that it's like, why are you saying that as if it's like you're almost justifying not just attacking Hamas, but it's almost as if you're saying, well, there's something wrong with this people because this people hates our people. This is the out group. We must get rid of them. And I mean, this is actually aside from that, it's actually a point that like Ankat and I were talking about before. It's like Israel literally doesn't want these. Well, I mean, when I say Israel, I just mean the state of Israel, right? Like, the state of Israel seems to have an interest in not even wanting these people to exist in their proximity. They have leverage over Gaza as is, even though it's like, oh, well, Israel left and all that. It's like, no, well, they can control what happens in there. I mean, as you can see, they can like cut off like water and all that from them. But basically, they could pretty much have controlled it all by now if they really wanted to, right? And doesn't it seem like that? So I don't know. It seems as if the problem is that there is a people that is not the same people, like an out group. And in this case, the people of Palestine. It seems like that it's a problem that those people are living there to the state of Israel. It almost seems that. Yeah, we got Legacy Right saying retweeted there, fellas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and I don't have access to your fundraiser.
Well, I think in the most recent link you should, or at least in the description, you should be able to at least follow the donation link to make a donation. But I think I'm the only one who can see in real time because I'm signed into my account on here.
Okay.
So, yeah. So I mean, I'll just have to like. I think what will have to happen is I'll just have to let you guys like. I'll have to keep checking it and then let Ahmed know, hey, we got a donation,
Right.
and then he can update it.
Throw it in the private chat, and if I'm not seeing it, then you can tell me about it. But just check it every once in a while. I'd say every like 15, 30 minutes, and well, I mean, probably 10, 15 minutes is probably better. Just throw it in the private chat, and I'll see it.
Okay, yeah, sure. And then and also for anyone watching right now too, please, if you are gonna actually donate, feel free. Type a little message if you want. You can actually have a section where you can actually type a message. And when you type that message, we will see it. So we can read your message on stream if it's appropriate.
Right.
And we'll give you a shout out as well. But yeah, actually, I did want to comment on the thing that you did say about the amazing moment where Netanyahu literally said like a Muslim forced him to do it. One of those. But anyway, I just thought that was so funny because like if you took that context just out of like anywhere, let's say for some whatever reason, I don't know, this is contradictory, but let's say like a black person somehow whispered, like he were to say, oh yeah, they whispered in Hitler's ear, a black person did that. We would immediately say, oh wait, that's actually like being completely racist because your insinuation is that like this is somehow unique to like black people as a whole. Like it's not just the unique evil of Hitler. No, actually the entire people pulling the shadows behind Hitler were. So it like literally is, it's them basically promoting the JQ, but like the MQ, instead,
Yeah, I mean, but also like I mean, obviously this is the tactic where it's like, well, I mean, I guess you could say that with either the JQ or like if somebody's to point at somebody and say Nazi, but basically the point here being would be that you have sort of like not just an out group, but a force of people that essentially are the evil. It's like, this is a group of people who want us gone. Not even just, and that's what you get when you have like the whole self-defense rhetoric where it's like, we're actually defending ourselves against the people who want to see us gone. But then what they're literally doing is eradicating the people that they're saying that they want to see them gone. So it's like, well, how about we just wipe all of those people out?
Right.
Because until that there is no child within Gaza breathing, the people of Israel will not be safe.
Right. And Ignis, thank you for donating $10. We got your donation. So it works, guys. I mean, we know it works earlier because we did a test of it, but it does work. So the updated total is now $35 out of $1,000. Thank you so much. and your donation is going basically straight to the charity. So for anyone curious about the donations and are just tuning into the stream, it's not like it goes into like a pot and then
Right.
once the stream's finished, then we send it over to the PCRF. No, it does go straight to the PCRF directly. So there's no delay in it, and that's just how it works.
Right. And that is said down on the ticker below, where it says follow the link in the description so you can find the donation link to Tiltify, a trustworthy fundraising site where your money will be sent directly to PCRF.
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, any thoughts on what we've said so far?
Nothing too much. Just trying to get this program going. But
gotcha.
The whole
you're working on that.
The whole it was the Muslims who convinced Hitler to hate the Jews. No, I think he hated the Jews for a long time, and it was part of his occult philosophy. But
is there a position that Hitler actually wouldn't have hated the Jews had it not been for a Muslim guy that told him otherwise? Is it like, this guy got corrupted by the Muslims? If anything, Hitler would have been a fine guy, if not for that guy.
Well, I think it's more that the narrative was, well, Hitler actually wanted to expel the Jews forcibly from Germany, right. But it was some Muslim guy who secretly whispered in his ear and was like, no, you need to exterminate them. And then
friend, they cannot exist. That's exactly how it went in their narrative.
My buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's amazing.
Yeah, but let me see what we got here. Yeah, and I mean, has there been any like substantiated sort of like, thing about Hamas like targeting children in Israel? Because like I remember we talked about it at the time, like the 40 babies thing just wasn't true. Like there was nothing actually showing that that was the case, and apparently it got its own wiki page before it was actually like conferred to have any legitimacy to it. It was just something that was said. Biden even claimed he saw he saw pictures of it. He's like, I saw pictures of it. And then the White House, I think, had to be clarified, saying like, he actually didn't see it, personally. He was just told about it,
Exactly. It's when is the government at all lied to get us into a war? When has that ever happened? Especially in the Middle East with children dying. That's never happened before.
What's up, JC?
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, it's... a lot of these claims are just pretty crazy, man. And like I know Ben Shapiro, I don't know if he's been going off about it as much recently. I just know like at the time, at the beginning, he was streaming a lot about it and basically just making these claims about like, well, first of all, something I've noticed from the conservatives, and this is an argument we can point out, is that like they're saying, well, look at Palestine's government versus Israel's government. Which one do you think is more civilized? Look at Palestine. They haven't had a democratic election since 2006. And it's like, look, and they also elected Hamas, but then they're also like, but also Hamas prevents new elections from taking place. So it's like, well, that's the evil that Hamas is, that they won't even allow their people to democratically vote. So it's like they're blaming the people for not having democratic elections. They're blaming Hamas for not giving the people democratic elections. And then they're basically saying like, okay, well, also because they're savages, because this is their political system, it also makes sense to kill them.
As you do. Of course.
Well, but also simultaneously, no, they also did vote in Hamas, and therefore, because they voted, that actually they were condoning the deaths in Israel. So therefore, all the children who didn't vote need to die.
Yeah, and I mean also Hamas is, using the civilians as shields. So if anything, all the blood is actually on Hamas's hands, right, guys? That's an argument. I mean, these arguments have been promoted like throughout this, and I mean even before that. But the case being, it's like if you blow up, like let's say somebody has a baby strapped to his chest and he's a murderer, and you like shoot through the baby to kill him, you are a murderer of that baby. Yeah. You're not just a killer for like killing the killer. You are a murderer. That is it. Yeah. And I know like even Dave Smith had this argument with AP for Liberty, Austin Peterson. Like they were on No Way Jose's show. Rip No Way Jose. But basically they were on his show, and the whole thing was like Dave Smith was like, yeah, no, that is premeditated murder in the first degree. They planned out the murders of these people. It's like there is no excuse for this. And so it's like, I mean, are you serious?
I've seen that too before, where it was like, It was just a Discord chat, but I forget who it was in the Discord chat, but he's like, yeah, if there is a dude trying to kill you in a crowd of people and your only option is to throw a grenade and kill him, but also several people around him, then you can throw the grenade because you're in no obligation to die. But it's like, no, that taken to its logical conclusion is pro-aggression. It is incumbent on you prior to t=0 of that interaction to ready yourself to never aggress in that situation. Never arm yourself with the only means to defend yourself that is also aggressive to third parties. So Israel should have done the special operation, should have been capable of doing the special operations raid that they did, that they commonly did, supposedly, before Netanyahu got into power, where, at least to my understanding, they did a lot more targeted special ops raids rather than the broad area. I'd get like contested on this language, but on the use of these weapons that can level buildings and buildings beside buildings. How about that?
Okay. So we have some comments here. We have Back Alley Philosophy saying, "Sup, boy kissers. What's up?" I assume that was Esso that said that one. Let's see. Yeah. We got Legacy Right saying, "I heard Dave and Austin made out after the show." Well, probably. I mean, seeing as Dave is literally simping for the military at the border right now. Let's see. So we got Humvee 94. What's up, man? I have made it, Nibba. Inshallah, this will be a good stream. Yeah, thank you, sir. Mashallah. Mashallah. And we got Back Alley Philosophy saying, Hamas is a political party in Israel, meaning any formal organization tied to it is run by the terms of the Israeli government, which provably has ties to the CIA. Interesting. And then he goes on further to say, and in practice, Hamas, quote unquote, is a catch-all term used in state propaganda to describe anyone the Israeli government wants to unperson.
I mean, that last part is definitely true. I mean, if you've seen the propaganda narrative that they've been promoting, it's essentially, well, I don't know specifically if it's like literally just oh yeah, like I don't know if you have seen any of this where it's like, oh, these children die, but like it's counted as a Hamas death, or these are like terrorist deaths, quote unquote. I don't know if you've seen anything of like that specifically.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Like they say something to the effect of, oh well, you know, we're tallying up how many Hamas members we've killed, and they're including like just people who clearly aren't part of the organization.
Wreally?
Or just the idea. Well,
why do they want to make it seem like they're killing more people that are part of the group? I mean, is it basically to make it seem like, okay, well, if their death total is like I mean, let's just say a number is 300, right? Versus a terrorist death kill of like 25. You want to be like, well, actually all 300 were terrorists.
Well, I think so. I was asking you if they were saying something like that specifically, but I know in the language that they're using, they're essentially saying, oh, well, you know, what we're doing is fighting Hamas. When no, actually, no, what you're not doing is fighting Hamas. You're mostly trying to fight innocent women and children, and then also sometimes happening to maybe kill a few Hamas members. That's essentially what's happening here. You're essentially you evacuated like almost 3 million people from their homes, and the people that were basically caught in the crossfire didn't get out in time in like the day or two that you gave them to leave their entire family or whatever, or leave with their entire family from their home. Yeah. You know, you killed them, you know, so it's like this idea that like, oh no, we're doing this to attack Hamas, or this is a Hamas mission. Like, no, it clearly is not.
Well, like, yeah, and regardless, you know, I mean, obviously they're just sending them to their deaths, like despite all of this. But regardless, I mean, this is similar to eminent domain, where it's like you are literally telling someone you no longer own your own property, get out. And I mean, it's coercive. Like no matter what, like why. Like, what is the argument that this is not the case, that it is fine to tell people to do that because you suspect that there are terrorists in a certain area? Like, I would like to hear the sort of like pro-Israel argument for that, like exactly like on point. Like, what is it about that you find to be okay? And, you know, honestly, all I've heard is that it comes down to like, well, it's the protection of our people. Like, it's just basically like a national security thing, right? Like, and you get a lot of disgusting justifications based on national security. I mean, just look at fucking the Patriot Act, right? But And I mean,
why are
look at
you
the
against
NSA.
patriotism?
Yeah. Why are you against patriotism? Why are you against the state of it? Like, not even just why are you against the state of Israel? Why are you against Jewish people? If you decide to say that this is a problem, it starts to become that. It starts to be said that, you know, you have a problem against these people existing. So it's like any opposition, I mean, in general, but like in this case as well, to the state of Israel is seen as like, well, it's actually like anti-Zionism, anti-Jews. You know, it's like, why would you not want these people to have their own ethnic state, basically, without saying that? Why would you not want these people to have their own ethnic state?
Well, I mean, and to be fair as well, is that I do think that there is, I mean, not even think, there is certainly like a correlation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. I think that correlation does exist, but obviously because, you know, it opposes the state of Israel, or for like, you know, for us, just opposing the state in general, you're also going to have like Nazis in the crowd, you know, who like, yeah, of course, they don't want the state of Israel, but they just want a different state that's not full of Jews, right?
Well, I mean, in the case of like Russia and Ukraine, I mean, you have like, what is it, like communists who will be like anti-Ukraine, like anti-funding Ukraine, but it's because they support Russia.
Right, exactly.
But it doesn't make the people that are saying we don't want money, our money sent to Ukraine. And I mean, obviously, there's like a political like sort of connotation with that when it, in a lot of ways, just because it's made out to be like, this is our money, this is the people's money. It's like, you know, it was already stolen from you, man. But you know, but like saying you don't want money. Yeah, but saying you don't want money sent to fund this war is a position you can have without being a communist. Yet there will be communists who support that position because they support Russia, but that doesn't make the people who support the position automatically a communist.
Right, exactly.
Let's see. We got some comments here. Let's see. Zach agrees with the back alley. He's saying they're including the babies as Hamas. Yeah, that's kind of what we talked about there. Let's see. Back alley philosophy. The kulaks lied about how much grain they gave the cater. Let's see. Legacy, right? But of course, Hamas is just using the women and children as human shields, right? As we put it. Let's see. You're put off by the existence of a government which was started as a Nazi puppet state. That's political economy has remained the same since its establishment. You clearly hate Jews at civil offense. Yeah. Well.
Oh yeah, you don't want the state of Israel oppressing and coercively stealing the property from Jewish people. You must hate the Jews.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. So we have other arguments that were from Ben Shapiro previously. I can kind of just look at these. I mean, because they've remained the same, honestly, a lot of these arguments. Yeah, basically, he claimed every ounce of blood is on Hamas, as we said, including when they hide behind civilians. Israel has no right to bomb hospitals, is something that, you know, like we would use as like sort of the opposition to that statement. But like basically he would say Israel does have the right to bomb the hospitals. And so, you know, a quote from him, a direct quote, which we did read on the other stream, go check that out if you want to. And I don't know if we actually reacted to the video. I might have pulled up the Twitter video. I'm not entirely sure, but this was on one of his streams. He said, well, on one of his episodes, there cannot be any limitation to Israel's military operations here. Every ounce of civilian blood is on Hamas, and Israel cannot hold back on the basis that they're going to act with more discretion with regard to Palestinian civilian life than Hamas is willing to evidence. So basically, it matters. Hamas's conduct matters as far as like whether Palestinians get to live or not, right? You know, it's like that, like someone else's actions determine, you know, you yourself have been born into this place because there were two people that, you know, had sex that had you as a child. And here you are now placed in a situation where somebody completely unrelated to even that process is just in the same geographical area as you, doing something that like somebody else does not like. And so therefore they say, well, you're going to have to die too. It's so illogical. Let's see. He didn't wrap this, did he? Let's look at the stats. I got the facts. My money like Lizzo. My pockets are fat.
No way you actually remembered that far.
Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a wap. This is a yarmulke. Homie, no cap.
Oh, it's a yarmulke. Homie, no cap.
Let's look at the stats. Let's look at the charts.
And I'm like,
blowing
God,
your money on
this is
strippers and cards.
Jesus, you're terrible.
No, it's great. Come on.
But the position that the Hamas is responsible for every death that Israel causes due to its actions in trying to kill the Hamas members is fucking ridiculous. It's like somebody breaks into your house, runs away, so you're just, and like breaks into your neighbor's house, so you're just like, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna chuck a live grenade into my neighbor's house, and if anyone dies, it's the burglar's fault. No, you're a murderer. Goes back to the previous point we're making, where it's just like, even in that situation, you have knowledge yourself. You saw the person entering the building, and that is oftentimes more justifiable than some of these military men do, where they're just like, oh, we have received intelligence that there may be bad people in this building. Therefore, we're going to level the building. Don't give a shit. Well, not don't give a shit. We're going to send leaflets. And then if civilians don't leave, oh, well, because we're going to level the building in 25, 30 minutes, whatever it is.
But they gave them a notice.
They
At least
gave them a
didn't do it.
notice.
Yeah, they said,
So-
okay, we're gonna force 2 million people out of their homes,
Exactly.
but we gave them a day notice that they
Yeah.
have to leave. You know,
So
I
that
mean,
gives
we're
them the
actually
right to
being more
act on that
humane than
property.
Hamas. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Hamas didn't even give Israel any notice before it
Yeah.
made its attacks.
So we have back alley philosophy. This narrative is just victim blaming on a grand scale, and we are going to have back alley philosophy later. We're going to have both SO and Filthy later on in the show. They're going to come on at around 8:30. So about a couple hours from now. But you know, the thing is, right? And guys, this is a long stream. Like, we are going to be on here for a while. Like, I mean, if you do come in, or if you do leave, come back, check out where we're at on the show. Check out the guests later. We have back alley philosophy at 8:30. MRH, I believe, is coming on at 10:30. We're gonna have Greg, our boy Greg, come on probably in an hour. So yeah, looking forward to that.
And this is Eastern time, just for anyone who's curious.
Yeah.
So it is Eastern time.
EST,
Also, can anyone hear my
EST.
dog barking in the or whining in the background?
I'm not hearing it.
Okay.
Okay.
Just let me know if that happens, and I'll fix it or whatever.
Yeah. But to anyone watching the show, I mean, like, obviously we would like donations. These go directly to the PCRF. It's not going to us. It's Tiltify is a processor that is funded by nonprofits that makes it so that you can basically link it to the donation. It's going to go straight to them. And also, I mean, just, you know, donate what you can. If you can donate, and also just like the show, make sure you're liking the show, make sure you're sharing it so that we're just spreading awareness of this episode out here. That also helps, because obviously more eyes on this means more people that will be more likely to donate. So, I mean, if you got a Discord server you're in, just share it in there. If you got some friends you think will be interested in that, just text it to them. You don't even have to necessarily, you can tell them what's going on, give them a short summary, whatever. But just, you know, let them know. Let's see. We got back alley philosophy at civil offense. Are you just, you know, I did read the comment that you gave there. Is there something else that you were talking about? I don't know. But yeah, basically just, you know, share the show around, make sure people are getting this. And yeah, basically I was going to put forward an argument as well. Like, it seems as if people value, or at least people have been indoctrinated by states to value collective rights as higher than individual rights. Like, basically see these collective rights of states, because states are the collective, and society, they essentially want you to view this as like societal action, right? As if they're, so SO said, or I assume it's SO, he said there was another comment. I can't see it. He'll mention it later. All right. But basically, it might be accessible on YouTube. I just can't see it from here for some reason. And I mean, obviously StreamYard might block that. We could probably try pulling it up on YouTube. Let me see. Real quick. No,
Having too many errors with trying to get it running, so I'll just scrap it for now. Maybe try again, send it to you when I leave.
All right. I don't even see it in the live chat when I go on YouTube. So yeah, I don't know how good it was. But anyway, point being, the collective rights issue is like, I mean, first of all, it's false, obviously, as we know. Like, you know, two people cannot own the same thing. There is one owner of something. I mean, somebody has a final say in how something's used. We know what ethically homesteaded property is. States do not ethically homestead property. They just declare ownership over it legally via fiat and say, yep, this is ours now. They don't even touch it. They don't even transform it. They just say, yep, we claim this. And they do that to societies as well, but they make it so that it looks to, like, they want it to look to people as if the state is just a part of society, and people just came together and formed this organization out of the good of their hearts to sort of just provide for the common welfare, right? And so basically, now that this exists, because you were born in this area, you now live under a social contract in which you actually owe money to the government so that you can have these common welfare services provided for you, because everybody else has to. So basically, you have to as well. well, right? And so the thing here is that like they essentially ingrain it in your mind that this organization is something that is like a part of your identity, is a part of your community, is something that is necessarily tied to like you, your family, your community, your everything, like, you know, the way of living that you live, you know. So obviously here it's like that's, I mean, also like Israel itself, like they like to tie it to the ethnicity of people, to the religion of people. So they are using further collectivism to essentially ingrain it in people's minds that this is your life, this is your person, this is your identity, right? It's not about you, it's about us. And point here being is basically that when it comes to us needs to defend ourselves against the others, right? And so basically when there are others, we must do what needs to be done, even if that means attacking the other. And they basically want you to also think as the other as the other of the other as a collective, right? They want you to think of those people not as individuals that have lives and families and all that. It's just one big blob that is essentially being attacked so that this other blob can exist, right? And so they just want to essentially disassociate the idea that these are human lives that are being like taken away from those people. This is property that's being taken away from those people. This is like, you know, these are coercive actions being used against human beings. Again, human beings. It's not just some like amorphous blob of like, you know, the identity of like Palestine or something. But basically they will use this so that they can essentially say like, you know, this actually matters more than everyone in these countries. Like our identity matters. And so basically that is how they justify these evil actions, because they're like, well, actually, when you think about it, those lives that were taken away were just kind of us chipping at that blob to make sure we can keep it in check, so that we can make sure that we are safe. And so if it means some individuals dying, they don't really want you to think about it as individuals, but if it means those individuals dying, so be it.
Yeah.
Right. And what Essa was saying earlier, that I think got removed was he sent a screenshot of it. He said like by that standard the Holocaust wouldn't be considered a genocide.
Yikes.
I think it was because of the word the Holocaust, but you can say that out loud. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. I mean, hopefully, hopefully donate now, you know, so you know, in case the stream gets sniped later, then, you know, we still have, you know.
I mean, even if the stream gets taken down, we're going to keep the donation up. So, I mean, I don't know when you're going to cut it, but basically I think you end the campaign, and then is it when you end the campaign that the money goes through, or is the money already gone through from Tiltify?
As soon as you've donated, the money goes through.
Immediate. Okay, so it doesn't even have to do with whether the campaign is active. So I mean, if anything, we could just leave that on. The money's already sent. All money that's going through is already sent. So good. So I mean, we could leave that campaign on for as long as we want. There's, I mean, like
I'll probably even after the stream, I'll probably leave it on for basically until we reach the goal, honestly, and then maybe I'll do like an announcement. So like even if we don't, so for anyone watching, like even if we don't reach that goal,
the goal of $1,000.
Which I don't think we're going to. Look,
I'll admit, no way, Jose, come on, we would do it.
Hey, yeah.
If we had Clint Russell on.
Yeah, if we had Clint Russell on. Clint Russell also kind of was busy for the, like, he just said he has a lot of things going on. It was like, I mean, I only reached out to him like a couple weeks before, so obviously he has a lot of stuff scheduled. Maybe if I had done it way further in advance, it would have been a possibility. But, you know, next time, if we do another stream like this, or if, I mean, in general, like we'll probably have them on the show again. Or I mean, we'll have Jose on the show again, and hopefully in the future, Clint Russell. But yeah, no, I mean, so basically NCAT's point is we are going to leave the donation link in the bottom live even after the stream. So if the stream does get sniped for some reason, first of all, I'm also on Rumble, so it's probably not going to get sniped on there, right? Okay, so Civil Offense on Rumble, we are live on there as well. We can still keep it going if we are on there, which we will be, even if the stream's sniped on YouTube. But yeah, we will keep everything going. But basically, the donation link can just be shared around. It's not something that is just going to go away. But yeah, but again, all money just goes straight to the organization. It's not as if the money is kept there or anything. But yeah, that's good. So we got, let's see what we got as far as the chat. I think ANCAT posted the donation link in the chat itself, but we also do have it in the description.
Yeah, so I was going to mention specifically like SO, I know you're watching. I know JC, you're watching. I know Legacy, right? You're also watching. You know, again, no one has to. There's no obligation, but please, I mean, this is very important. This is a very important cause. This would be very awesome if you could donate just a little bit, and we'll read your chat on stream. I texted it in both chats. To click on the donation link. It's also in the video description, so you can find it. Very easy, you know, just type in your mom's credit card number, the 3 silly digits on the back, you know.
And the one that I just posted takes you to the page itself where you can see how it's going.
Yep.
Okay.
But to build upon what you were saying so long ago, Don't you know, Ahmed? It's the price we pay to live in a civilized society. It, of course, being the theft, rape, murder, torture, extortion, coercion, everything else of the source of men, women, and children. Because one, taxation in itself is an aggression, and then two, the things taxation are used for. You know how much money is spent on the roads? Very little. You know how much money is spent on emergency services, like the actual emergency services role? Very little. So much is spent on some on at least something that anyone would consider murder, whether it's abortion, whether it's
Whoa.
euthanasia, whether it is the death penalty, or whether it is literally just war. And there is no way that war is not murder under any sound understanding of murder. That war does not involve murder under any sound understanding. So it's just the price we pay for the civilized society. But even that on the outset is absolutely false, because the state is a parasitic entity on an otherwise productive society.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and I was just going to mention, to add on to that, it's like, okay, you call, again, like you mentioned before, okay, you're calling this civilized. Well, what exactly is civilized? Is, again,
Yeah.
like mass theft, mass murder, the state basically being a criminal cartel that has unilateral control over literally everything that anyone can do at any time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really call that very civilized. And to a retort might be, oh well, but look at what we have now. It seems very peaceful, on the surface. If a criminal comes to my house, I have someone to take care of. We have very high technology. We have very high standards of living, at least in the Western world. And so, isn't that an argument? And so my response to that would be, well, no. It actually seems like the argument there is actually the only things that have made us actual prosperous and civilized have been actual people going out there and making innovations, actual market and voluntary activity. It isn't actually the state coming in. In fact, we have any prosperity that we do have is in spite of the state making that better. I mean, I think there have been like quotes by libertarians, which I do kind of agree with the sentiment of. It's like, okay, hey, had the state been abolished like a century ago, we'd be living it up right now,
It's so sad
again,
to think about the lost prosperity
yeah.
of the parasitic entity, because just think about like compound growth over time, where it's just like, oh, the economy would have been who knows how much more efficient, just like say like 10%, which you'd think is an overestimate, but just think about how many taxes the state takes out. They tax you on your income, they tax you on the things that you buy, they tax you when you use the thing that you buy, and then they tax you when you sell it, and then they tax you on your income again.
But it's not even just the money stolen. I mean,
then
it's
also
literally
regulation.
Regulations, but like literal suppression of the market that is preventing technological innovations that will actually bring about more prosperity. So I think it's way beyond just like the money that you have lost. I think it's way beyond just like sort of like what that money could have been spent on. I think it's like it goes to the point where it's like, we have missed out on things that could be life-saving, things that could be like, bringing people out of poverty, like, making it so that, there's probably, I mean, like, we could be at the point where like food is a lot more like available. There's a lot less like starvation. There's a lot less homelessness. There's a lot less of these problems. And so basically, just basically like wealth overall could have increased so much more by now. And conditions overall could have reached reached a far greater point by now.
But of course, it's the most barbaric practices that are what's needed to maintain a civilized society. But we know from both ethics and economics that that's wrong. Ethics in terms of libertarian natural law, and then economics in terms of Austrian economics.
Prosperity is the price we pay to live in a stateless society.
Yeah, exactly. Fully based. I did want to maybe talk about, okay, so what if there are people, I think, who talk about this in terms of, okay, well, there are like a rare subset of people where it's like, okay, I can't deny any longer that, okay, yes, men, women, and children are like being murdered who are innocent. But what about the people who are saying that, like, well, Hamas is just so evil that, like, for some whatever reason, like in order for the West, quote unquote TM trademark, to survive, we need to do this. It's the price. It actually is a genuine price. So people who sort of like are like, okay, these are natural rights violations, but I don't care, utilitarianism.
Yeah.
Well, I'm more was like leading that into like what your guys' opinions are on that kind of argument.
I mean, that viewpoint doesn't make it right.
Yeah.
Like it's still wrong. But if somebody disregards that, okay, then I mean, you are evil. It's like you are a bad person and you do not care about like, well, I mean, first of all, it's like, well, how would you feel if you were those people? I mean, you could literally put it from like an empathetic like perspective. It's like, would you want to be killed because like of Hamas's existence? Like, would you feel comfortable? Like, if you are such a utilitarian, would you lay your life down, and expose your exact location to the government and tell them bomb right here, like so that you can help save Israel if you were a Palestinian? Would you do that?
Yeah. Right. And one of the things that I wanted to mention too is that like I think even on utilitarian grounds, this argument fails right off the bat, and statism generally fails. I think that even if you were to accept somehow that like utilitarianism was some valid philosophical conclusion, I think the state both fails on utilitarian grounds and natural rights grounds, in the sense that like we know for a fact, even just within economies, that local voluntary I think Bob Murphy actually had a whole lecture on this, where like people are saying, well, the only thing the state's good at is protection and like military, and well, no, that's actually not true. Like the state, even the state is bad at that as well. Even with regards to like private defense and actual like voluntary self-defense, the state is also doesn't compare to these voluntary organizations. So I mean, I think Ignis, you might have more to say about that.
I was getting more so distracted by the action that Ahmed was doing out to the corner. What were you doing there, Papa? Eating salt. That's got to be a euphemism for something.
Euphemism for salt.
Yeah, definitely not
no,
some
it's
Colombian
salt.
booger sugar there or anything else like that.
I'm in love with the cocoa.
Could you repeat the last point that you were making so I could coherently respond?
Yeah, sure. Just that going back to like Bob Murphy's lecture, he's mentioned before that the common argument is that among libertarians is that like, oh well, the state is bad, except like the only thing that's good at is actually like military intervention and like a strong national defense or whatever. But what his point for that lecture was essentially that no, even the state isn't as good as voluntary and market transactions with regards to self-defense, either on a large or small scale. And I would assume that you would agree with this, but I wanted to know if you like had any thoughts specifically on that point.
Oh yeah, totally. So there are so many ways to come at this, where number one, first and foremost, when you have the state control over a market that's a socialized market, it's going to run into the economic calculation problem of every single question related to resources is a question of economic calculation. What is the efficient amount of resources to allocate to a given person? One, how many personnel do you want? What gun should they use? How much ammo should they carry on their person? What quality of ammo should they carry on their person? Who should manufacture this? What should their manufacturers be? And it goes into so much detail, cascading, that it's an absolute nightmare that is incalculable to centrally plan that. So you need prices, you need factor prices for all of those things, and that makes calculation simple and easy. Where you just compare your alternatives between each other and pick the most price efficient one for the specifications that you would so wish. At another time too, people often think about what a stateless society security would look like, and the security would be tied to the property owner or the property of owners, where it could either be directly hired by the property owner or an insurance firm. The use of insurance firms, I think, generally makes sense due to rational ignorance, where it's like, I don't want to have to worry about the reputations of the security companies that I could potentially hire over my shit. I'm just going to give the incentive to protect my property best to the insurance firm, and then they can worry about that shit. They can worry about what lawyers, or like in our current system, say like insurance for like personal injury or something like that. they can worry about like what lawyers to hire or to prosecute the case or to get them to pay less on my behalf or anything else like that. Just because they're in their own self-interest trying to minimize their costs or minimize their liability. Outside of that, in a stateless society, such security organizations would have domain over that private property. And the moment that a state tries to go to total war over an area, they're going to quickly piss off every single security firm. The moment that a security firm tries to go rogue and starts to take over, they're going to quickly piss off every single security firm. So I think there would need to be a critical mass of the market of security where no one entity could take over the rest. But I think that critical mass is extremely small. Even just say, I don't know, like 10 firms, each with like a 10% market share or whatever. It's just like, yeah, none of them are going to like beat each other. There could be like some bribery at play, but then you also look at the general incentive to where, okay, what do I have to gain from trying to take over the stateless society that I could not otherwise gain by interacting voluntarily? And the cost to aggression in virtually every economic context is going to be greater than the benefit that you would otherwise receive from interacting voluntarily. It's just like, oh, if you steal this candy bar, you're going to get tackled, go to jail, or get tackled, get processed, have to pay remediation retribution for the candy bar.
Over
and
a
then
candy
generally
bar.
Over a candy bar.
Go to jail?
The go to jail was in the current status context, but the remediation retribution for the candy bar.
What is this, Saudi Arabia or something? I
you give the candy bar back, and then
when does somebody get sent to jail over a candy bar?
Shoplifting or something like that. At least time in processing to like take the mugshot or something like that. Not that our current state values property rights that much. But
what was that?
Then you would also be known as an aggressor and not necessarily generally forbidden from property, but you would, in a private property society that valued that, you would have a higher insurance cost on you for sure. When you entered property or anything like that, you would carry a higher risk of reoffending. So that the cost of that risk would be imposed upon you. And it's very easy to generally disincentivize such behavior just from a basic like cost benefit analysis for a private property society versus state.
All right, let's start checking chat again. We have some from like a while back. So we got JC saying, so the conservative argument against Palestine boils down to they deserve it because they didn't vote and consume hard enough against Hamas. They're not exactly sending their best, are they? Yeah. The conservative argument, I mean, again, that argument at least there is incoherent because it's like simultaneously they voted for Hamas and they deserve it because they were the ones that selected Hamas, but also like Hamas is an evil organization that suppresses the people. And like, it just, I mean, which one is it? Right. So let's see what we got here. Go down a little bit. And we got, oh yeah, so talking about SO's comment getting removed. Yeah, I could see it when I actually went to the YouTube video itself and checked the live chat. It was just a problem of like, for some reason, this StreamYard chat has some sort of sensors on it where it won't actually let me see certain words. So, I mean, it's happened before. Yeah, you can switch to all messages if you're actually in the YouTube stream. Let's see. So we have Zach saying the state is society. Society doesn't exist without force. It manipulates the masses in believing that the social contract, quote unquote, is the contribution to community. Society is a parasitic process of murder. Well, no, I mean, like, I mean, the thing is that states establish sort of like in the like actual political planning of like, let's say like roads or city planning. And also like trying to essentially dominate society to the point where, you know, they create norms and they incentivize certain behaviors, disincentivize others and punish them to the point where it's like, yes, they are the ones that essentially dominate society and attempt to in every way organize it in their like in what they would like in how they would like to see it. But without the state, there is still society, because society is just a collection of people communally engaging with each other. I mean, well, when I say communally engaging, I just mean like they are within a community individually engaging with one another, or in like, you know, or individuals joining groups to engage with one another. But the point being is like society is just interaction of individuals pretty much on a social level. So no, the state is not society, but the state tries to essentially make you think that, and also tries to control the norms in which the norms that are acceptable in which society, and essentially that would be like the society's center. Like that is what is most allowable within that context. Let's see.
And I'd say etymologically, yours has the greater standing than his understanding of the state is society, where society comes from Latin meaning fellowship, association, alliance, union, community, where that is without the state. Or coercion, aggression.
I guess we had reposting to try and actually get his words out without using the word. By the standard of the Israeli government's pretext for why their actions currently aren't considered a genocide. We have, it's Dan, Cuban Pete. Again, he spammed last time in ANCAT's stream with MRH. He was just saying, let me on. Bruh.
Yeah, and I will have you on because I know you did want to talk about Saz, and I'm a fan of Saz as well.
Hey,
so,
you're still in here. I mean, you can come here eventually when we open up to viewers. We will let you in, okay?
If you sure.
DM ANCAT, I don't have you on Discord, but ANCAT will get you with a link, and we'll let you in. I don't know if we can have like 10 viewers in here at a time or something, like, I mean, including ourselves. I think it might be like we can allow 7 other slots. So if it comes down to it, I may have to like kick people out if we have guests that have to come on, like SO and Filthy, like if they're on and there are too many people in here, like let's say at that time, but it probably won't be, well, I guess right after them, we could start allowing guests. But if MRH wants to come on and it's already full, we can remove some people. Let's see. Isn't the U.S. government budget, this is JC, isn't the U.S. government quote unquote budget mostly spent on welfare, military, and covert black op programs? I mean, it's probably a big portion of it. I know their defense spending is just massive, right?
Oh, yeah.
But then at that point, you'd have people saying, oh, well, I mean, it's for the national security. We need to be taxed. And it's like, well, no, not quite that either. I mean, that is, you should, I mean, first of all, look at just how the U.S. government's spending that money on defense, like what exactly they're doing to quote unquote defend, right? But also it's like an idea of like, do you think that people are incapable of defending themselves? Like what exactly, like, okay, you know, honestly, in a lot of these ways, because like, for example, when ANCAT was talking about technological innovations, I think a retort to that from some people would be like, oh, well, the government's the one that like oversaw the creation of the internet, for example. But when you think about it, what is this all? I mean, these are like everybody within the state is still an individual, right? And so when you have like these processes happening in which things are quote unquote created by the government, you still have people that are overseeing this. So this means that humans are capable of doing these things. So without a state, humans would still be capable of defending themselves. Humans would still be capable of creating something like the internet. They would be able to organize, if anything, we know more efficiently, but essentially like it does not take a bureaucracy to put people in a certain manner that they are able to produce these things. People can produce these things because people want to produce these things and they want this information and knowledge and they want these outcomes.
I'd apply that to like elsewhere too, where people commonly say like you can't defend private property without the state, and all you need to do to prove that wrong is that there may exist a situation where someone can defend private property without the state. What's an example of that? Home intruder breaks in, homeowner shoots them. Easy as that. Easy, simple example to disprove the general statement. Okay, so in some situations...
How dare you? You would shoot someone over your property and well-being?
Me with the Chad. Me with like the Chad emoji. Yes.
Yeah.
Or it's like you value people over or you value property over people. In some instances, yes.
But it's funny because it's like, well, to just interject here, it's like they're the ones who are saying it's impossible to do this without the state. And then when you prove to them that it is, they're like, no, you can't do it like that.
What are you, a psycho? But then you're just talking about there may exist some situations where an individual is unable to protect their property by themselves. And that exists under statism. The only thing the state does to solve this is to try to monopolize the market they try to have the final say on the market of security, where they mostly in the United States, they allow some private production of defense. just so long as it doesn't threaten their power. But in other places, they get way more totalitarian than that. Even in the United States, it can get pretty bad, especially in inner cities. But that doesn't mean that people don't get robbed or killed or other gross violations of their rights done to them. But I was gonna lead into this
Okay, well,
earlier. Oh,
I had something else to say if you wanted to
sure.
lead off that. Something else that happens when the state monopolizes security is that it essentially makes it so, and I wanted to bring up like 2 points with regards to this economy of scale and monopoly firms, is that what the state does when it monopolizes security is essentially make sure that, okay, if there is going to be a conflict, it's not just going to be like self-defense. It's not just going to be oh, like someone's attacking you specifically and all you're doing is defending yourself. No, in order, if you have that giant security of that monopoly used through coercive violence, in order to have that security, you not only need to steal from millions and millions of people, but in that quote unquote defense, because you have such a large organization that basically doesn't really give a shit, it's basically just this giant club that can, hit you over the head whenever it wants to. It's defending itself involves the killing of innocent people and the harm of other people's property. Whereas with market defense, you actually don't have that because really the only people involved are the victim and the claimant and the property claimant. So even in that scenario, we know by default that that non-state solutions to defense are far superior, even if
Oh
you're
yeah,
going to analyze from a utilitarian basis.
it
Like
is.
utilitarians, their common argument is like, okay, we don't want a whole bunch of people stolen from, we don't want a whole bunch of people killed. The first thing you should be against is the state.
And that's so obvious too in adjudication where everybody wants to settle. Nobody actually wants to go through the court system because of how shitty it is, how terrible the state is at adjudicating matters. Um, and you just see so many cases like go to settle, or the especially in terms of prosecution and the state trying to prosecute people for crimes, they use the process itself as the punishment to where you have the vast majority of cases never going to trial, um, because you have these district attorneys and other prosecutors just threaten like the process and threaten to try to throw the book at them completely unless they comply and just settle for the plea deal, which is terrible, and the whole process is terrible.
Right. And one of the other arguments too that I wanted to bring up and have all of us address together as well. This is probably one of the most common arguments against like libertarians who are specifically like criticizing like Israel's actions or whatever. It would be the okay, so what should Israel have just done nothing? Just let Hamas cross through the border and continue to kill more people, just continue to let them rise and whatnot. So I guess I would want to see you guys tackle that argument.
The response of Israel, I mean, like, I think there needs to be like an understanding of some realism. Israel shouldn't exist. Meanwhile, while it does, what should it do in the context of this already aggressive entity? And it's just like carry out the targeted raids against the known Hamas like generals, officers, anything else like that. They have some structure to their organization, so carry out raids on them. I think in general during wartime, and of course they wouldn't want to do this, assassinations are the way to go.
Sure.
Where like, um, of course it would be better to kill the tyrant at the top of the like hierarchy, to end the war that you're gonna have. But no, because the tyrants at the top of this hierarchy don't want to be killed either. Nobody in Congress wants to be killed because they have engaged in crimes against humans, crimes against humanity, on a large scale, not just in their personal lives on the Lolita Express or anything else like that, but also just during wartime. They have engaged in murder, in the calling for murder, in the carrying out, not necessarily in every case personally, but of murder. Um, So of course they'd rather just all send the peons to die for them.
Right. And one of the things that I wanted to mention too is that I actually don't think that like assassinations are aggressive, because really all you're doing in that case is literally just killing someone who was about to murder someone. It's like, okay. So I mean, it is the state doing it, but sure. But like, no, again, I'm even in agreement that like not everything that the state does or organizations of the state do are bad. Let's say, for example, a fireman rescues a kitty, right? Like that's a government agent doing something, but that doesn't mean that they're bad. It's the same thing with like a cop eating dinner at home, but even then, he's probably like beating his wife or whatever, 40%. But I think what is important to recognize is that, okay, we still, even though that isn't necessarily an aggressive action, I think we still have the right to condemn the underlying foundations of how that was able to carry out in the first place. So, for instance, like assassinations, someone's got to get paid. How are they getting paid? Through stolen taxpayer money. So really, these organizations wouldn't exist without the state massively committing theft on a mass scale of people's private property. So I think that's one of the first things to highlight. So it's not really like, oh, well, should Israel do nothing? Well, it existing itself is the problem. It's them
Yeah.
actually being an aggressive entity. So, and that's not to say that. And what we should do also is to say that yes, Hamas is also an aggressive entity. So, okay, we have
Okay.
this situation where both of these people are aggressive criminal entities. We wouldn't argue that Israel should calibrate, but Hamas should just be allowed to run free. Neither vice versa. Both of these entities are a problem. And I think we should also be highlighting that even if one were to go away, that would still be better than letting one survive, because if one survives, more than likely, I mean, and we're seeing this with Israel right now, is that it's going to lead to more deaths. And if we know that actual voluntary, like a voluntary defense community, again, we don't really know exactly how that would be structured necessarily, but it wouldn't just be, oh well, the citizens just have nothing. Like
Yeah.
they will have protection, and it will
At the
likely
end,
result in far less deaths than what's going on right now.
yeah. At the end of the day, you are your last line of defense, and
Yeah,
as the head of a household, like with a wife and kids and whatnot, you are the last line of defense for your family. Like they could be for themselves, but you're the second to last.
You're the
And
last one that's the most effective, essentially. Like you are the
yeah,
man.
yeah,
'Cause,
exactly.
I mean, you're just physically stronger. So, and
Right.
so I mean, it's just something that like without you, they would kind
and
of be screwed on their own.
if you're not the most capable of defending your family, what kind of man are you? But
Not a
what
man.
you were pointing out about like Hamas also being an aggressive entity is something that I found hilarious about Yaron Brooks' take about the Israel-Palestine conflict, where he's just like the anarchists. They're gonna side with the non-state actor, which is Hamas. So of course they're gonna side against Israel and with Hamas. And it's just like, no, we don't. They're both aggressive. It's not about like what is a state. It's about what's an aggressive entity. You're not gonna just side against for the murderer against the state prosecuting the murderer because he's also a murderer. It's not like you just take his side because he's not the government and they're in a conflict. Um,
Yeah, exactly.
it was funny and ridiculous, but
But also
that's
what's funny
Yard
too is that
Brooks.
Hamas literally is a government as well. So it's like,
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean,
so
they're
Well,
like
it
they're
is
a
and it isn't.
political authority, I would
Sure.
say. Like Dave Smith put it that he said like basically because he's like they're the biggest gang leader in an open air prison.
Yeah,
Sure.
exactly.
So I mean, like
I think
they're still not justified in existing. I wouldn't say that they are, but like basically, I wouldn't necessarily classify them like as a government. That doesn't make what they do more ethical or less ethical. Like it's still like this is still a collective that attempts to basically like subjugate a population under its authority. I'm just saying like I don't necessarily know that I would classify it as a government or a state. But one thing I would like to say is what'd you say?
I just wanted to add one more thing, is that I think it's so funny about the whole warlords argument that really, if anything, like we should be using it against them, because their argument is like,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, well what about the warlords? Yeah, we
The
oppose
ones
those.
that are
They're
running the
aggressive.
government. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly,
The ones
right.
that are already ruling us, yeah. And so they'll
But
be like,
also
what's your
like
solution?
but also like we should be saying, okay, you think the state's existing? Well then what about the warlords, right? If like seriously, like if warlords, if actual like well, I mean the state is actual
They
warlords, but
are.
let's just say for sake of argument, there are like these competing cartels that rule. Okay, well, that is what we have now. But like, okay, let's say I don't know, it looked different, I guess. Sure, right? Like what we have in Africa right now, with there is technically no state, but there are basically just competing cartels in certain areas. Like, would you be against that? And what would your argument be against that? Because if you're fine with the huge cartel and a huge warlord existing, what's your problem with smaller ones competing and killing aimlessly and thugging people? So really, like, it's so funny when they bring up that argument because it's really an argument against them and their position.
I think it's just a belief in democracy, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. I think that's all that they like really say, where it's just like, oh, if there was a democratic vote about which warlord took power and then enforced their claim, then it would be illegitimate. But it's just no, it wouldn't. You do not have, no man has the right to violate the rights of other men. No group of men has the right to violate the rights of other men. So if 3 out of 5 people are for killing the other 2 people, that doesn't make it morally legitimate. That is not a sound epistemology. That is not a valid epistemology at all whatsoever. But I wanted to bring up a thing that has come up before. I don't remember if it has come up on stream before. But an issue of consistency with natural law, where would you steal a coin to save the world from exploding by aliens? Okay. And I'll apply it to this situation. Would you steal a coin from an Israeli to save the Palestinian children from exploding?
Wait a minute. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to risk stealing a coin from an Israeli. I don't know. I might get my hand bit off or something.
Jesus. And I do.
Okay, hold on. We do have an update on the donations. We are at $60 now, so I will update that. Let's see.
Thanks to an anonymous person named Ahmed, I think.
Whoa.
I don't know.
I think that guy's biased. He has a Muslim name. I don't know. Arab name. I don't know. I think he might. You said it was 60.
It's total. Yeah. And then I'm gonna whip out the wallet and donate a bit more. So let me.
Yeah, but right now we are at $60, folks. If you haven't yet, make sure to donate. And whatever you have, it's fine. $5, $10. I think you can do custom donations, right? It's not just the set amounts.
Yep, you can do customs.
Yeah. Okay.
So to be fair, before this, I actually before I even had that idea, I actually did donate to this organization. Okay. So I mean, that's 100.
Okay.
Yeah. He's an affluent person. That is a philanthropist.
True.
All right.
Anyway, look. Okay, so I was gonna say, my earlier argument was going to be that basically, like, what we're looking at here, as far as I think it was NCAT. What was he proposing that like, what is Israel to do? Well, I mean, okay, so there are non-aggressive things technically, other than the fact that they're funded by taxpayer money. But I guess the aggression is that they've already stolen the taxpayer money, and the other aggression is that they're using the stolen money, rather than like the literal action of assassinating someone who is about to kill people, right? So I mean, like, realistically speaking, if a state were to do anything that was not unethical, it would be that. But when it comes to if you want to talk about like what's ethical for individuals to do, because individuals have rights, states don't have rights, right? And I think it's perfectly realistic to say, not to tell the state to do this, I guess, because the state's not just going to do it, but those people should have arms. And if there is somebody that is coming in to a group of people and really actually like abducting and killing people, you use that gun. That's what you do. You defend yourself. I mean, self-defense is honestly like, an armed society is a polite society, right? So like, basically, in any case, what we should have is all over the world, people should have firearms that they use to protect themselves from potential aggressors that could actually be trying to harm them or their family. And pretty much if we had that, first of all, good luck on states for trying to decide how people like are defending themselves and how they're living their lives and how they're, living well, right? You know, it would essentially erase the need, or it's not really a need as the reason why the states even exist, but it would essentially erase the state's justification, you know, as far as propaganda goes, for why you need protection from somebody else. Because look, everybody can protect themselves at this point. But yeah, no, I mean, like, why is this not the case? Well, it's because states ban guns. It's because states don't want people to be safe. It's because states want them to rely on the state as their monopoly on protection and force and so on and so forth. And basically, like, that's why states ensure that you can't just get a gun, right? To protect yourself, you have to, I mean, it might just be a waiting period. It might be a background check, you know, whatever have you. Like, the states will implement tactics to essentially ensure they are the ones that decide whether you are allowed to have that firearm or not to protect yourself. Let's see what
and
we got
the
here.
kinds of firearms that you can have.
And we are at 110 now. Thank you, and Kat. I assume you were the main donor for that, but we will update that to 110. We were 110. We're a tenth of the way there, folks. Share the stream, get people out here. You know, like
Already,
the video.
we're only an hour in, and
yeah.
Well, I mean, we do have a long way to go, but we're not even at the best part. We don't even have some of the more, you know, known people coming on. So
yeah.
One of the things that I want to add.
Well, look, Ignis is a frequent for the show. We love you, Ignis, but you know, it's like, yeah, you're on every other show. So you're on every other show.
One of the things though that I wanted to like add on to that was, I think one of the counter arguments would be, well, so what? Does everyone has a gun? Well, first of all, yes.
Yeah.
Cat face. But
even
secondly,
the babies.
Like, yeah, exactly.
I mean, if anything, like Israel's blowing up those babies. So if they had guns, I mean, come on, you know. No, but seriously, their families should have arms. Their families should have means of protecting themselves. You know, it should be that the people who have those children should be able to protect those children from being massacred.
But it's
it
like,
wouldn't be as easy to take candy from them, though. So there's that.
Ah, damn it. Okay, well, anyway.
There you go.
My point, though, with that was just that, like, I think one of the arguments is going to be, well, good luck, you know, getting them to actually go out and volunteer their lives or, you know, do X, Y, and Z. And it's like, well, okay, well, we already have people who are willing to do that. They're called people in the military, you know, but these people are doing it, like, in a bad way, you know? So, like, we already have people who are at the very least, like, in their own head are like, okay, I'm willing to like leave my family, not even like be in my community and defend myself, but like leave my family and go like overseas or, you know, join some kind of defense or become a cop too, right? There are enough people who are willing to do that. So it's like this idea that, oh, well, there wouldn't be enough people who would be brave enough to like, you know, have to like watch themselves in any corner like that. That would not how it would be at all.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, realistically, like the only, like the biggest problem here is that like you have essentially the ability for mass centralization to occur, whether that be with a state organization or you have the ability for warlords to occur, because you essentially have the conditions in place where people can get together, form these humongous armies that have unilateral control over everyone within that given area. So, you know, realistically, we should be on the same side where it's like, okay, you don't want these warlords, but you shouldn't want the state either. Now it's just a technical problem. How do we prevent these mass organizations from attaining that much power and wielding that much leverage like over society? You know, so this should be like we should all really be in agreement on this, but we can't because, you know, brainwashing and also no roads.
I mean, it's just like, I think I don't know about the average person. I think there's like an amount of brainwashing that they think that like statism is good, like is a positive thing. But even like just starting down the libertarian path, the thing that like every libertarian should agree on is anarchy would be good. The disconnect should be is if they think it is possible. Because if they are there, then all they need is just like to be shown to the path at the start of the mountain all the way up to the peak of anarchy. And then they would just take themselves there. They just need to take that. They need that push to take that first step, and then they would continue on the journey themselves. Because, yeah, statism is kind of involved in everybody's lives at all times. So if you aren't thinking about it much, I understand like not all people are like involved in politics, but it's just like, if taxes don't piss you off, who are you?
Right, exactly.
They happen every year. They happen every like day, like on
out of your paycheck. Every time you get a paycheck, you're seeing that money cut, and it's like, well, this is fine.
Exactly.
Socialists be like, just tax more of it.
No,
Yeah,
let me
and
keep my money, but also give me more Gibbs.
you know what is sad though? Like I think people are waking up, but I think it's so hard to latch onto these ideas because they're just not as accessible to people. Because like I think like my dad, he's more of like a conservative leaning type, and that's fine, obviously. But like we actually afterward, we got out of like the IRS because we were doing our taxes together. This was like maybe 2 years ago or whatever, and I think he literally like. I think I said something to the effect of like because I was like just becoming a libertarian at that time. I was like, "Oh yeah, no, like I mean, wasn't that fun like getting stolen from, you know?" And I kind of like laughed it off, and he literally did actually turn to me and was like, you know what, actually yeah, like that they are fuckers, like they are actually stealing from you. He had that moment, but like he still hasn't come to the conclusion that like okay, it's all okay, well then what would that imply, you know?
Yeah.
So it
But I
is
think
kind of
that's what's
crazy.
great about like oh sorry.
Right.
That's
No,
what's
no,
great about like figures
go
like
ahead.
Michael Malice,
Oh
or
yeah,
just
for
like
sure.
large anarchist figures because they're bringing this on. Like they like talking to Jordan Peterson even, where it's just
Oh
like
yeah.
if fucking Jordan Peterson
Dude.
became an anarchist.
Honestly, I don't have much faith just because
Yeah.
of what his stance was on Netanyahu give him hell when he saw what was going on. So, I mean, I'm not very confident, but honestly, Lauren Chen, on Twitter at least, has like I've been seeing her more and more say like, actually anarchists are kind of right in what they think, like as far as the states not having like rights or justification, or if anything, like taxation being wrong. I think she might have said that. I don't know, but like the taxation part, I know she said the other stuff for sure. But yeah, I definitely think it's like influence from Michael Malice and other like ANCAPs. Like she seems to be very sympathetic to these this viewpoint, and it's actually really good because she is like a conservative woman, an influencer, has a lot of like sort of clout in the conservative sphere. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a completely hopeless front. Like I do think that a lot of people within there can actually be brought more to like these anarchist ideas, and at least sympathize with them, understand them, believe they're right, even if they don't believe that they want to actually, like if they may say like it's good in theory, but I don't know about practicality and stuff. That's still better than them saying, well, states actually have these rights and we think that all what they're doing is good. So we would be at a better position, at least as far as how people perceive the state.
Oh yeah, and I'd say a huge figure now, especially, would be Javier Milei, because I think just like even the idea of all of these young kids growing up into the political system with the general ANCAP in chief, like and his messages about economics. I think he spoke at CPAC and he mentioned Rothbard and like mentioned a few good things in his CPAC speech. It was more of like the theorist breakdown of the idea of like economics in the state versus
Does he speak English?
I think he speaks some English. I remember his like handshake with Trump, and I don't know
like
how
does
like
he do his like his talks? Like how does he do them?
I think he did the talk in Spanish.
Okay.
No, I think the CPAC one he did in oh no, wait, it wasn't
I
CPAC.
think I
It was
remember
the
like
WEF speech, I think, that he gave.
I think
That was in
I think that
English.
one was also in Spanish. I think there were some English translations. I think he just released an English translation.
Oh yeah. Okay, now I remember.
But one of the interesting power plays I think is how almost like ass kissy he was with Trump when he met him, where he's just like, "It is such an honor," and everything like that. And it's just like that's how you appeal to them. If Javier Milei could be in Trump's ear for a Trump presidency rather than any of the other fuckers, that would be a godsend, honestly. And he just like don't piss him off, and then just be at his ear with the good shit. Same with like Vivek. Which, like,
we have some chat to catch up on, but I will actually just put this one that was most recent first, since it's relevant to what you just talked about. We have Grambo saying, first of all, Ignis, Javier Milei is a control agent and let alone a plant from the Fed that sims for WEF. Don't be fooled. He's similar to Bucker Carlson.
No, I mean, look, I'm not on like the political board, but I think even I can acknowledge that I think that's not really a good argument against him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I will say, like, on the Milei point too, is that like I think that we should celebrate when he says something good, and be equally willing to criticize him when he says something bad, or because I don't really see the whole buddy with Trump thing to be like, I mean, I can kind of see like maybe bringing Trump in, but I don't know, like I'm kind of skeptical of the whole Trump being this sort of anti-establishment figure. I kind of see him as like a very much establishment figure. But I mean, I think we've talked about this to some degree, but I'm at least, I think I'm willing to say that like I'm willing to acknowledge when the good that I think he could have in bringing people to the right conclusions, even like libertarian agorist conclusions, while being critical of his either sort of back and forth between ANCAP and minarchy. He's kind of like back and forth on that, or when he says something that I think is wrong on a politics. I mean, I think most of what he's going to say on the politics standpoint is going to be wrong, because I mean, me and Ahmed kind of agree on this in the sense of like we have the more agorist understanding of the state. Well, as I don't think you agree with some of many of our conclusions about the state's organizations and sort of the incentives that it has in politicians, etc. But I'll be critical of that, but I will at least, I think, be willing to acknowledge and say, hey, if he says something, like if he makes a great economic point, if he brings people to actually read Rothbard, read the Austrian school, that is a plus, and I will fully acknowledge that. In the same way that, like, Milton Friedman, I'll give praise to Milton Friedman when I think he says something okay, because he actually, like, without him, I don't think I would have been in the space that I am today, because he led me in that right direction, you know?
Yeah, but I'd say I'm under no illusion that Trump would be like an ANCAP because he got convinced by Malay, but it's just
Right,
the people that you have in his ear are super important.
right.
Just think about like the COVID lockdowns and everything like that. He, instead of Rand Paul, who is a, I forget if he's like PhD or just MD or something like that, but he was a practicing ophthalmologist, which not like infectious disease expert, but if he like called him up, hey, do you know any infectious disease experts that I could have advise me on this or something like that? That would have been so much better than fucking Fauci, who led Trump so wrong. And I'm not letting Trump off the hook for this whatso fucking ever. He gave us those policies. But and just the same thing too for um John Bolton, General Mattis, for and who's his like stepson or something like that. I just forget his name, but like all these terrible people in his ear and in his corner, where somebody could talk him into something good, and then 5 minutes later, his cabinet's gonna just talk him right out of it, because you know you can have the bravado of Trump. You can have like everything else like that, the speaking power, the stage presence, or anything like that. But the dude hasn't read a fucking book, so he can be convinced of damn near anything. But to have good people in the corner instead of these bad people would be very beneficial.
Okay, so let's I know we kind of got a little bit off topic from what we're talking about here on the stream, but yeah, basically we have a distrust in political authority despite people saying it's justified. This is essentially like our argument like against political authority in general for a lot of it. I mean, like we are kind of saying that there may be like, you know, there is to a certain extent a benefit to spreading libertarianism, but obviously like in general, as far as like the state goes and political authority goes, like it's something you shouldn't necessarily just trust or anything, or even there's no real justification for it existing when it comes to society. That's kind of what we gotten into. But we do have, let's see what we got here. I'm trying to
chats.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to find some that are more relevant to what we're talking about, which a lot of it's kind of like other discussions that we've had throughout. People are commenting on those, but we do have Legacy Right saying, last I checked, there was a Judea, Samaria, and Galilee. What's in Israel? And then he says, it's not that Israel exists, but that it took a greater and massive territory by force for which even the UN considers illegal under international law. And you know, the thing is, like, the UN helped facilitate the actual like partition of Palestine. So I mean, you know, I don't know necessarily, like maybe there's something you guys may be able to comment on better than I am as far as like internationally what this actually means. Like, why would the UN be encouraging Israel to not do this? Like, you know, sort of like, why would it, like, is it the fact that like all these countries are saying we don't support like Israel, or necessarily say like there should be a ceasefire? There should be a ceasefire. Is it more so to like reach out to the sympathies of people and say like, oh, look here, we support things that you guys care about, but while at the same time they don't really actually care that Israel's doing this, or what is it?
Yeah. What I'd say first is I'm gonna try to channel my Jordan Peterson, and you know, Bucko, Israel means we who wrestle with God, and that's really all of us. So we all are Israel. So an attack on Israel is an attack on all of us. But that's interesting, like history where it's of it, where Israel is the like modern Jewish state created in more recent history at the end of World War II. But one of the and I'm not the historian to talk to about this, but from my understanding, um, uh, the Jewish landowners that own land in Palestine, which you can take it further back than that than history. I don't think it's necessary for that because it's like the resettlement, and I don't mean to use that in a charge way, of the land that is disputed between Palestine and Israel. But the resettlement of Jews took place under basically warlord property titles, to where the warlord would own the land of these farmers which were using it and would collect their the tax of how much they produced. And then the Jews, rather than going to the farm owners who actually owned the land under libertarian ethics, and the warlord just had control over them because they had the guns, backed by I forget who it was at the time, but the Jews would then buy the land titles or deeds or whatever, come to the farmers and be like, okay, get out, we own this now. Where the previous deal between the warlords is just like, okay, you can stay here, but we're stealing your shit some of the time. Which was a problem to begin with, but not something that you could really solve today. And then after there was a decently large mass of Jews who were landowners, you then had the desire for a Jewish state to come into existence. I'm brushing over a lot of history, a lot of very intentional strategic plays between the Zionists and other people involved. But the UN partition plan took the minority of land that Jews owned, and then it's just like, let's give the Jews like around half the land instead. I think it was like 45%, but I could be completely wrong about that number. Let's just give the Jews way more land. And then the Palestinians were like, no, what the fuck? Jews were like, yeah, we'll take this deal. And then they started enforcing that. They started enforcing the partition plan, from my understanding, to where they were evicting the Palestinians, or the Palestinians were moving out because they knew of the war going to take place. And then some stayed as well, I'm pretty sure. And there is a Palestinian or Arab population in Israel itself, which should be mentioned. But then that started the wars, and then Israel took more land. They generally won all of the wars. Sometimes they were preemptive strikes on Israel's part. And they took more land, gave back land once they've won sometimes. And it was generally from there a land ownership via conquest from Israel. And now they just have on the international, now they just have their opponent, which they have pseudo installed Hamas via their policies of trying to make sure that the most unreasonable opposition is on the international stage, so that they never gain statehood. And as a result, we're in the situation today where you have this fucking open air prison. The gang not finally, as if you have a gang, they're eventually going to try to throw a prison riot, and it is so much worse than a prison riot because the metaphor ends and innocent civilians are dying in this case. And I would put that at first to the feet of the murderers themselves. No matter what, they are humans. They decided to act in such a way to murder civilians. That should never be understated. But when you look at the general political picture, it's a lot deeper than that as well.
Yeah, and I think you went over the history pretty well. But one of the things that I wanted to say, I mean, even just in that recent comment you made, just like I don't know, like I don't know what you guys think about it, but like what goes on behind like the psychology of someone who can literally like in 2024 um pilot a drone and literally just with no hesitation just drop a drone on a hospital and like know that you are in the process of killing civilians. Like what even is like the process of that? How can you I just don't even know how someone like, for instance, Netanyahu or one of the leaders of Hamas can just be like, oh yeah, no, I'm fine with literally targeting a raid that leads to the deaths of like hundreds of people,
I
and like
mean, part of it
children.
seems to be the indoctrination that people have been like sort of raised. I mean, not sort of raised with like very vigorously. I mean, like throughout their lives in public schools and I mean on the TV, like in the media, like, I mean, and I'm just saying the state has like, license laws and all that controls who exactly, is it, like what exactly is shown, like they have regulations in that respect. So, they have a lot of other regulations throughout society. They plan like, how cities are organized, how essentially communities are organized, what can operate and function within a community. So, I mean, essentially it has all become sort of this like, thing. And we've discussed this a lot on the show. I mean, it just becomes this like center of society in which people like are thinking a certain way now. And also, I mean, just the fact that like, obviously positions within the state are going to attract some of the worst people, some of the ones that are, I mean, probably the most affected by the propaganda, but also like feel the least remorse for these actions, obviously, because if not, why would they be there? Right. I mean, I think they know, a lot of them probably know what's like needed of them to be in this role. So I don't think it's necessarily something that brings them disgust. And if it does, they still do it.
Yeah, and I think what I wanted to add on to that too is that I think like Hoppe is right in the sense of like I don't even think that the state attracts the worst people when it comes to politicians. I think it just attracts the worst people when it comes to any position because it needs the best it needs the best technicians for the job. It needs the best police officers for the job. If you're like a really shitty person and you're like not willing to bust a drug raid, like they're not really going to hire a quote unquote libertarian cop who's not willing to go break into someone's house for like owning a dime bag or whatever. So really like the state does attract the worst people even in states that aren't fully democratic or even in non-democratic positions. And I think one of the other things too that I wanted to bring up as well, which I don't think is like a contrast to Hoppe's monarchy democracy theory, but I think it's something to additionally point out is that I think that even if you're born into it, even if you're born into the state, I think there's something within having the job of a government agent where you're actually, definitionally carrying out these horrible acts and facilitating the work of such an evil organization that it breeds you from a very young age to be horrible in the sense, So, and we've heard like even in and this is the most obvious in like king scenarios where okay, you're basically born with wealth and privilege from the very beginning. You're a monarch. You're literally you have this like ordained by God, ordained by your blood, and you're the fucking shit throwing through you that like you have the right to if someone stopped clapping or wasn't laughing at your joke or said something evil about you, you can just send them to be tortured and have their like skin peeled off or whatever. So I think that like and you've seen it even with young people too, like you've heard like examples of like young kings literally like sending people to die, like or like have him behead him because he fucking said something mean about me. So
Mr.
I think that
Electric.
yeah, exactly. So I think just in general, applying to monarchies and democracies, the state just breeds the absolute worst out of people, no matter what position you're in, whether you're born into it or you're attracted to it. I think just the technical incentives required for you to be a government agent require you to basically be a horrible person, and really that is more of like the higher positions, not necessarily like if you're like a I don't know, you're working in like a teacher, for instance, But yeah, I don't know if you guys had anything to say about that.
Well,
I think
I was just going to ask Ankat's thoughts on my question earlier about sort of like the idea. It's like, why would states sort of front when it comes to, or are they fronting? Why would they say that it's bad that, what Israel's doing? Why would they vote for the ceasefire? Why would the UN approve the Israel partition and then later on say, well, what they're expanding into is, it's wrong,
Yeah. Like, well, to like suddenly just change their propaganda model.
Well,
Is that what you're asking?
it's more the question of like, why has it changed over like between then and now? And why are other states sort of like on, the side of like supporting the ceasefire? But it's not necessarily that you would think that, every politician actually wants to see this. It's just something they support. Like, is it something because they feel like they're, quote unquote, they have to make their people feel like they're representing them,
I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I think they do genuinely just believe it. I don't think
What do you
like,
mean by that? Like, you mean they genuinely believe that it's like a problem?
well, I mean, in the sense of like, I think I think, yeah, I think what they say a lot of the times they do believe. I do think that like obviously politicians lie compulsively. I don't think that's can be denied at all. But I do think that there is some kind of mentality where it's like what you're saying in your propaganda model, I think it is propaganda, but I think it's at some core level you do at your core believe it. I don't think the state is this like big conspiracy of like people who just everyone within the governments, it's all conspiring this plan and they all just want to like see children die, or they all want to say these things and they all want to like write these scripts for the media agents. I think it's a lot more complicated and nuanced than that. Although I
But
do think
also,
that the
if I can
technical
interject,
incentives lead people in that
if I can
direction. Yeah,
interject,
sorry, go ahead.
yeah, if I can interject, I would just think for like the UN to release a statement against it, that takes like approval from higher ups, not just people working within there that all agree like this is the case. So my thought there at least is like it doesn't take every member of an organization to think, have a position on it. It more so just takes like those who sort of like are within the top authorities of the organization to do so. And you would think at that point those people are sort of the most informed when it comes to like why they're doing these things.
Right. I mean, and I think you can have government agents that come out and say, like, Biden can come out tomorrow and say, like, yes, I think it's wrong that, innocent children are. I don't think they should be bombing hospitals. I don't think they should be killing civilians. I think we should advocate for a ceasefire whenever we can. But when we can is basically whenever it's convenient for them. So I
Well,
mean,
Biden did say apparently he said that in a couple days they would talk about a ceasefire, which it has probably been like a couple days since then. So I mean, we could look up like just go on. But I was just going to say like speaking about that, we can kind of look into if that has panned out or not in the couple days.
But I think returning to the original point about like how these people arrive into these positions and believe the things that they do to enact such atrocities, I think one, it's like an idea that they're doing the right thing, that they're getting their hands dirty so that nobody else has to, so that they can have a good ends. It's an unethical philosophy or an unethical ethic that they have, but also it reminds me of an exchange that I think it was Noam Chomsky had with a journalist, where the journalist is basically asking him, "You think that I'm disingenuous, like that I'm here just like lying to the people, and that's how I got my role?" And he's like, "No, I honestly believe that you are earnest in your intentions. I don't think that you would be here if you didn't believe the things that you believed." Where it's these people are selected specifically for, as you were saying before, like being able to carry out this role, to be a soulless politician, to be a mindless soldier who will just carry out orders, to be a mindless police officer who just carries out orders, or anything else like that, because otherwise you would cause too much trouble. You wouldn't be as effective as they want you to be in carrying out their mission, and there is necessarily going to need to be some level of higher level cognition than just carrying out orders to be effective, but they need to play a balancing game basically with that to try to make sure you don't go too far in that.
Let me interject here. Let me just I kind of have to. First of all, we have oddities and rarities. What's up, man? He's saying he feels like war is bad. So for people that are watching, if you resonate with that sentiment, because we resonate with that sentiment, that's why we're here, right? We're here because we believe war is bad. If you believe war is bad, please share this again. I'm sharing this on social media as I can during the stream, trying to get attention on it. But if you could just share it around, if you can donate anything, make sure you do. I don't know if we have any update in the actual total. You can just let me know in the private chat as things go on. Don't. Okay, not yet. But look, we're already a tenth of the way there. We can make it. Okay. We can at least get there. At least try, pray. Right? Okay.
Did you pray today?
Don't even.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just kidding, man. But anyway, we do have a another guest coming in with us right now because we've announced it. We said that he would be in around this time. We do have Greg, our boy Greg, who is very informed on the topics of anti-Zionism.
And way late.
Well, he's here, and we still have about 45 minutes before we hear from Back Alley. So we will let Greg come in and talk his talk. Okay, he's very informed on the subjects. We would love to hear from him on this, and I will add him in right now. We got him there. What's up, Greg?
Hello.
There we go.
Hello.
Greg, as always, how are you doing?
It is.
It is what it is.
So, are you just joining us now, or had you been listening to all parts of the stream?
As a god of the storms, I do tend to hear things pretty often, so I've been casually keeping up with the conversation here.
So, if you would like to, just general thoughts on what you've been hearing, you can do that if you like, aside from the notes you've already collected. You could give any thoughts you have if you'd like.
As a god of the storms, I have many things in my mind, and that means I have a very short attention span. So I don't remember exactly what I heard, to be honest.
Okay. Well, then we can ask some questions here because we do have some that we do have like sort of on backup here, and we can ask Ignis them as well. Oops, I just closed the tab on accident. I tried clicking the tab and I clicked the X button. Okay, we got this. So first of all, we've already kind of discussed this, right? Like in essence, we have by talking about and just the conversation we were having about like sort of do people know what they're doing? That's kind of getting into this. What financial and economic incentives specifically does the Israeli government have for engaging in this war? And that's just a general question. We can let Greg answer first and then Ignis if he wants to.
Get daddy's paycheck every other year from the US. So there's that. And if you keep putting up whether or not it's a facade or not really doesn't matter. But if you keep putting up the impression that you're constantly in danger and the money's used for defense, then there's really no reason to stop sending money in droves like that. So yeah. It also does a lot for public opinion as well, because if you're like a general conservative in the US, it's kind of changing now, but like generally speaking, you would 100% send your son to die for Israel because it's been built into the culture that this is what you do. Israel is like just as good as us. We need to protect that at all costs.
Yeah,
it's like
it's our greatest ally. It's like essential to our security in the Middle East. It's our greatest ally. We have this ally.
If we don't help the Israelis, then what's going to happen to us? They're going to come to the U.S. because that's what's going to happen, apparently.
I didn't know Israel was on the border of the U.S.
So yeah, that's how it works. That's why you got to keep sending them money.
Well, I think I heard like a tweet was like, the Muslims have tried this attack. The rest of the West is next. Like literally the rest of the entire West. No way.
Yeah, it's
bro, the
definitely
West
a scare
literally
tactic.
is about to fall. Holy shit!
It's a huge scare tactic, and it's akin to the whole like, obviously like when 9/11 became a thing, and like when it happened, and afterward there was like this whole like fear tactic of like, well, the Muslims are going to bomb us all, right? And so this is just kind of like that. It's like the same argument that you actually have to fear these people because of what they could do to you, despite you not really living anywhere near these people, and it's like the likelihood that this actually happens to you is so low.
I don't want to go into that entirely, but the purpose of a 9/11 thing to begin with is to justify a military reaction. So the likelihood of an actual I'm gonna have to get into it, I guess.
Okay, in the future, the possibility of that happening, not 9/11, but the possibility of an attack happening would probably be something the government at least knows about, okay, beforehand. At least knows that there are some people planning this kind of thing.
Yeah, that much is kind of like common knowledge. Like,
look, they have such great intelligence, right? So they have all seeing eyes.
Conveniently just had a lapse of omnipotence at that exact moment where but yeah, these kinds of things, and it doesn't even have to be something big like that. Anything like that. I could even argue like the like migrant crisis in Europe probably has some effect on it too, because it's a bit of like off topic, but like there's like a crisis where Europeans are getting upset that like there's just this never ending like shiploads of people coming from the Middle East and North Africa and even sub-Saharan Africa. And if you get enough of those people, I don't know, not fitting into their culture or whatever, then you can justify a public opinion against the Middle East in general. And therefore, well, the Israelis are going against the Middle Eastern people. So, I mean, might as well keep sending them money to get them out of our hair. So, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things too is that, I mean, we do actually know that like the American government at the very least had several warnings, not of 9/11 specifically, but specifically of some major terrorist attack that was being planned on civilians months and months before 9/11. So what you could probably see likely have happened is that, oh, they're informed of these attacks coming. Specifically, I think one of them specifically was about being in New York, and I think one of them was about also like using planes. I could see them very much being like, okay, well, we know about this, but it would be very convenient to just stay silent about it, not say anything, let these attacks happen, not freak anyone out. And because we need more justifications for doing these things that we were already planning on doing in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And
So
again,
I
this
mean,
isn't
at the very least, it's kind of a thing.
This isn't even to say that like this is definitely what happened, but you could very easily see that being the case, because we also
Right.
have full-on documentation of them actually planning, what's it, psyop attacks, or what is it? What's that term? Black ops attacks, where it's like you dress up as the enemy and you do attacks committed in their
False
name to
flag.
justify. Right, false flags. Sorry, why am I blanking on that term as a fucking libertarian? Anyway, to justify these false flag attacks for the war against Cuba. And we know that from Operation Northwoods. So like this idea that, oh, well, they could never picture something like that happening. I mean, no, they literally planned these attacks in the 60s. They just didn't carry them out.
Yeah, I think with the whole false flag things, it's the intelligence, it's taking advantage of the context which they find themselves in. I think actually carrying out an attack themselves would possibly leave too much of a paper trail. And then the risk to being exposed for that is too high. But taking advantage of an event that somebody else is planning is very much in their interest, to where I say allegedly the same happened with Pearl Harbor too, where we found like the Japanese submarines off the coast of Hawaii, but didn't like do anything about them. Like, oh, okay, they're just over there, or anything else like that. And then possibly had foresight into the events of a certain date regarding two twins that were very hot at the time in New York City.
Yeah.
Uh,
Now,
And sorry, just to
Twins.
interrupt real quick, we actually do have a big donation from Artemis, $100.
Wow.
We now have a total of $210.
wow. Thank you, Artemis. Thank you so much. Is there a
Yeah.
message?
So we are 1/5 of the way there already.
Is there a
There is a
message with that?
message.
And Artemis's message also was, money is fake and gay, to quote him.
Yep.
Well,
So
hold on. I
W.
put that right back up with the updated total. I wish we had some sort of tier system where we could do something special.
Yeah, for sure. Artemis, like, thank you so much. That is huge.
I
Thank
played
you.
Metal Gear Rising Revengeance too. That was a
Holy base.
message, I suppose. But yeah, thank you. Very much appreciated. To everybody else, if you would like to give any money, please do. We encourage it. But
Yeah,
you know,
even just anything $1 and above, you can even
Right.
give that small amount. Anything that you can contribute will help.
yeah. And again, if that's not as feasible for you, please just share it around. I'm sure there are people who would love to. I mean, if you know somebody that cares about this cause, just share that with them. And I'm sure there are
But also,
people who,
like, just to be real for a second, I mean, like, you are living in luxury, even if you are living paycheck to paycheck, you are living in luxury compared to the people currently. So, dealing with this cause. And it's not to like guilt trip any of you or like anything like that, but just I think it's something important to remember.
Yeah.
when deciding how much are you going to donate, how, if you're going to donate. So
if you are living paycheck to paycheck, I wouldn't recommend.
Okay,
donating
okay,
I know what I know what Ankat's saying. Like, I understand what he's saying, but I would not, like, unless you have some like sort of income that you can spend comfortably, I wouldn't spend it. But if you can, that's great, and it helps people who are in more need than somebody who is living paycheck to paycheck. Yes, that is true that they are in a lot more need. There are kids, who need this medical attention, and that's what the PCRF is giving to them. So, I mean, yes, this is something important for that. Again, go straight to the PCRF. Does not go through, like, it only goes through Tiltify. We do not have access to that money. That is just something that goes straight through there. It's the processor. It's just something that makes it more convenient for people to be able to crowdfund like this. But yeah. So yeah, basically, I think
I
we
will
were
be
on
heading out soon. So one more
Okay.
discussion topic. And
Yeah. So what were we on the question of, I guess, the financial incentive? We kind of got into a little 9/11 there, but
one thing that I did
Just
want
a
to
little bit.
very much touch upon with the hospital issue is that there's in February 19th, a New York Times report, and again, New York Times, whatever, but basically what they reported on was that apparently there are only 2 hospitals left in southern Gaza that are barely left functioning. So
wow.
it's bad as far as the, like, I was trying to look up like how
You said
many
2 hospitals?
hospitals they've actually bombed. Yeah, like
Wow.
two functioning hospitals apparently. So
I mean, imagine that. Like, I mean, like, in your area, imagine you could not get medical attention right away. Like, that is not something you can just have. Like, you are in a life-threatening situation, or you have some sort of illness, and you cannot just get that. It's very accessible for us here. I mean, I'm not saying it's like, oh, go America or something, but I'm just saying, like, we are in a political economy in which, we are not as oppressed as these other people, economically speaking and financially speaking. So yeah, I mean, I would just say, like, empathize with these people for a moment. Just think about it. Like, think about that. Like, let that sink in, basically.
Yeah. And don't you know that there are 2 Hamas weapon caches, like, beneath each hospital left there?
Yeah, so it's about to be 0.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's like-
I guess.
yeah,
They just, like, Israel's just like, fuck them kids. It's just, I guess.
It's like
I
that scene
mean-
from Breaking Bad where it's like the dry cleaners, and then like the camera pans below, and it's like the big like drug operation. That's basically like what it's like with Hamas.
Exactly.
Conveniently, those 2 hospitals that are left.
Walter White's working for Hamas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn.
But what I think the general incentives are for Israel, they have a few things in front of them. I think they want to milk the war for as much U.S. money as they can get. I think they want finally an end to the issue of Palestine, and they probably want all of Israel. But I think that is one of the things that they're after, and that they would not give up a significant amount of U.S. money to finally achieve that. They are trying to do what is possible in the current moment, and what's possible currently is to wage the current war that they're doing. If the international pressure got too much, then I think they wouldn't get the money anymore, that they wouldn't get the support that they desire, I think they would ease it off just a little bit and then wait for another attack, use that as another pretext to invade.
Yeah, and one of the things that, just really quick, that I want to comment on that is that, like, I think it's very clear that at some point there probably will be a ceasefire, but I don't think that's going to be because, like, Israel saw the error of their ways. They saw our stream. They realized, they saw the white girl's posts on Instagram, and then now he was just like, oh shit, okay, we have to have this ceasefire. I mean, I didn't flinch when it was 8,000 children, but when it was 10,000, oh my God, we just need to have a ceasefire now. So, like, I think that there will be a ceasefire when the Israeli government needs it. When like you said, like, it is public pressure. I think it will more likely just be like financial incentives and other things like that, like a combination of all these things.
But on that, like, exactly, like, what would that financial incentive be at the point where, like, they have this, like I said before, like, they have, like, so much control over Gaza? Like, what exactly is stopping them at this point? Is it literally just like, a public freak out? It's such a bad thing in the image of Israel. It's like, no, like, everybody comes to realize that this actually is something where this is just a massacre on Israel's end.
I think, like, as Ignis was saying, it's basically they're in like a catch-22 sort of situation where if they get rid of Gaza, for lack of a better term, then, I mean, there's not really a feasible reason for them to keep getting like military support via the US or whatever, and then they kind of lose their cash cow, quite literally. But yeah, if they kind of just keep saying, well, look, they keep doing this and the other every other like 10 years or so, then I mean, they can kind of keep the system going on and on and on, and they kind of just keep
But like, could they not start going to war with the countries around them afterward and saying like, oh, look what Egypt's doing to us, oh, look what these other countries are doing to us?
The issue is most of those countries are already allied to us anyway. Like, the only thing they could do maybe is like Lebanon, but Lebanon's also kind of more complicated than Gaza.
Yeah.
Like, politically speaking. And then once you get further into like Syria and stuff like that, then you run into like Russian troubles, and that makes it even more complicated. So
yeah,
Got you.
but I think there's probably also some like internal Israeli political infighting and whatnot too, to try to make sure Netanyahu stays in power, because if I'm not mistaken, he was pretty unpopular. But I think that will be it for me. I think I'm gonna head out now.
All right, thank you
It was a
so
good
much for coming
stream.
on, man. Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, dude.
Looking forward to seeing you on the show again, but I do appreciate the time you made for this, and you know, but thank you.
Yeah,
And thanks for
all right.
donating too.
Yeah, thank you for
definitely.
donating.
See y'all.
yeah.
All
Have a
right,
good one.
see ya. Have a good one. Yeah, it was good.
And now I'm the only one with a face on here.
Oof. Yeah, and then we'll have a we'll
we're
ask
not
Phil
gonna
here
have
coming up
anybody
next.
else with a face on this stream at this point because Jose's not gonna be here anymore. So it's just me now.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah,
Right.
Hey, I have a face. It's just
Huh?
in a circle face.
Yeah. Oh, you want me to? Hey guys, what's up? It's Ahmed here.
No, go back to the other one. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
It's so
Ahmed, could
tiny,
you,
I don't like it.
Ahmed, could you also send me the well, actually, wait, you already did send me the invite link, so I guess I can just I'll send it to
I sent it to SO and Filthy already. They already
okay, so
confirmed that they saw it from me.
they're just gonna join then.
Yeah, I did send you the link though.
Okay.
So I mean, I would send that to MRH because I don't think I have him on Discord. So I would send that to him.
Okay, I'll send it to him like
Yeah.
as we get closer to when he's supposed to come on.
I guess I mean like I could ask you on here like is Justice coming on or no?
Justice said he might be able to come on like after 5:30, which
Okay.
is which would be 9 math.
Isn't that 8:30?
8:30
Yeah,
at your
isn't that
time.
8:30?
So
Yeah. So I mean he might be able to make it in like the next hour or two.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay, cool. So I guess okay, so the other question would have been the one that like we were out of the ones we were looking at. What would you say are the most common lies and misconceptions going around with the war in Gaza right now? I mean, for Greg, I'm sure there's a lot you could talk about with that. But how about some of the most common ones? How about you just point them out and we start just talking about why those are incorrect? You can just anything you have in mind, we can just start talking about that.
Oh, sorry. One more thing to interrupt. We actually just did get another donation, $10 from the Legacy Right.
Oh, thank you, Zach.
I'm just a struggling podcaster and spot comedian who needs to pay bills. But what's $10 for a good cause? This is for those babies that have to live in fear that their lives may not get fully started. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yeah. Like again, we really appreciate any donations of any amount. So like, thank you for just sparing that $10. It's going to a good cause for sure.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but we can continue.
So it's 220 now?
Yep, 220.
Okay, got you. And yeah, go check out the Legacy Right Spotify. I've had them on my show. I've been on their show. Great stuff. I mean, honestly, like, you know, they have some interesting conversations for sure. They have like a plethora of guests. I mean, it seems like they're never missing out on that. So yeah, great show. Go check them out. Honestly, support Zach because I mean, you know, aside like, I mean, obviously tonight's about the donations and everything. So it's like, I'm not telling you to disregard anything here and you know, abandon the incentives tonight for like the children, you know, obviously, but like Zach, great guy. Just throw him your support as well. Anything you can as well, you know, like just a follow. I mean, you kind of have a lot of resources when it comes to who you can follow and who you can like share the show of. So it's like that's sort of a smaller ask as far as what we're talking about here.
A side quest.
Yeah, a side quest, a bit of a side quest, just to go follow Zach, check him out, show him some love because he is a good guy. And also, he's on Twitter as well. I think he might be Legacy Zach on there. But also a good follow. I like having conversations with him on there. Let me see. I will shout him out. We'll give him a shout out. Legacy_Zach with a K. Z-A-K. See, I'm giving you everything, Zach. I'm giving you the works for $10. But yeah. So basically, Greg, we're talking about what would you say are the most common lies and misconceptions going around with the war in Gaza right now? And so that's basically just take your pick at what you like to talk about here.
I mean, it's generally just kind of like I believe the term that they use is atrocity porn, where you just kind of inflate or just blatantly make up something that didn't even happen without any like actual backing. And the problem with this too is that there are so many different accounts that it's hard to really tell what is real, what's kind of real, and
Is
what's
real?
just a lie. Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, the way the media works is that a lot of them are like subsidized by government entities, whatnot, and obviously the U.S. is pro-Israel, so certain things won't come to the surface that the government doesn't want you to know about. But from what I remember, the first account that came out of like what was it, like 40 beheaded infants or whatever, 40 beheaded Israeli infants. Apparently there's like no sources for that whatsoever.
Right.
Like that was just completely a lie.
Yeah.
I don't know if it changed at the time, at least it was completely like out of nowhere. So that's one of them. But generally stuff like that. I can't remember the other ones. There's like a few that were like going around, and then people slowly started to figure out, oh wait, this is kind of bullshit. Whoops.
Well, are you
one
aware
of
of
them-
like that whole like charred baby thing, like that image that was being put around? Do you know anything about that?
I didn't look more into that because I remember I was talking to somebody about it, and I said that it was fake or whatever, and then somebody said, well, actually somebody on 4chan proved it was right, which is like, okay, that's not exactly very, very, I don't know, but it's really tough to tell. So the individual things, it's like, you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. But
yeah, well, so I mean, I guess we could ask about like just the general narratives that are like the biggest lies, other than, you know, I mean, I guess obviously like you talked about the sort of the porn.
Hey, whoa.
Well, one thing that I
Hey,
did
well,
want
that's
to
what you
mention
use.
is the
Hey.
do you guys remember the like the perfectly clean Arab copy of Mein Kampf that they found in a child's bedroom, apparently?
Yeah.
With
Explain that. Just explain that a little bit more.
So
wait,
basically,
hold on.
Go
What
ahead.
language was it in?
I think it was in Arabic, wasn't it?
Damn, I didn't even know they
Yeah.
translated it.
I'll look it up. But just tell it while I do that.
But anyway, so basically the story that the Israeli government gave was that apparently they had gone into a child's room, you know, that presumably they had just destroyed or whatever. They didn't mention that.
Hello.
I guess he disconnected.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there. So let's just get a chat from Legacy Right. Lol, thank you, but no, you guys are doing this for a good thing. It's for the babies, of course. And we're actually doing pretty good right now. So yeah, thank you everybody for supporting. Hopefully we can get as close as possible to that. Okay, yeah, Ancat just has to head out for a second. Anyway, yeah, hopefully we can get as close as possible to our goal. But like we mentioned before, I mean, this is not something that just gets taken down because, again, the money is going straight to the charity. So what we can do is just leave the link up for people that, I mean, if you can't donate at this exact moment, like if you absolutely can't, I mean, it's okay. We'll leave the link up for people to keep doing it. But yeah, the goal here is to sort of raise awareness, and obviously the more money we're able to raise tonight for this, you know, obviously that's more that we're able to share around with people, saying, hey, look, we raised money for this cause, and they're going to say, wow, I mean, that must be an important cause. We're going to tell them more about the cause. Obviously, it's like it just kind of helps with that, and obviously, like all the money again going straight to the charity. So it's just more so all we're doing here, raising awareness for it. So let's see. So let me see what I can find on that Mein Kampf Gaza thing.
I think there's a lot to unpack with that, even if like ANCAT got cut off there, like just from that story, like headline alone. But
there's an article from the Jewish Star saying, what is Hitler's Mein Kampf doing in Gaza?
Wait, it's called the Jewish Star?
Well, that's what the outlet is called that released this website.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, so I'm trying to find the source for that, where they even like when they even because I know they did find it and they talked about it and try to use it as propaganda, but I'm trying to find exactly like the original to see if we can even put it on screen.
But anyway, I can continue telling.
Well, I see this one: Times of Israel, Arabic annotated copy of Mein Kampf, found among possessions of terrorist in Gaza home. And so there's a guy holding it up here, and yes, it does appear. The cover is in Arabic. Would you like me to share it? I guess I can. I can.
Well,
Yeah,
do
should
you
I-
really want to do that though?
I just don't. I don't know if that's the. I don't know. The imagery may not be the best.
Yeah,
I suppose.
it's it could be
I don't know.
clipped.
Well, YouTube allows it though. No, because it's historical. It's just a picture of the H guy.
I don't know. I mean, it's your choice,
Okay.
I guess.
How about I just read it? You want me to just read it?
You can read Arabic?
No, I'm not reading the book. I'm reading an article from the Times of Israel saying like that this was found in a terrorist home that they claim is a terrorist home. I don't know if it was even a terrorist home. Who knows? That's just the article
They're all
saying.
terrorist homes, don't you know?
Oh, right. Exactly. The children, the women, all of them. Right. And any men, if they're a military aged male, then they must be a terrorist. Let's see. So JC Armitage says, is that site symbol gold by any chance? Actually, I didn't check. I'm on a different site right now. I didn't check. I think I'll just leave it be. You can look it up yourself. I already named the website, the Jewish Star. You can go look that up.
Yeah, and Ahmed, if you check your Discord too, I sent you the image of it, like what supposedly the image of it looks like. It's like perfectly clean, like it's like perfectly straight.
I saw this on the actual. How about can we show this one? Because I mean, this is an Arabic. YouTube's not going to pick anything up. It's literally just an Arabic version of it. Now the words of the content of it may be problematic. If this were in English, I'd see a problem with it.
Maybe problematic.
But okay, we're just going to show this here because it actually is kind of important to this. Look at that. Look how clean that is. I mean, there's a little bit of wrinkle on the right over here, but I mean, come on, this is too clean of a book to say like, okay, look at how clean that sticky note is. Do you think they have sticky notes?
That's are
they getting those on Amazon or
highlighters
Walmart?
too.
Walmart? Where are you getting that?
Like maybe they do in Gaza, but like it's Gaza. Like
I mean, come on. Like let's speak realistically. Highlighters, sticky notes. I'm just saying the probability of it is lower because of these things. Not that it is impossible. Like the fact that the book isn't crumpled makes it lower. Like all the details here are just making it seem lower and lower of an actual chance to be the case. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying it's not the case. I'm just saying, come on.
A lot of Israelis, just in general, but also like when they're in the IDF, they do know Arabic. That's like a thing because of the fact that they're surrounded by Arabic speaking nations, and that their prime enemy is an Arabic speaking nation. It's kind of like, and then on top of that, they have Arabs living within their borders as well. So it's like almost not like
they could have an agent of their government be an Arab person, right?
Right. They are very familiar with the language, so it wouldn't be out of, it's not like saying, well, some German guy wrote this in it. And even if you do that, I mean, we live in a like multicultural world right now. So even if that wasn't the case, it wouldn't be impossible for someone to fake that.
Yeah, as JC's saying, it came from a war zone. Then that's quite a tidy little war zone they got there, right? I mean, it's like really like it's not even dusty, it's not dirty, it's just so clean. It looks like a book I own. It's just
whoa.
Hold on. Let's wait here.
Well, I think it's like because I could sort of maybe see them like, okay, they wipe the dust off of it. They don't want to like I don't know, for whatever reason, but I don't know, just like. Again, there might be highlighters and fucking like sticky, like orange highlighters and yellow sticky notes in Gaza, but like, are there really? Like, I don't think that's a thing. I mean, I don't think that like that's very easily accessible. I think you're lucky to like have a good library.
I mean, to add on to that, there was I brought this up on like another stream we had before, but I forget exactly when it was posted, but there was like some video of Netanyahu talking in English somewhere. I forget where exactly, but he was talking about basically how the Germans of that era were inspired because an Arab guy basically told them, hey, if you just support them, I mean, they're just going to come back, or they're going to come to us and they're going to have the same issue. So you might as well do the thing. So like right there, he's already kind of trying to connect the Germans of that era, I will say, with like the Arabs and Palestinians, which is already quite a stretch considering just how many Arabs there are, especially the ones that actually support Israel. But like they're trying to combine that, and then this kind of just adds on to that, where it's like, well, now you have already the atrocity porn coming out from Israel, and then you add that to like the number one like government that everybody universally has a negative connotation with. it's like a double whammy in that regard.
Let's see. We got mostly harmless. That looks like it's Justice's channel. Free MF Palestine. What is that? Is that what he's saying,
What?
or is it just Palestine flag emojis that aren't showing up right? I was like,
Oh,
what is he
that's
calling
probably
for a
what it
cat
is,
or
yeah.
something? You know.
Could
Is
be,
there a
yeah.
Palestine flag emoji?
Well, it
Yeah, there
appears
is.
to be that it's the case that probably in YouTube it showed up correctly, but something between Google and StreamYard just made it so that these emojis are showing as PS instead of like for Palestine instead of the actual flag. That might just be the keyword that is, or the key phrase, I guess, that is used for it in the program. So I don't know, but yes, yeah. He's saying it's Palestine flag emojis. Yep, that's what I assumed. But yeah, no, I mean he's saying free Palestine. So I don't know. You could let us know in chat. Can we expect you soon, Justice? We actually are going to hear from Back Alley Philosophy here in a few minutes. We do have Filthy Heretic, and I suppose we could let him in. We do, but we are waiting on SO. So, but how about we let Filthy Heretic in here? How's it going, man?
Am I in?
Yep.
You're in.
I'm going to be honest. I wasn't expecting to get in this early. I'm just kind of hanging out here, and I'm playing a game while I'm waiting for 7:30. So, well, 7:30 my time. I'm in Central.
Yeah, I mean, hey, like if you want to mute until like Essa
Yeah.
comes on, feel free. But yeah, we just figured we'd invite you on early if you want.
I just wanted to see how you're doing on here. I can see what we can do. Yeah, I can let you back on at 8:30 with SO if you'd like.
I'm good now.
Okay.
I'm free to chat. I'm just expressing the surprise is all.
Yeah, I just noticed you in there early, so I'm like, well, I mean, I guess he's like excited to get on. But yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing fine myself. So what are your thoughts so far? I guess, we could speak on the regular topic, but what we had going on here was the Arabic annotated copy of Mein Kampf allegedly found in the possessions of what they call a terrorist Gaza home. So are you familiar with the story?
I remember hearing about it like 2 months back. I'm having trouble recalling the date. Please forgive me.
It is this one was reported, or this article came out 12th of November 2023.
Yeah, so it's been a hot minute. So I can't recall the details, but it's very obviously another example of the IDF, putting out stuff that's blatantly, obviously propaganda in an attempt to get people emotionally invested in their particular side of the conflict, whatever that happens to be at the moment. And you can see like other stuff. I actually was listening in earlier, and you were talking about the 40 beheaded babies that turned out to be just something that just completely made up, because that's just something that they felt would get people emotionally invested. And that story in particular brings recollection in my mind about how the Gulf War was justified on the basis of getting the daughter of an American ambassador to Kuwait to testify before Congress about how Saddam Hussein's troops were going into hospitals and then taking kids off of life support.
So we also have SO in here. Sorry to kind of just get in right after you were saying that, but we also do have SO. So what's up, SO?
Yeah, what's up?
So we got the back alley in here. I will put out an announcement on that, but yeah. How you doing, SO?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I just didn't know that Heretic was already in here. Sorry about that. I was
it's all good. No, I mean we were expecting you guys at 7:30. Yeah, we were expecting you guys at 8:30. I'm getting confused with you guys' time now. But yeah, no, I was just assuming that you guys would both be on at that time, but I saw Filthy come in like 15 minutes early, so I'm like, I might as well just let him in now. I mean, I thought he was excited to speak.
Anyway, it is the Fox of Fables joining to bring some spicy takes about the Israelis.
Oh boy.
Now, how spicy do you want us to get? Do you want us to get to just the Israeli
Flaming hot
government?
Cheetos.
No, well, not flaming hot Cheetos. We want to.
We'll leave this
YouTube.
at yes.
We want to
this
stay
at the Israeli government. Okay,
but
trust me,
we do want to
flaming
talk
hot
about
Cheetos is very mild.
Well, that is true as well. That is true. So we do want to stay on YouTube, but basically, as long as you're phrasing things right, that it really shouldn't be a problem.
All right. To clarify. Absolute from both Heretic. I don't know if what Heretic made clear before I joined had already established this. Neither of us associate the Israeli government with any ethnic or religious group. In fact, that's farcical on its face because, as I pointed out earlier, the Israeli government started off as a Nazi puppet state. and literally nothing about its political economy has changed since it was established.
Can you actually go into the history of that?
Yeah. Long story short, after the collapse of Nazi Germany, basically it just, like, the EU basically just took Nazi Germany's place as far as the role it played in the Israeli government's political economy.
And even going further than that, there was a pro-Zionist organization that was actively collaborating with the Nazi Party before they even rose to power, that they were very interested in networking with for the purposes of getting the Jewish population of Germany out of Germany.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so their understanding was that, hey, you want the Jews out of Germany and into Israel? I want the Jews out of Germany into Israel. Not us specifically, of course, but that's how the Nazi Party and the Zionists collaborated. That was the basis of their collaboration. And they drew up several plans and even made various proposals to the British government, who, if you recall, were the colonial power in charge of Palestine at the time, to establish a Jewish nation, which of course got rebuffed. And when they attempted to establish these elsewhere, they would get stopped either because there were other countries that just straight up didn't want them, or because they were unable to physically leave the European continent due to a naval blockade that England had established over the entirety of continental Europe at the time.
So we did get a donation from Justice. Thank you. NCAT, is there any message on the actual? Yeah, thank you. Is there any actual message on the site from him as far as what he said when he donated?
Yeah, I just wanted to let everyone know. Yeah, so the message was just free Palestine and abolish the IOF.
But yeah, all I was going to say is that probably is more specifically what I was thinking of. But as far as the establishment of the Israeli government, yeah, TLDR, it was originally a settlement that was created in an alternative to the Madagascar plan, if anyone isn't familiar with that. But yeah, after World War II, that's basically just what happened. The EU took the place of Nazi Germany.
Establishing Israel, the first solution, says
Actually, yes.
Yes.
Literally,
yes. Actually, unironically, that was like strategically the purpose of placing the Israeli government there outside of the context of just Nazi Germany, because it being there is what has allowed NATO states to have strategic influence over the supply chains of oil in the region. And the Strait of Hormuz, which is right in the area which Israel creates a strategic proxy for, is key in distributing about 20 to 25% of the entire world's oil supply. So it always has been the major player, essentially, since oil has been the key resource in the political economy for determining which states have the most leverage over other states. Basically, also, just who has strategic control over that region.
Also, real quick, just wanted to ask you guys, NCAT and Back Alley, or like either one of you guys, would you mind like throwing announcements to the people in your Discord servers just so we could see who we can get in here? Because just like add everyone, like basically.
All right, sure.
Yeah, just ping to see, because I know, NCAT, you didn't throw that in when you first got in here, but it was because probably you were running a little bit late. But yeah, now I'm just pinging people on my Discord server, like with like at viewer tier 1. We have these people on now. I'm doing it on Twitter as well. I'm just trying to keep us rolling here. But
and, and I'm actually gonna, Esther, you mind if I type in the announcements too? I just want to encourage people, if they are going to click on the stream, and I'm not really concerned with them watching it. I think what's more important is that they actually are donating. So I'm cool with that.
I mean, watching is definitely important because I mean, like as long as they're liking and like commenting on all that does help us like in the algorithm. So at least like we'll get more potential eyes on this that could potentially donate.
I am aware that this is a donation stream, but I'm going to be perfectly upfront. I didn't really look into like who this was a donation stream for. I kind of just wanted to join to talk about the Israeli government.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I can go over it again. We're pretty much at the point in the stream where I could just do a refresher. So this is a donation stream for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, founded in 1991. Concerned humanitarians in the USA provide free medical care to thousands of injured and ill children yearly who lack local access to care within the local healthcare system. Over the years, they've sent over 2,000 effective children abroad for free medical care, sent thousands of international doctors and nurses to provide tens of thousands of children free medical care in local hospitals, and provide tens of thousands of children humanitarian aid and support they otherwise would not get. PCRF's impact also includes establishing 2 pediatric cancer departments in Palestine, a new PICU and pediatric cardiology department in Ramallah, and many more critical projects to sustainably bolster the region's healthcare system. Our foundation relies on grassroots efforts supported by a worldwide network of thousands of volunteers to fulfill their humanitarian mission. They're a volunteer-based nonprofit, so please join their efforts. Basically, all the donations are going through Tiltify. It's a payment processor, basically for not for nonprofits, and basically all the money is just going straight to them from this donation link to them. It doesn't even come through us. It's just through Tiltify, and Tiltify is just the processor. They're a trustworthy fundraising platform built to help with projects like this. Your money will be sent directly to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, a highly rated charity organization directly on the ground helping those injured in Gaza. So just please donate whatever you can.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Let's see. So we got the Legacy Right commenting here. He said it really was. The Nazis were fine with deportation. In the short comment, it wouldn't be until inheriting new Jewish population eastward and the ongoing losing war that set up the final solution. Jeez, I don't even know if I can say.
Well, that. my point in bringing that up is just to make it explicitly clear that if you are going to defend the Israeli government, according to the sort of official propaganda narrative of all the NATO states, which is that the state of Israel is interchangeable with the concept of the nation of Israel in the Bible, which means it has to be defended to defend Judaism. Well, if you're going to defend that narrative, well, there's that little inconvenient fact that you have to get over.
It basically entails that literally all of the humanitarian atrocities that Israel as a government has committed since the foundation of its existence can all be applied specifically to Judaism as a religion and thus entailed by it, which, trust me, is not a position and not a thing you want to do.
Yeah, not a road you want to go down.
I mean, I think I should mention, and it's one of the things I wanted to get to in regard to the foundation of Israel. And this is information you can look up. The founding party, the Lehi Party, they were Nazi aligned, and not just like Nazi aligned in like the late 20s or the 30s when the Nazis, weren't all murdery. They were actively trying to solicit support from the Nazi Party as late as 1944, when information about the final humbug was already starting to disseminate, and they were still trying to solicit and express support for them. So, yeah, if people do want to try to make that equivocation between Israel as the nation in the Bible, Israel as the current government that occupies the territory, and Judaism as a religion, to try to create that three-way equivocation, I would highly recommend against that. Is all I'm trying to say.
Because it's functionally a Nazi puppet state that's actively in the process of engaging in a genocide.
Mm-hmm.
I also
real quick. I was just gonna say I was reading more about that from that article about the Mein Kampf, translated to Arabic. It says, Kampf. Sorry. After the massacre and atrocities committed by Hamas terrorists on October 7th, the day on which the largest number of Jews were murdered since the Holocaust. This is another. Is that true? This is another revelation
That's a weird thing to say.
I sincerely doubt that.
This is another revelation that testifies to the sources of inspiration of the terrorist organization of Hamas and proves once again that all its actions have the same goal as the Nazis, the destruction of the Jews. The president's residence says in the statement. You know,
it's so demented.
It's a little funny, right? Like, isn't it kind of odd that at the same time as like, because I think
it's in a really macabre. Sorry,
I was just going to say the statement from Netanyahu, I believe, preceded this, right? Where he said there was a Muslim that told Hitler to basically exterminate the Jews. You know, the thing about that is, like, if that it didn't, I 100% believe that preceded it. So it's like, if that's the case, well, isn't it kind of odd that then they also find this after? It's like just so many things about this strike me as
it's funny.
Well,
it's funny, really
state propaganda.
It's funny in a really macabre sort of way, but like it's like logically, if you just look at it on its face, especially if you understand the context around the Israeli government and just the campaigns it's engaged in over the last few decades, and what it's currently doing is just demented. Seriously.
One thing that I did want to mention is I wanted to give Greg a chance to say some stuff because he's kind of in the background for the last like 20 minutes or so, and I wanted to give him like a chance to like say whatever is on like his mind or is in general.
Yeah, I guess I could add to this.
Sure.
I don't remember the exact details on it exactly, but I do recall reading or listening, it was either a video or like an article or something like that, where the Foundation of Israel, I didn't know they were actually Nazi aligned, but there were group of different like Zionist groups, like aggressively pro-Zionist, that you could like compare to I mean, they kind of were like Nazis almost, in the way that they were like Jewish supremacists in that way. And what they would do is they would conduct acts of terror against different people. And there was actually one anecdote where they would just go to like towns in the Palestine region that were Arab, and they would just light them up with like guns because they were in the wrong spot in the wrong time. Another one was something about like them blowing up a ship that was importing Jews from Europe, but the British were like, they owned Palestine at the time, and what happened was essentially that the British were deporting them back to Europe at the time, and I believe this was before the final solution was actually known. I'm not entirely sure, but regardless, the way that these groups reacted to that is that they placed a bomb on the ship and blew it up, which killed a bunch of people. But because of that, the ones that did survive managed to stay in Palestine because the British weren't going to be like, well, you still got to go back to Europe even though this thing happened. So, but yeah, that's what I put on that.
I don't really have an input on the nationality of Palestinians. I just think that the Israeli government is demented.
Basically,
agreed.
The concept of nationality I have contentions with, and I could go into those contentions if you want, though I don't think that's really relevant to the stream. Whether or not they, as an ethnic group, have a territorial claim to the area, I don't really concern myself with that dispute. It's just that, like, look, what Hamas did on October 7th, I think it's pretty uncontroversial that it was not justified, their actions, at least in regards to the invasion of that music festival. I should clarify that a lot more happened on October 7th than what we're led to believe.
Whichever freaking group is actually responsible.
Yeah, that's true. But what's worth noting is that on October 7th, a lot of Israeli military facilities along the Gaza border were raided, and what they hyperfixate on is the music festival, which, to be fair, in all fairness, that was unjustified. I agree with that, no problem. However, my understanding of what actually happened on October 7th is directly contrary to the official narrative that continues to be espoused in propaganda today, which is, like, the official narrative is along the lines of, oh, Hamas just dropped in and then just started gunning people down, rounding people up, raping women, and then just kidnapped a few more people and then left. But from eyewitness accounts on the ground, people who survived, people who were kidnapped and returned to Israel, as well as various IDF members who were actively engaging Hamas at the scene, both tank drivers and helicopter pilots, all point to the exact same picture, which is that Hamas dropped in. They weren't hurting anybody. They were actively just going around trying, specifically looking for active IDF members. And if they weren't IDF members, they left them alone. And people only started dying once the Israeli police showed up. From eyewitness accounts, they say that that civilians and non-combatants were just getting caught in the crossfire. However, the actions of the IDF once they started showing up really makes me question the crossfire thing as well. Not to say the eyewitnesses are lying, but I think that their interpretation of events might not be correct, because we have multiple Apache helicopter pilots in the IDF saying that they were ordered to use Hellfire missiles on Hamas vehicles that were fleeing back into Gaza, that the helicopter pilots, strongly suspected could be containing hostages. Now, this is consistent with, I believe it's called the Hannibal Directive, an actual Israeli IDF policy that allows, not even allows, but requires that IDF troopers shoot hostages being used by any force designated as an enemy in order to prevent them, the enemy, from being able to use the hostage as leverage. And that's consistent with that. We also have tank drivers who say something similar, where they're told to fire in buildings that may or may not have contained civilians, with multiple autopsy reports of people who died at the scene saying that the injuries are consistent with what shrapnel you would expect from a tank shell, which, as I'm pretty sure you're aware, the Hamas, or the Islamic Front, which is the other major organization operating in Hamas, we're not airdropping tanks into the music festival. I think we can all agree that wasn't happening.
So I'm sorry, what was that directive called?
The Hannibal Directive.
Okay. And also, I mean, I just wanted to interject.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I wasn't quite finished. Just that I bring that up specifically to point out that I strongly suspect, I have no proof of this, I'm just speculating, but based on the orders given to tank drivers and helicopter pilots, that IDF and police were directly ordered to fire on civilians in order to make the situation a lot more bloody and gruesome than it actually would have been had they simply not been there.
So the regular Israeli police, they just didn't care. They were just like, people more like bullet catchers. Just as long as we get Hamas. Then IDF showed up and was like, there's people that are still breathing. Got to stop that.
So I mean, and on the fact that there's eyewitness accounts. I mean, this is a very stressful situation. You are in the middle of not just an active shooting, but a conflict, right? Like a literal conflict between the armed guards of the state and this other political authority or the members of it potentially. So it's like there's a lot of
group.
Right. There's a lot of shots being exchanged. So you don't even necessarily know what's happening, right? Like you are trying to run for your life, or you're trying to get out of there. You're not just sitting there staring at it as if it's a movie, right? So I mean, yes, there can actually be lapses in your understanding of what's happening. That's not to discount the people that are saying I believe what I saw. It's I believe you believe what you saw. It's just that doesn't necessarily make your interpretation of it completely accurate.
Yeah, you don't care about who is firing. You're just trying to get out of the way of the people that are firing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's reasonable to assume that if you're in that situation and you see your friends who are obviously not Hamas getting shot, you're hearing gunshots coming from all sides. You don't know where it's coming from. You don't know who's shooting at you. You don't know if they meant to shoot at you. So you're freaking out. You're probably thinking, oh, it's crossfire, because that makes the most sense to you in that situation. So I did say this at the time I was mentioning it, but I think it is worth reiterating. I do not believe that the eyewitness accounts of this are trying to be deceptive or downplaying what's happening. I think that's just a reasonable interpretation of events as they experienced it.
Right. And I mean, also, like, I believe, like, because in their minds, they're more probably generally trusting of their government, I would assume, right? Just as people tend to be like that just because of all the propaganda they've, like, experienced throughout their lives and have been, like, subjugated to. So basically, like, these people would probably have it in their minds, like, as a default, that their government wouldn't actually be the ones gunning people down. Like, they would think, oh, they would probably only trying to be killing the attackers, right? But you know, if you're an agent of the state, that's not necessarily true, right? So, you know, people might just have like the best faith perception of what's happening, whereas the agents of the state are not necessarily aligned with that because they just follow orders.
Mm-hmm. And of course, they're
the mentality of like.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say, sorry, there must be like a slight delay or something because I didn't hear you were talking until like. It registered that I'd interrupted, but anyway, the mentality of someone who's an IDF agent is basically the same mentality that every single soldier has of every single regime because it's a brainwashing tactic. It is what I am defending is the thing maintaining my sense of self-preservation, and something that is resisting my ability to act is thwarting my sense of self-preservation and therefore threatening me. That's basically the mentality that every soldier is operating around. It's a fucking formula that's designed to basically just pathologically justify any behavior to you.
Okay, Filthy, you were going to say something?
I mean, I was kind of just going to touch on the same point that your interests as a state agent are always going to be aligned with the state because just by the nature of your profession, your sense of well-being, your sense of self, not just like I don't mean the sense of self as in your identity, but your means of survival are directly dependent on what is necessary for the continuation of that political organization. And if that continuation of that political organization happens to involve killing 250 people who didn't need to be killed, well, you open fire until you need to reload. That's just how it goes.
Okay, so we have a chat from Barakone saying, for anyone who's considering anti-Jewish sentiment in response to what's going on, recall what is the real cause of it, i.e. the system or the Templars, if you will.
You don't even really need to go into that. That's the reason why I started this by pointing out that the Israeli government was a Nazi puppet state in its inception. Mm-hmm. Because I mean, you can't make this about Judaism in any way.
The thing is, like, I think like the fact is that like Israel makes it about Judaism. They definitely like, you know, a lot of their propaganda has to do with the fact that like these people matter more than other people, like compared to at least within their proximity, like, you know, you matter more than this outsider, right? That is our neighbor.
Yeah,
and, like,
of course. But
also, they very much, well, hold on, they very much so like ingrained that like this is an ethnic thing, this is a religious thing. Like these are the things which make it so that like, I'm not saying the people themselves are the problem. I'm saying like the state is using this collectivism to essentially like propagandize people. So basically, I think like the real attack, not just, I mean, like it would be Zionism, but it would also be like collectivism. I mean, it would be the fact that like, you know, these things are being leveraged in a manner that is making people like, I mean, obviously it's turning them like essentially like against the Palestinians. It's basically making them racist and hatred filled, like bigoted, if you want to use that term, right? But like it technically is doing that to them.
Well, and that's been really the only response, is that it's created essentially the pretext for every single jihadist movement's internal propagandist model. Where it's Sharia law is framed by those groups internally as a response to the Israeli government. It's a reaction to the Israeli government's actions in the Gulf states. That's how they frame it internally. But all I was going to say is the reason why I keep bringing up the like organization internally of the Israeli government is just to make the same point that you are, that none of the people who are really running the Israeli government actually care about any sort of moral principles or any sort of like religious philosophical ideology. It's just about power, and the sole purpose and ability of the Israeli government to continue existing in that area is to be used as a proxy state, now by NATO, as a way of strategically destabilizing regions in Gulf states by allowing them to supply equipment to their militaries easily, so that supply chains can be coordinated without needing to go through political economies that are in the area, because they just conveniently happen to be destabilized by wars.
So we actually have some critical comments from Mr. Casimir. I will be putting them on the screen so that we can directly basically speak to these things, because I do feel like despite this being a donation stream and this really being about the children and like us, just trying to make sure that they have the medical attention, obviously we are making these anti-Zionist and anti-war arguments. So, I mean, I do think it is fair that we at least this is essentially what we're going after in the first place. So I will put on his comments so that we can address them, because I do feel. But
also, and I'm not exactly sure where this point was first made. I know that I'm not the first person to make this observation, but that another reason for this constant destabilization of states in the area is to make specifically to make sure that people living there are kept in a constant state of poverty, and the regions there are kept in a constant state of destitution because their infrastructure is constantly being destabilized, so that people living there are essentially barely above siege mentality, so that they're more likely to join jihadist groups, so that the cycle in essence becomes self-perpetuating, and there's constantly conflicts in the area just because of the way that NATO is operating and the Israeli government's been functioning.
Well, let me get his criticisms in and we can address it afterward. But yeah, I do appreciate you letting that be out there first before we go into this. So his first comment, he's insulting our understanding of history, but that is, the real reason I'm pulling up this comment is because he's saying, and no one can show the property maps. I mean, what is the relevance here of what a state claims to own as far as property goes? Like this guy's an ANCAP he claims to be an ANCAP. I mean, I don't even know if I want to say like he is an ANCAP or claims to be. Either way, what is your point in bringing this up? It doesn't make sense.
Our frame of reference isn't territories claimed by states. It's where oil pipelines are relative to the states
okay, he says he's talking about pipeline. Sorry to interrupt you. He says he's talking about individual property maps, but okay, so he's saying let's see, no one can show the property maps, individual property maps,
and that's not what that's not at what we're considering to be the point of emphasis here. What we're considering to be the point of emphasis here is how oil is supplied through world political economies. And the reason why that's important is because of the way that technique operates within political economies. It's used as the mechanism to ensure that proprietary power stations constantly need fuel from supply chains. So as a result of this, it's essentially the most important resource in determining how geopolitical conflicts going forward are going to be divided out, which is why I mentioned the Strait of Hormuz earlier.
Because real quick, he's saying the victimhood of quote unquote refugees depends on original property maps and the crimes committed by people who got evicted. What do you mean the crimes committed by people who got evicted, which fuels this conflict to this day? Okay, so do you believe, hold on, let me ask, do you believe it is right that Israel or the state of Israel is telling people in Palestine, because we are trying to erase Hamas from this area, that you must get up and leave from your home because we're going to bomb this area? Like, you would basically be supporting eminent domain if you believe that is justified.
Yeah, to clarify, I explicitly don't claim that the concept of nationality is valid. Because the concept of polis in Socratic philosophy isn't valid. But I can go more into that on like a different occasion, because we're roasting the Israeli government here.
Dude,
Well, and it seems like
let me just hold on. Let me just pull this up because this guy, like, he's spamming comments right now, like, as far as his arguments go, and I get it. Like, you can put as much argument as you want into like this chat, but like, seriously, like, this is just ridiculous. Without from the river to the sea land claims, Gaza would be as prosperous as Germany or Japan. Dude, are you crazy? Like, seriously?
What?
Like, what? You think that these people are not being essentially decimated? It cannot be prosperous, and you're just blaming it on the fact that there are people saying that we want to be free. And I get the whole river to the sea thing is like a charged claim, right? But I'm just saying, like, are you saying that in general, people who are saying we do not want our families killed, like, are you saying all those people, or that people that say they do not want people doing these things are the ones that are preventing you from being more preventing them from being more prosperous in Germany or Japan?
Can I finish really quick? Can I say something real quick?
I just had to say that.
Yeah, I have to say something really quick too. All I was going to say is, just to clarify, I'm not saying that Zionism or NATO is the reason that this is happening. What I'm pointing out is that's the current pretext within current geopolitical relations. But because of the role that oil supply chains play in geopolitical political planning of supply chains, that region, basically anybody who's born there since the start of the 20th century has been doomed.
Okay. Any thoughts on the panel? Like, we'll get to some more of his comments if you guys would like, because I don't know. He keeps talking about the property maps, and then he keeps saying like, basically like the essentially he's trying to get to some original property owners on this because he's saying a property analysis.
But
no, I mean, kicking people out of their house is not that is obviously an aggression on their property ownership. So it doesn't seem as if they're stealing from people by living in a house. Like, I think probably the issue here is that he's probably like basing the land claims or basing it on land claims rather than the actual like homes themselves and the things that are actually the homesteaded things, rather than like saying like, oh, well, they had like a decree that told them they own this land.
But Heretic, what were you going to say?
Okay, so I'm going to try to break this guy down as thoroughly as I know how. So it sounds like my understanding of his comments within his own internal reasoning is on the basis that Palestinians in general have no ability to demonstrate via what he calls a property map. Basically have no ability to produce property titles that demonstrate a easily demarcatable land claim. And thus they have no ability to claim that any of the land that is currently being bombed, taken, sieged, or occupied, or have anything done to it, is able to be done. As such, what's going on with Israel doing what it's doing is not unjustified. That's distinguished from justified, by the way, just to be clear. And that they brought this upon themselves just for the simple fact that the river to the sea comments and the constant saber rattling, as well as the presence of various paramilitary groups within Gaza, demonstrate a constant threat to the property claims and the property titles of various people living in Israel at this current moment. Now, I'm just going to go into why that's freaking nonsensical. So, first off, your claim is based entirely on the assumptions that property titles as a concept are valid, which it's not. So I'm just going to put that simply. The idea is that a property title is only able to be defended by any sort of political organization that exists to defend it. Which, if you are an ANCLAP, which you claim to be, you can't really defend property titles. Did I say ANCLAP?
Yeah.
My brain's going. Sorry, my brain's going like a million miles a minute.
I like that.
So, so if you're
clapping him.
Yeah. So, and with that understanding, it's also just worth noting that, as explained before by Esso, the existence of Israel as a geopolitical buffer, again, not only against rivalrous claims to the vast resources and what are they called? The supply chains that move through the regions of probably one of the most significant and strategically useful resources on the planet. Not only a buffer against other political organizations making rivalrous claims to those, but also as a means of being able to exert a military presence within the region. This necessarily means that, well, I mean, the best way to sum it up is that Israel is to NATO and the United States what North Korea is to China. You're basically just a giant military base for a larger, more powerful foreign power. And
Kat,
the idea, sorry, I wasn't quite finished.
Sorry.
And I just can't help but think that the idea that somehow that the nation of Israel as it currently exists today, not wanting to secure supply chains domestically within what it claims to be its own territory, and it's doing what it's doing as a means of being able to maintain its own existence, somehow would not occur if a bunch of people in land that they've been forced into as a result of, well, what's the term for those? Fatwas that have occurred in the past, where the Israelis have just gone in, kicked them out of their homes, and then just like forced them into these open air concentration camps, these prison camps, somehow would not occur if they just weren't chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I mean, I'm not stupid. And honestly, that kind of thing gets me the impression that honestly, that this person either doesn't understand the situation whatsoever or is actively being dishonest. I would not be surprised if they are just regurgitating Israeli propaganda.
I mean, another problem here, less directly, but more holistically with your general framing, is that you're applying a moral dimension to the concept and prospects of war. I mean, just consider what war is. It's governments, organizations having a turf dispute over either supply chains, over regions claimed as territory, or simply because one of them needs to cull off a few million of their population because of the shrinking markets problem. I mean, I don't really know what sense in which you could even frame this in the context of morality. It's a horrible thing that exists because governments exist, and as long as governments exist, they will continue to happen.
So yeah,
I did mean Nakba. That's correct. Fatwa was something else. I'm just getting my terms mixed up.
Yeah, fatwa is when there's like a call to kill someone. It's like an Arabic thing. Now,
one thing I did.
Wait, hold on. Well, I guess you are going to get into Casimir's arguments here. Now, he's saying that he's like we're straw manning him, but like he is just saying like spamming like a claim without substantiating it or without like talking about why he believes that to be the case, and then assuming that we're just like assuming what he's talking about because of that. So it's like, Casimir, if you want to make a claim about something, like be more clear with it. Don't just start like spamming a bunch of comments about why you believe that's the case. It's not as if you're like here talking, but real quick, I know well, I guess Esso has something to say, but I was going to let Ancat
very quickly. Yeah, okay. My comment was going to take 5 seconds. Like, just completely ignore the prospect of nationality and ignore that framing of this. It's literally a forced relocation program, and that's assuming that everything goes the way the Israeli government is saying that, in their propaganda pretext, they want it to. And we all know that's not how it's going to play out.
Well,
okay,
I'm just
so he's saying that he's limited bandwidth, and then apparently and there was no need to name call you. Jesus, like what is wrong with you, man? Honestly, like worst faith debater, because like he just comes in already like insulting our intelligence and stuff, like not even like trying to make an argument for his case. Like at first, like he's trying to simultaneously do both to like upset us, and then also like try to like not even try to prove us wrong, just try to like give his claim and just assert it's right without actually giving. He's saying he can't lick evidence, but like, you can make an argument for something without necessarily having to link an article substantiating your claim.
Now, I think my read on him was actually dead on, because it sounds like, at least from what you're describing, that he's gotten defensive.
He's emotionally invested in the Israeli-Palestine conflict because he's took the bait of the culture war framing, and he thinks that he has to defend the Israeli government to own the libs, which he by extension associates with the neo-reactionary position on politics. That's how it happened. Guarantee.
Well, I'm more confused than anything because he just said in one of his comments that he's not claiming that Israel has a right to exist, but like I'm just confused because one of the earlier comments that you said when you first started texting in the chat was how many attacks do villagers get to carry out against an agorist until he denies them property claims? Like, who's denying anyone property claims? Like, dude, I don't like, we have nothing against you here, but I mean, I just am. I'm just confused about like what your argument is here.
I'm not even sure what you're responding to.
You keep saying we're strawmanning him over and over. He's like, you're strawmanning my argument. We're reading out your argument and then responding to it. Geez, like, what do you want from us?
We're just wasting our breath.
I know.
Yeah, I think it's best to
just move on.
Him.
I know.
I say we treat him like
treat
him like an Israeli intelligence asset and just completely disregard everything he has to say.
Okay, Fed.
Yeah, I thought it was appropriate because like,
that's a funny response, but seriously, this only exists for the purpose, basically, of derailing like the narratives of conversations. That's exactly it. I'm not saying that this person is a Fed. They're probably not. In fact, I think I've seen them on fucking Discord before. But
yeah, he joined my server, and then like he did do a lot of bad faith arguing, even though he claims that's not the case. Like, yeah. I mean, he goes straight, not just for like insults, but he does go straight for like, just like not even kind of like accepting your argument and like then analyzing it and then responding to that. He just kind of like talks past you a lot of the time and refuses to address what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think he's an Israeli intelligence asset, but if he was, this is the sort of rhetoric they'd be employing to derail conversation. So.
Yeah,
the framing that Heretic was describing as far as how you should treat shit like this when it's just very obviously emotionally invested, that is appropriate because it will just become entirely pathological at a certain point, and you're not going to get anywhere because that's not the reason the person is responding.
Okay, so we do have Knomad in here. I don't know if you want to go by anything else, but that's what your name is on here. So we will. You have an icon there you can get in. We'll get you on. Just looking to get his profile icon on there, or something. It's just a blank thing right now.
Yeah. So, anyways, there is one thing I actually did want to say before the Israeli intelligence asset derailed the conversation, which is that I actually disagree with a lot of the claims that I've heard regarding Zionism being the primary cause of Israel's actions in the ongoing conflict. Now, is Israel's parliament and prime minister Zionists? Like, is the Zionist party currently in power? Sure, I can believe that. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's likely. But whether or not, like, literally every member of parliament and every member of the Israeli government was is Zionist is not terribly important, because just for the points that we've brought up before, where their organization and their ability to maintain themselves is dependent on them being able to cull the population, just for the simple fact that it's a lot less resource intensive to monitor and control smaller numbers of people.
Yeah,
you can hire less prison guards if you have less prisoners, right?
Yeah, governments always remember that. Governments are organizations that look at managing people's lives the way that you look at playing a game of tower defense. Why are you applying a moral dimension to this?
So we actually have Knomad with the profile picture. We got him in here. Let's hear from him. How you doing, Knomad?
I'm chilling. What's up with you?
Not much. Are you taking a look at what's happening in the chat here right now, in this live stream chat?
Yeah, I was trying to. I actually The guy you're arguing with, I don't think all his comments are showing up in the YouTube chat for me for some
It might be
reason,
that you're
so
you're on top chat only. You have to switch to all chats.
I wasn't seeing it on all chats either, actually. So I'm not
Okay.
sure why it's showing up for you guys, but not everyone else.
That wouldn't make. I mean, maybe it's because of spam or something, and maybe StreamYard for some reason is accepting it, even though YouTube like just doesn't want to display it anymore, just because he's like messaging so much.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I see a lot of them in there. I don't
Anyway.
think there's any missing.
What's up, Knomad? Haven't seen you in a while.
What's up? It's been a while.
Yeah,
anyway, if
I'm
you
just
wanted
happy
to-
to see everybody here again.
Yeah, it's actually nice having us all here. Now, Nomad, if you do want to address anything, you saw there, if you'd like, I mean, we're pretty much almost moved on at this point, but if there is anything you're itching to just talk about, or if in general, if you'd like to make a statement about it, you can go ahead.
Well, I mean, I couldn't see all the comments, but obviously I think it's kind of ridiculous to say that, it's justifiable to evict refugees because you don't think they have property claims. I don't think that's how any of this really works.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and like from the perspective of, I guess he's trying to like pit it from like a legal framework. Okay. So like basically like my question here is like, does the state have just like this legal authority to be enacting this? Like, is this because I mean, I guess like the ideal land cap vision is like there's arbitration firms and all that. So what, like now the state, just because it has this monopoly, like it's able to define who is able to have a home and not based on what it believes are the justifiable reasons for that. Like what happened, in history for this to, in their eyes, be justified?
No, you got to understand it's actually because the net taxpayers of the state of Israel are able to exercise a collective property claim that also extends to Palestinian houses. So
Actually,
you're
insane.
not a real libertarian.
Actually
I guess
insane.
This whole time I wasn't. This whole time I was a fake libertarian.
Yeah, this is why, and
You're as
I'm
bad
not.
as a
I'm not
communist,
really.
actually.
This is all I'm going to say about this here, but this is why I am at this point just completely disillusioned with the libertarian movement, and that's going to influence some of the back alley's future plans. That's all I'm going to say about that for now. Wink, wink.
Anarchist without adjectives. Let's go.
Oh no, we're well beyond anarchist without adjectives.
How do you go beyond that?
You'll see.
Yeah.
But all we're going to say is that we've ascended.
I suppose that was going to be the terminology used for that. Greg, are you still here, man? You haven't talked in a while. I don't know if you've got anything.
Just been watching the fireworks.
Have you enjoyed it?
I'm entertained.
Bro thrives on this stuff. He loves this. Remember, well, I guess I won't point it out right now, but I mean, you remember seeing the whole Discord disagreements, right?
On what in particular?
With the same person that has been putting a lot of messages in this chat.
No, I can't. His name is familiar, but I'm not really drawing
okay
a connection there. I'll have to see him
Israeli
again.
intelligence asset.
Anarchist without pronouns.
Boy, where we're going, we don't need pronouns.
Okay, so I guess we could talk more about just some of the questions we have here. Well, I mean, the next one I had listed, what is the property rights argument when it comes to the war in Gaza currently? That's kind of relevant, right?
Yeah.
What claim or there is no property argument that I can see in the context of this conflict other than that the property claims that otherwise could emerge in a way that could actually be defended and justified are prevented from emerging just by the sheer fact that governments exist. But you might have noticed that the framing of my statement, this is not specific to this conflict. It just means that governments exist.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see the property rights perspective of this. The Israeli government is just purging a large chunk of the people that live in the Gaza Strip. Okay, that's kind of all there is to it.
I mean, unless the state of Israel is trying to make a property claim on the lives of every single Palestinian in the Gaza Strip, and then just trying to dispose of their own property, which I mean, if you want to justify slavery, you're free to do that. Israeli shills, But if you're an actual person with a conscience, I'm pretty sure you can recognize the problems of that pretty quickly. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, Israel, as SO said, is just engaging in genocide.
See, I was going to ask that. Like, you think it's appropriate to call it this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an open forced relocation program that's directed at people specifically based on ethnicity. So
if this doesn't qualify as a genocide, I'm not sure what would.
If that doesn't,
this was something Ahmed and I were discussing earlier. I mean, we agreed on that. I just wanted to see where everyone was at on that.
Again, like I said in chat earlier, if that doesn't qualify as a genocide, then the Holocaust doesn't qualify as a genocide.
Now, I can tell that people are going to try to make the claim that there is a distinction between genocide and ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing being differentiated in the sense that you're forcibly relocating people, and forcible relocation does not necessarily mean extermination. Extermination, like genocide, does entail ethnic cleansing, of course, but the two are still separate and distinct.
Well, first of all,
what's happening right now that qualifies it as genocide is that Gazans are still not allowed to leave. They're not being relocated. They're just being relocated to other places in this open air prison that they've been kept in for like decades now. And not only are ongoing bombing campaigns continuing at this very minute, but also their food supply is still restricted. Their water supply, to the extent that it still exists, is now more toxic than ever after Israel started flooding the sewers and stuff with seawater, which of course goes straight into the reservoirs, which makes the water that was already like 97% undrinkable even more undrinkable. Aid is highly, highly restricted to the extent that it can't get in at all, and it only comes in through the Rafah crossing, which is the Egyptian border. And to say nothing of like all of the starvation, malnutrition, disease, and dehydration that people are undoubtedly dying from. I remember seeing like just a week ago that the death toll in Gaza has risen all the way up to 30,000. And although that's a pretty significant number, I think that's way, way, way lower than what it actually is. That might just be people who were killed by Israeli bombs and the IDF is gunning people down at random. I don't think that's going to count people who have been buried alive and then die due to exposure, people who die of disease, malnutrition, all the other stuff that's only tangentially related to what's going on. Point is, you're seeing a slow motion extermination, and I am very comfortable calling it a genocide.
Yeah, I mean, you're approaching this from a legal perspective, this Casimir guy. So I just want to point out that even approaching from that perspective, I myself would not. Well, that puts you in a pretty uncomfortable position because, as I pointed out, it's pretty clearly an example of a forced relocation program, which is considered an act of genocide by the Geneva Convention. But that's not the case that I would consider this to be an act of genocide under. I would just consider this to be an act of genocide centered around the fact that it is a state strategically targeting a chunk of the population based on either their internal culture or an ethnic characteristic and purging them because of that.
And not to mention that their justification for doing so is on the basis of a goal that is obviously designed never to be achieved. They want to, their stated reason for doing so is wanting to eradicate Hamas, which is nonsense because they haven't gone after the Hamas leaders who are in Qatar right now. And they know they're in Qatar because every time that there's ceasefire talks or there's like any kind of negotiations going on, Israeli negotiators talk with the Hamas officials in Qatar. They know they're there. They see their faces. They know where they live. And it's like they're going after probably the one place on earth where Hamas isn't.
Yeah. And I mean, it's very intentional, right? I mean, like, there you see Netanyahu especially trying to like dehumanize like, I mean, literally, like we've talked about this, like these people, because he even says like, oh, well, a Muslim influenced Hitler. Like, I mean, we're going to keep repeating it because it's what he used as the fucking propaganda, right? He's saying like, they were influenced by Muslims to actually kill the Jews, and like they're really trying to make it seem like these people cannot stay here, like these people cannot be a like exactly where they are because they're the problem. And I talked earlier before you guys were here about like outgroup and the fact that like they're trying to essentially like make it to be that they're one big collective and the other one's one big collective, and that big collective is threatening this big collective, which is Israel. And so, I mean, it's very intentional in how they're doing it. And even like with the book that we took a look at where it's like Mein Kampf in Arabic, it's literally that they do not want these people here on this land. It's not the fact whether they control the land or not. It's very easy for them to do that if they really want to. It's the fact that these people are living on the land and it's not their people that are living on the land is the thing that they make this issue about. And so it just becomes clear. It's like, well, what else could it really be at that point?
Well, just consider this for just an instant. I was actually watching when you were talking about that book and how it's suspiciously unblemished.
Right.
And I just can't help but think to myself, suppose, just humor me for a moment, that book actually is what Israeli propaganda says it is, and not just some random Arabic book with Mein Kampf cover on it, or it actually is just, or it is just like something that they planted specifically to reinforce their propaganda point, which is what I believe is going on. But just suppose for a moment that it's legit. That's an actual book in a Hamas member's house that they found. Therefore, 2.5 million people have to die.
Yeah, and children. You have to kill children because of this.
Well, something I'd like to point out is, well, the organizational perspective, like the interest that the Israeli government and then by proxy NATO has in carrying out this campaign. Well, I think it's pretty obvious. Just look at where the Gaza Strip happens to be relative to that pesky Golan Heights region that a lot of oil supply chain development has been conducted around in the last couple of years. And by the way, there have been bombing campaigns carried out in the border between on the Syrian side of Israel and Syria around the Gaza Strip region. And just nothing's been done about that, and nobody talks about that.
There's also been a lot of Israeli airstrikes done against Lebanon, even 50 kilometers into Lebanon, which I believe is around 26 miles.
But just the fact that this is happening on the Syrian and Lebanese side of the border, which are in the Golan Heights region, suggests to me that really this forced relocation is more about development in that area for the purpose of controlling supply chains. That's ultimately what this looks like to me.
So is anybody else interested in giving a take on this? Knomad or Greg? Anybody? And Kat?
Not really.
But that's exactly why I don't apply a moral dimension to war, because ultimately when you get down to it and you state it very bluntly, what it always comes down to, and the motivation for it is always, the state needed to exterminate a few 100,000 to 1 million people because of the shrinking markets problem, or because they needed supply chains for that GDP. And it's just really freaking disgusting. And even though, I'm very familiar with how it works, so unfortunately I got to talk about it a lot. But yeah, it's definitely not something I try to get morally invested in.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. And Kat, you were fighting for your life over there.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just replying to some of the shit
I
that
know.
he's saying.
It's not that like serious or anything. I'm just saying like you've been pretty preoccupied with that.
Well, I'm just like confused because it's like, okay, he's saying that an individual Arab that directly aggressed cannot own anything, not even their home or body. Like what?
Copy and
So like
paste.
if I steal like wait, so like
Argumentation ethics be like.
So like if I steal a candy bar, like can someone shoot me? Like I don't know. What if I try to punch someone and then no longer I'm punching them?
This reminds me of nuclear bomb versus coughing baby.
You breathe 2 feet of oxygen inside of the border of my land. When you were 3 years old, now you're my slave for the rest of your life.
Who would win, nuclear bomb or coughing baby?
It's very simple, really.
He's saying that he's not saying directly but deadly. So okay, fine. Are you like literally arguing that if someone initiates violence against you and like let's say I don't know for some reason they try to kill you, how does that make their previous property claims no longer legitimate? That's kind of the problem here. And again,
Cat. This guy's a pedophile apologist.
You're putting way too much thought into this.
Yeah, you like unironically, it's like you can like you take this to its logical conclusion. There is literally nothing that cannot be justified on the basis of this guy's reasoning. So
well, yeah, but here's why I extended this to the candy bar.
He's a pedophile apologist. You don't need to reply to him.
That's the problem. Sorry.
I was just gonna really quickly say is like the reason why I was applying it to the candy bar issue is because like here's the thing, like why would that only apply to someone using deadly force? I mean, technically, if someone's stealing against you, like a candy bar, they're employing a certain amount of force. So like it seems like your standard here is just completely arbitrary, dude. And you're calling like us fake like libertarians or like what? Like I'm not calling people who advocate like punishment theory fake libertarians, but you're claiming that because we don't think that if you have a right to property, you lose like everything just because you initiate aggression. Like that just seems stupid, dude.
I don't see a reason to.
It's not just you. Your entire
entertain his. I don't see a reason to entertain his delusion.
Yeah, it's just
one more thing too.
All I was gonna say is I don't know. It's been literal years since I've like seen societies from the perspective of political ideology. So is this normal to other people? Because this just really seems bizarre to listen to from my perspective at this point. Like actually fucking delusional.
I actually do spend a lot of time trying to understand how people work or how people think within their own internal reasoning. It's a process that I refer to as understanding. And the answer is yes.
I mean, I understand mechanically how political ideology works. I'm just looking at the current version of the propaganda model because I'm completely just like tuned out of most political media and reading what political ideology and its current manifestation looks like. It looks like just actual fucking schizophrenia, like actually just insane. Like I don't see how people follow this. I don't think people are following this. I think it's just sort of the psychological siege mentality.
Yeah, and just one of the things that I want to comment on is like no one like there are even multiple ANCAPs who do argue that like only restitution is justified. That's not and again like you're accusing me of strawmanning you, but you're calling me like a pacifist. That's not a pacifist position. You have the right to defend yourself and take your property back. We're just arguing that the property you've legitimately owned peacefully, like let's say you peacefully build a house, me questioning how trying to kill someone has anything to do with what like the legitimacy of your ownership to that house. It just seems lunacy to me.
Yeah, what's the dichotomy? Like, why is there a dichotomy there between either a property title being enforced or just no one doing anything? What is this?
Yeah, and then just one more thing, just to like cap it off, is just that like okay, I mean we can again like debating this I feel like is getting off topic, but just one thing is like I'm just confused like how you're tying this into the current conflict here, because like are you like what specifically are you arguing in relation to? Okay, so Hamas attacks some people, they lose the right to homestead any property. Let's say like all Hamas agents lose the right to acquire any property. They can't own anything, etc. How does this relate to the conflict and like what we're saying here? Because I think we're in agreement that the states are illegitimate in interfering with that. So what's your issue here?
He does not agree with you on that. He does not agree with you. Dispel that from your understanding of his own internal reasoning immediately. He claims that's what he wants. I'm sure that's what he earnestly believes to himself, that's what he wants. But he does genuinely believe that political organizations are a legitimate vehicle by which property norms can emerge.
Yeah, but I see that we're getting just sort of off topic, and I understand why we're getting off topic responding to this, because I mean, it's kind of like straightforwardly from where we are. It doesn't really seem like at face value there's much to work with. Israeli government carrying out a genocide. Okay, that's terrible. I can't wait till governments aren't a thing anymore. But no, I mean, the main reason that I wanted to come on here and what I wanted to discuss was the broader implications of this in the NATO BRICS sort of stage building that we're seeing if we look outside of the context of Israel and see what's happening, broadly.
Yeah.
And that's actually the reason why I chose to frame this around supply chains and not borders.
Yeah, so Casimir, just to let you know, it's I think we're just gonna move on from this discussion. I mean, I appreciate you coming on and discussing and stuff, but I think we are just gonna move on, all right? So yeah. Just for the sake of staying on topic. So
yeah.
But yeah, did you want to get into more of that, just in general? Did Knomad or Greg have anything to say?
All right.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if you guys have ever heard of the archaeological theory of property rights. This really cool new theory I've heard about from Zionists, where if you're part of the same ethnic group, where there's archaeological evidence that your ethnic group lived there thousands and thousands of years ago, you actually have a property claim to that land, and you can automatically just ethnically cleanse everyone who currently lives there.
Well, as a libertarian, I want to sign up for this. Where can I sign up?
That is
on the APAC website.
Straight up.
Okay, guys,
straight up.
Donate to APAC instead.
That is straight up just Nazi ideology, though.
Yeah.
Guys, let's wrap it up. We lost.
Well,
Bro, just one more thing. He's saying that I fear him.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's not even at this point. There's really no point anymore.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
I'm just gonna put this simply. What's his name again? I don't really.
No,
care,
don't even
I
care.
Trust him.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Just we'll get it back on
really
topic.
quick.
Sorry.
Can I get his name real quick though?
Just look in the chat.
I can't.
Oh, okay.
Casimir or something.
Yeah.
Or something.
Casimir, you're a pedophile apologist.
Jesus.
Okay, guys.
Right.
Don't go that far. Come on, man. Just.
It's not,
I am very comfortable calling him a pedophile apologist.
Okay. Well. Anyway, let's just steer it back on topic. What about the incentives of states that you guys want to talk about?
I don't tend to go there, but you can go there with any proponent of political ideology.
I'm sorry, what was the question, Ancat?
Just just steering back the conversation about what you guys wanted to talk about with regards to the current conflict and the incentives of states.
Oh, between NATO and BRICS, it just set up for World War III. Heretic, you want to start off?
Well, yeah. I mean, right now the BRICS countries, which is Brazil, Russia, India. I doesn't actually stand for Iran. It stands for India, China, and South Africa and it's a bunch of other countries. They have formed their own economic and military alliance, BRICS, And right now, they are making quite a lot of geopolitical strategic moves to subvert the ability for NATO and NATO affiliated countries to continue to maintain their respective organizational models. Now, this is, of course, coming to a head where a lot of proxy wars have currently kicked off. Russia and Ukraine being a particularly prominent example, though admittedly Russia's not very much of a proxy, and Israel and Gaza situation is very much a proxy war. And this is, of course, escalating, and we alluded to this earlier, where where Israel is currently engaging in airstrikes in Syria and Lebanon, despite the fact that their stated intention is to go after Hamas, which they believe to exist entirely within the Gaza Strip, which we and they know not to be true. But there's also, like, just yesterday, I saw an article about a region in Moldova. Yeah, sorry, I don't really encounter this country very often, so pardon me if I'm not recalling their name. But they have a region, like, right on the border of Russia that is very, very interested in breaking away from Moldova and becoming its own independent entity under the protection of the Russian military. And not too long ago, the United States actually came out with a sentence, not a sentence, but like a statement condemning this and saying, like, oh no, you better stay. Otherwise we're gonna bring democracy to this breakaway region of Moldova.
You better
because guess what? We just found oil. I don't think there's actually oil there. I'm just giving an example of something that the United States could definitely do.
I mean, I don't know why they even pretend that there isn't this obvious strategic maneuvering between two obvious geopolitical axes of states. They may as well admit it because everybody can see it. It's just kind of foreboding because everybody knows what that means by implication.
And we know that everybody knows this just for the simple fact that the moment that the Ukraine conflict kicked off and the moment that the Israel-Gaza situation kicked off, one of the most prominent and common search queries on Google was, how do I avoid the draft? People have an understanding that if stuff starts going down and things escalate, and they are escalating, but escalate to the point where the United States gets involved, that things are just going to keep going up and up and up in terms of armed conflict until eventually the United States brings back the draft. And of course they want to do that because it's a lot easier to manage smaller populations. So what better way to do that than to get a good old-fashioned war going to cull off a bunch of the undesirables?
And then on top of that, there's also the fact that political economies are just straight up collapsing on a global scale right now, and it's particularly noticeable with commercial real estate.
Oh yeah, I mean, just today I saw an article about this Canadian pension fund that owns a building in New York City. They sold their building for $1.
Yeah, so it's gonna get really bad. So I just, everybody needs to get prepared for that sort of mindset for, I don't know, the next generation or so.
Keep in mind also that it's not just like limited to the United States in terms of collapse. You can see something very, very similar. In fact, in real estate happening in China right now, where ever since like 2019, their entire real estate sector has just been in free fall and total collapse. And since like real estate's like 70% of their GDP, it's not good.
Yeah, so it's looking like the beginning of the 21st century high technology version of the beginning of the 20th century. Great, I hate it.
Pretty much. It's like that meme that we were showing around, at least in the back alley, a couple months back. I really wish I weren't living through a major historical event right now. Because let's be honest here, nobody wants to deal with World War III unless you're a political actor. In which case, well, I mean, political actor at this point is a byword for sociopath. But the point is, like, anyone who isn't evil doesn't want to deal with World War III. But that, by their actions, is what's necessary for political organizations to be able to persist. They're trying to make claims on resources and supply chains that are currently under the jurisdiction of other states that are currently members of an economic and military alliance that is rivalrous to NATO, and vice versa. So, just by sheer economic necessity, because these political organizations need these other supply chains in order to maintain themselves, there is going to be a war. How soon that's going to be, when it's going to be, what steps are going, or how it's going to escalate, and to what significance it's going to escalate, I can't possibly predict. If I were, I wouldn't possibly be on the stream right now. I'd be making sports bets full time.
All right, so we're going to get some chats here. We have Baracone saying, even by those archaeological standards, I'd argue both Palestinians and Israelites have a homesteading / property claims to the Levant. So even by their own awful standards, they're wrong. STFU normies.
Well, there you go. But yeah, just I don't really have much to add on to what you were saying, what Heretic was saying necessarily. But
so we have another comment saying, why can't Israel / Palestine as a whole be like Yafo?
I don't know what Yafo is.
But the Israeli-Palestine conflict interests me for its broader significance in the dispute between NATO and BRICS, and just adding on to a little bit what Heretic was saying. None of us are trying to state exactly how this will play out, but here's roughly what will happen. It will get to the point where, in order for one of their political economies, their sort of the supply chains either NATO or BRICS controls, for their central banks to continue coordinating, in order for those states to continue functioning internally, it will get to the point where one of those states is going to need to seize territory that is key to either NATO or BRICS. And that is when it will start.
My bad. I didn't know I was cutting you off there. I found Jaffa, which is an ancient Levantine port city founded by the Canaanites that is now part of southern Tel Aviv, Israel. That's what I found. Looking it up. Let's see. I wonder if it's because they're molding over their proxy battles.
Molding of, it's a play on Moldova.
Yeah,
it's possible.
We have JC saying, think a draft in the U.S. could cause civil / revolutionary war 2.0.
Not necessarily, but I was researching geographic and census data recently, and I realized that I'm starting to take the sort of narrative that like Tim Pool has been promoting a bit more seriously from a completely different perspective. That I think it is very likely, because of how different certain regions are as far as their political economies from one another, and how there's certain regions of the US that internally have the infrastructure to function independently. Primarily the West Coast is what I'm looking at, that to function independently from the federal government, and the federal government also has a direct incentive to cut them off because of how dependent they are financially on the federal government. I think it's very likely that on the West Coast, like there may be a disputed territory within the US that this sort of secessionist narrative that's been peddled through the state's propaganda narrative over the last couple of years has been trying to normalize. I think that that's going to happen. A state is going to become a disputed territory, or a part of the U.S. is going to become a disputed territory. And either the Russian or Chinese government is going to back the party that is claiming to be the government of the disputed territory, and that'll cause a civil war in the U.S.
So some more chats.
There's a very strong likelihood that that will happen.
A building for a buck JFC. Let's see. Wait, why don't I see Bakaron's comments in chat? I don't know. Are you on top chat or are you on live chat? I don't know. People are saying they're having problems seeing. Like I know Knomad was saying that as well, that he's having problems seeing the chats.
And
so I don't know.
But yeah, I came to that conclusion just looking at like strategically, like the way U.S. cities were divided and how supply chains would be coordinated. The West Coast is basically a perfect place for this to happen. Just the entirety of California, Oregon, and Washington State. But another thing that's actually already happened that kind of leads me to suspect that BRICS may already have plans in motion for this are two factors. First of all, that the Russian government recently rescinded the purchase of Alaska from, I think, 1865. I'm not sure off the top of my head what year that happened. And that would make sense actually from a strategic perspective because of how many mining operations are in Alaska, but also if that were to be planned out. I'm not exactly saying that it is the West Coast necessarily, but I if it's going to happen anywhere, I suspect it'll probably be those three states and maybe Alaska just because of this. But there's little bits of evidence that lead me to suspect there's already plans in motion. But just as far as the internal function of the U.S. government, I just can't see the states on the West Coast functioning internally for that much longer. So there may be a need for that to happen.
So I just wanted to throw out a reminder there for, this is a donation stream, guys. We're doing this for charity. We got our donation total at the bottom, and yeah, just give whatever you can, as long as you feel comfortable giving money, as long as it's within your financial abilities. We're not asking you to give more than you can, but as much as you can would be very much appreciated, because again, this is for children. Whatever your position on the, let's see, we got an updated total of 295 that I got to update here. Thank you so much, guys, for this. Yep. We're almost at that 300 mark. We're like right about there, and if anything, that's like nearing the third of our donation goal. We're doing good. Okay.
I donated another 50 or whatever. So
okay.
All right, sweet. But yeah, this is the first time I've really gotten the chance to mention anything about that. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I definitely agree that that probably would be a divide that's going to happen.
Well, and what I mean by the infrastructure on the West Coast being perfect is the fact that the political economies in the area are already structured around the major population centers. The major population centers are already coastal cities, and the supply chains are also structured around the major population centers in all three of those states.
Yeah, and Tim Pool keeps saying it's like left versus right. It's going to be a red state versus blue state, and I know he's saying that it's not going to be exactly like on the Mason-Dixon line, but still, I don't even think it would be like even like states actually and when I say that I mean like state level government. I don't see it breaking up so cleanly. The state's going to let go of centers, an economic center if it needs to or something.
It's not going to be ideological. It's going to be economically divided, and that's the region which makes the most sense just looking at the current state of the political economy.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was presented that way, because that's how a lot of things are like that. It would probably be some Republicans saying oh, well, we do need to secede for these reasons or something, or Democrats, they'd basically be saying well, yeah, we see that it's time to do this. It's for the good of these people and all that. But that, And they may believe that too. I don't know, but it really wouldn't be just because they're saying this that this is going to happen. I mean, there's like this whole Texit thing right now, and you don't actually see that like taking place. It seems like that more is just like political rhetoric actually happening.
Well,
like,
and here's the reason why the U.S. government would fight a war over it: Silicon Valley and Microsoft, as well as SpaceX and every other major telecom and like fucking, I think Lockheed and Boeing are based out of Seattle too. Like there's all of the GovCo military manufacturers in the area as well. Basically, there's a lot of resources the U.S. government can't afford to lose simultaneously in those regions that they would be willing to fight for. I almost guarantee it.
So I had to step out like earlier for a little bit. I was listening to the stream on my phone, but I kind of wanted you to go over like, okay, so you're drawing a connection between this conflict and what's going on with BRICS?
Yeah, because currently NATO states and BRICS are maneuvering for strategic control over territories, because as of right now, they're trying to gain definitive leverage over one another before they start a war on I don't know exactly how that will start, but it will definitively start at some point, because they have sent 2 definitive central banks controlling all of the states that are part of the NATO and BRICS alliance. That's the thing essentially that defines them.
But I thought Indians like Israel.
But no,
it's real though.
But just what I was going to say is, so the thing, in order to continue a administered price scheme, which is required for a fiat currency, states need to continue, they need to continue the inflationary debt cycle. It's basically a Ponzi scheme on a society-wide scale, as you know. I don't really want to get too into it, right, which is why I'm being brief. I've talked about it before on stream in greater detail. I suppose anybody who wants to know more about it can just message me afterwards or watch one of the streams we did. But yeah, just, I guess, digressing and I lost my train. I lost my train of thought. Darn it.
Just having to do with BRICS and Israel.
Yes. Okay. So the broader role that the broader problem here is that it's going to get to the point, and it already kind of has, where in order for one central bank to continue existing, because inflationary cycles are like Ponzi schemes and they need more resources to continue being fed into them in order for the debts to not default, inevitably it's going to get to the point where one of the geopolitical blocks is going to need to seize territory controlled by another that's key for managing one of their supply chains, in order for them to gain strategic control of a supply chain for their central banks, debts to not default. Basically, it's going to get to a situation where there's going to be a zero-sum conflict between both of the central banks, where the states that are being managed by one are going to need to seize territory controlled by another, and the result of this is going to be an inevitable conflict where one is going to need to continue existing, and by doing so is going to need to destroy the other or absorb the other.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, like, you're speaking, I understand that it is going to be pretty broad because you can't tell exactly what they're doing, but
yes, I know that I'm speaking very broad, and I'm sorry, but if there's anything you want clarified, just specify.
Well, I'm wondering what you're saying, like, is strategically happening here, specifically, like, as it relates to Israel.
As it relates to Israel, I brought up the Golan Heights because there's been there's been land developments there for the purpose of a supply chain that's going to run. I don't remember exactly what states through, but basically it's going to go south through the Gulf states into like Lebanon, through the Gaza Strip, into and then south into Egypt and into the Strait of Hormuz, which is greatly beneficial for obviously the NATO states, because it allows them to run a pipeline through Israel into Turkey and then Western Europe, which gives them some leverage over the oil supply into the world's political economies. But if the Gaza Strip exists and is politically controlled by a state that is aligned with BRICS, it means that that pipeline, if it exists, is going to be under the influence of the Russian and Chinese government as far as how supply from that oil pipeline is distributed into the rest of the world's political economy, which gives them effective economic leverage over entire countries' power grids.
So if that's the case, wouldn't NATO and Israel want to take over the Gaza Strip as quick as possible?
No, they would want to destabilize it, because destabilizing it means that it's kept in a constant, indefinite state where no state has any particular leverage over it. They're doing that until they can maneuver through espionage on the side. A definite position of it. War games are kind of complicated, but that's essentially what they're doing right now. They're just indiscriminately destroying anything in the region, while spies on the side are doing a bunch of war games to sabotage different institutions that are being managed by states on one particular side of the conflict from their perspective.
I see. So what exactly would be the benefit of having no states have leverage over it?
Well, it's not that no states have leverage over the region. It's just that the states which happen to be occupying the area and the ones that at that point have the bigger military presence are going to be the ones that are ultimately determining who is running the oil supply chains. Okay. And that's the reason why the Israeli government has to behave that way with the Gaza Strip, is because of the fact that all of the other states in the region are BRICS aligned. So the only way that they can actually maintain the sort of control over the region that would favor NATO is just through barbarism at this point.
Do you have any thought on this, Greg? Is he still here?
Not in particular, really.
You seem to be like kind of the geopolitical guy, I think.
More or less.
Extermination campaign for that GDP, boy.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything he's saying. I'm just not super familiar with these details in particular.
I mean, feel free to ask like each other questions. I mean, if you know what you want to ask them, because it would kind of stimulate the conversation here.
I guess which states in particular do you know that are BRICS aligned?
It's Brazil, Russia.
I think. Do you mean in the region?
Yeah, I think he meant that.
Yeah.
So off the top of my head, there's Syria. I believe Lebanon is a close ally of Iran, which Iran is directly BRICS aligned.
Iraq is, Afghanistan is. Like I said, it's literally every state in the region other than Israel is BRICS aligned.
Qatar, I recall, is BRICS aligned. I don't know where Saudi Arabia is.
I think they're neutral, but some decisions I've seen that they've made lead me to believe that they're starting to favor BRICS heavily, particularly in how oil supply is distributed. And the reason that the Saudi Arabian government's position is relevant is because they're the government directly bordering the Strait of Hormuz, which is why they have that kind of leverage over other states.
So if this is the case, why doesn't it seem like there's more BRICS support behind Palestine?
There's There's a shit ton. What do you
It
mean?
just, I mean, like, it just does. You don't hear about it. It doesn't seem apparent.
Look,
It's not as easy to get directly to Palestine from a BRICS point of view, as far as I'm aware.
It's also just the fact that any kind of direct BRICS involvement will be seen as a direct provocation. And right now, BRICS does not seem to want to escalate armed conflict at this particular point in time.
But there have been several BRICS states that have just openly endorsed Hamas or
endorsement is different. When I said support, I didn't necessarily just mean endorsement. I meant like actual material support.
Yeah, endorsing is pretty much the
and also and material support as well. I mean, there's some that's been traced directly back to the government of Iran, I recall seeing.
There's also South Africa, which is a BRICS country. It's the S, actively bringing charges of genocide against Israel.
Right, but the charges only do so much in the end, really.
I mean, you're right. However, I just can't help but think that that although it doesn't seem to be in the interest of BRICS to escalate conflict, they are definitely making moves and positioning themselves diplomatically and geopolitically.
There's a couple
in the case of bringing up genocide. I do not believe the point is for the UN to actually do anything or to force them into doing anything, but rather to create that allegation that exists in order to try to persuade people who are neutral in regards to where they stand with NATO and BRICS to align with BRICS, because they can just say, like, look, NATO supports Israel, who is being brought up on charges of genocide.
Yeah, and the point that I was going to make is that I mean, it's not just endorsements and legal statements. There's also actual material support. But if you link the one thing that all these states have in common, it's that they're BRICS aligned, and that there's a tangible economic interest behind the fact that they all share that one thing in common. So when you consider all of these factors together, it kind of paints a pretty clear picture of what's going on here.
Yeah, the reason I asked, I guess, about the countries is because I know that Egypt in particular is more American aligned than it would be with BRICS, and then you have Israel. So Palestine's kind of right between there, where it's a really rough area to get anything in there. And then
I think Egypt might be a NATO state. So if that's true, then all right.
I'm not sure if they're a NATO state necessarily, but I do know that they pretty much are like a lapdog for the U.S. Like a lot of other states like that. And then you mentioned the Saudis. The Saudis, like, they're kind of, like you said, in between both sides, where they'll say, oh, well, we condemn this and the other, but then at the same time, they're in cahoots with the Israelis on a lot of different deals. And they basically are, what's the word I'm looking for? They're basically like partner entities in every way except being officially, basically. But I have seen recently they've been doing some stuff that's kind of getting in the way of that. So that makes sense that they would be looking towards BRICS for their own self-interest, I suppose.
Yeah, they've been actively making deals with the Russian and Chinese government that would give them definitive leverage over supply chains. That's what I base that on.
Right. And actually, going off of that, there's evidence that Israel in particular is playing both sides as well. Because, like, I remember reading, like, an article or something about...
You remember seeing that meme, though, where it's, like, Ukraine and Russia, and it's, like, Israel's on both sides of it?
Yeah. The one where they're, like, playing tug of war or whatever, right?
No, it's, like, this Wikipedia article, and it's, like, basically, like, people on each side with each country. It's, like, supporters, and then, like, Israel's on both of them.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, they'll play both sides. Like, Israel's pro-NATO, but at the same time, they're also not against the Russians at the same time. But going back to what I was saying beforehand, is that there's, like, articles where they can, like, find them, too. Like, you don't have to really dig, where people are saying, hey, what's this with the Israelis selling weapons to the Chinese that they got from the U.S.? It's kind of weird, right? Aren't they on our side? But apparently not. They can get away with it for some reason.
Yeah, what's with that?
Because the U.S. needs them to be there.
Basically.
Like needs them to facilitate the exchange so that it doesn't seem like the U.S. is doing it and they still want to make the money, or like it threatens Israel's existence if like they're not dealing with these countries since they're in close proximity.
Well, what were you gonna say, Heretic?
I was just going to say, like, their geopolitical strategic importance actually gives Israel a lot of leeway in regards to what actions they can take domestically and in foreign relations. Like the U.S.
Can you elaborate on that?
So basically, it's like they're too important to just. They're too important to just. Well, what's the term?
Ignore.
Not ignore, but it's like it's very easy for the United States to turn a blind eye to a partner of their level of geopolitical importance.
Basically, give a pass.
Yeah. So their incentive is very much to just give them a pass, because otherwise Israel could push back on anything that would give the United States a significant geopolitical advantage in the region that would otherwise put Israel itself at risk.
But I mean, doesn't Israel benefit from, I mean, it obviously does, but I just mean like from foreign aid. So like, wouldn't it be the case that like they necessarily wouldn't want to push back because the United States has that money that they can give them?
Not necessarily, but that's the actual thing though. That money is guaranteed because of the United States' ability to use them as a country-sized military base.
So what you're saying is that Israel has like a greater hand here in this, like as far as like it has actually not necessarily leverage, but well, kind of. I mean, like who necessarily has basically more decision-making power because of the advantage that they present or what they bring to the table.
It's more along the lines of that they have a significant amount of negotiating power, more so than what their position would otherwise suggest. The United States without Israel would have to have military assets traveling like literally thousands of miles to be able to exert military force over the area, or they can just get Israel to do it.
That's literally it. There was one.
Yeah, that's all I was going to say too. If I said anything, that's the reason Israel exists. Basically, the Israeli government.
It looks like Knomad was going to point out an example.
Yeah, I was just going to say there was one time I was talking to this neocon dude I went to school with, and I asked him why he thought Israel was so important for the United States to support. He literally said that like they're just in a cool geographical position, so that if we need to launch missiles at Iran, they're closer. It's like, okay, great.
Yeah, well, sounds like the average neocon.
Straight up just says it. I put that together just by looking at the incentives that the U.S. government and NATO states had. But all right, if they've just outright stated it, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say a mutual contact of ours, Ahmed. I think he said something along those lines as well when I was arguing with him about the Israel thing, like verbatim.
The guy who's the Haley supporter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you shilling for a politician?
He's a neocon. You gotta.
Yeah. You gotta pick the one that's gonna give you what you want, apparently.
I mean, isn't Holden Bloodfeast still alive? Or is he not running for president?
Who?
Holden Bloodfeast, you know, the 118-year-old respected bipartisan member of Congress whose position is solely, please let us nuke Iran. Please, God, I'll do anything. I just want to see burning flesh one last time before I die.
Well, actually, Mitch McConnell just retired, so maybe not.
Oh no, Holden Bloodfeast is someone else.
Wait, Mitch McConnell retired?
He's definitely still in the House.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah,
do you know Mitch McConnell's first name is Addison? I just found that out.
I didn't even know he was sick.
Oh, I don't know what's going on there, but he said that he's resigning and is set to resign sometime November of this year.
Ignis says, how are the kids doing? Not well. Now, that is a good reminder that, I mean, we already said it earlier, but yes, this is a donation stream. We got our tally at the bottom. And yes, they are still being, injured by states. So, and killed. So we do need some more donations for them. It goes straight to the charity PCRF. They give them medical attention for those that can hopefully, make it. I mean, like, obviously it's, they can't help everybody, but they can help the ones that are still around, right? I mean, the ones that do need that medical attention can be helped by PCRF.
Right, and we actually are almost a third of the way there. So I mean, that's honestly more than I was expecting. But really, and to like clarify also, like we haven't even, the donations have mainly kind of been from us. We've gotten like a few from Legacy Right and Artemis, but anyone who's in the chat right now who's not part of the stream, we would really appreciate you donate if you can. No worries.
Yeah, and again, like, share, I mean, get some more exposure on the stream. Just, I mean, if you know somebody that you think would want to donate to this, send it to them. If you know that somebody that cares about this issue, send it to them. We got Legacy Right saying, John Bolton is angry for your charity stream. Let's make John more angry. Yes. Let us make John Bolton furious at how much these kids are being helped with medical attention. He's going to be suffering. He's going to say, I wanted them gone. But no, they will make it, fortunately.
When I think of Holden Blood Feast, his face is the one that pops up in my mind.
No, they were supposed to die. We need more people to die. There needs to be a development project in that area. We need more GDP.
What we need is just like 100 more ghost cities. That'll get those GDP figures up and running.
We need killing fields on a global scale.
You guys do realize that every dollar you're raising tonight actually goes towards Hamas rockets?
Oh, crap. I'll donate $1,000 then.
Thanks, Heretic. Well, yeah.
Let's see. Oh, shit. Humvee says today is the end of Black History Month. What did you guys do to celebrate?
This stream?
Yeah, I mean, this is... they're brown kids. They're not black.
Yeah, secretly all the donations are for Hamas. That's why it's to celebrate the end of Black History Month.
Well, let's see here. I'm recalling the ancient history of the color black.
They were samurais.
Let's see here.
They were kings and stuff.
According to Tariq Nasheed, they were kings, they were Europeans, they were Asians, they were Mongolians, they were Pacific Islanders, they were
the Mongols.
They were Americans, they were South Americans, they were Australians. Literally everyone who has ever lived on Earth ever were all black, except for the oppressors, who, despite the fact that the Africans were the original Europeans, also like somehow like through spontaneous generation, I guess.
Yes, they made white people. Don't you know about Yaqub?
Yeah, Yaqub.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, here's the thing though. It's like I don't know if all of the Pan-African what are they called? If all of the Pan-African black nationalists believe in Yaqub, that's typically a Nation of Islam thing.
It's Nation of Islam.
Well, it doesn't matter if they believe. He exists regardless.
Yeah, but Hotep, that's the term. So the Hoteps, their official narrative is like every human who has ever lived on Earth ever is African. Including the Europeans. But the racist white oppressors do not have any African ancestry, and as such are just an oppressive class who are differentiated from the rest of humanity.
All humans,
Europe, even though the Europeans are also Africans.
Yeah, I was gonna say all humans are Africans, but Africans are an oppressed class by the Europeans.
I think a German guy had a similar idea.
I love how you're right. It's just Nazi ideology, but with the moral roles flipped.
Why is it always that?
Because they fundamentally accept the to put it simply, the premise of the thing that they're trying to refute.
Yeah,
And
political.
rather than attempting to actually address the actual epistemology, metaphysics, or even methodology of the thing that they're trying to refute, they just accept that but try to flip it on its head, and as such come to a conclusion that is, for all intents and purposes, completely identical to what they're trying to refute, but just has the various proper nouns swapped around.
Yeah, that's ultimately just it. It's because they're political ideologies, and political ideologies ultimately taken to their logical conclusion are only capable of pathologically rationalizing violence against other people.
So, did you guys, this was mentioned by Ignis back when he was at the beginning of the stream, but I thought I'd bring this up just because, I mean, like, you know, get back on the topic a little bit, but not too much to where we're like getting into well, I guess this is kind of a serious discussion, but the man who self-immolated in protest of, or what he claimed to be in protest of the war going on, he said, I'm not going to go die for Israel. And then he proceeded to die for Israel by lighting himself on fire.
Didn't he just do that?
Yeah, well, he apparently, Ignis said that he thought he was going to be put out apparently before he died, but he did die, so he didn't get put out. He thought so, you know. And what kind of protest is that, where you think like, you know, I'm going to light myself on fire? I'm sure somebody will put me out. I
imagine it's like a reference to like the Vietnam War guy that set himself on fire.
Yeah,
I was just thinking about the Arab Spring.
What? Not sure. You don't know about the Vietnam guy?
No, yeah, I recall, but I was just thinking about the Arab Spring when I first saw this.
Why?
Yeah, it's more famous. It's more famously associated with the monk that you're thinking of.
Right.
I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce his name off the top of my head, so I really apologize if I'm pronouncing this, but I think it's Quang Duc. Or like, I think that's how you pronounce that, Quang Duc. That's how it's fucking written. Don't fault me. It's one of those names. It sounds
with egg roll?
It sounds really generic, but look it up. It's literally QUANGDUC. That's literally it. That's how it's written. Don't fault me for pronouncing it that way. If it's not pronounced, if it's not pronounced that way, fine. But anyway, yeah, just because of the fact that incident exists, I don't necessarily understand it, but like, proponents of political ideology have just been interpreting this as somebody who's willing to die for a cause and not understanding the context behind that incident, which is that this is somebody who is living an ascetic lifestyle, whose lifestyle was being made literally impossible by the government, and that's the reason that he did that. Yeah. They completely strip his actions outside of that context, and it results in just clown world incidents like this where somebody lights themselves on fire because they're not gonna die for Israel.
I mean, it looks like a bit, you know, like the whole thing.
Yeah,
especially when the screaming gets really loud after he lights himself. It's like Rick and Morty or like Family Guy or something.
I can't take it seriously. And that's exactly why. The weight of it is completely gone because of the fact that, like, if you look at the internal motivation behind it, it's just clout-seeking behavior. Whereas,
what is being asked here? I don't understand this.
I don't get that.
That's Hebrew.
I know it's Hebrew. I don't understand what's being asked.
It's just clout-seeking, but yes, the monk who lit himself on fire, from his perspective, that was an act of freedom, and you have to understand both Buddhism and the context of what was going on in South Vietnam.
Oh, guys, holy shit! We got another donation of $100. We were at $3.95.
Yeah, and it's from an anonymous person, and they didn't make a comment. So yeah,
appreciate it.
Well, whoever that was, thank you so much, and yeah, we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, honestly. That goes straight to the PCRF. That does not touch anything other than the Tiltify, which is the processor for that. It does not touch us at all. It's going through there. Thank you so much. It's very appreciated. We would have read your comment on stream, but either way, respect your decision to stay anonymous. Thank you. I mean, honestly, that gets us well over. I mean, we're past a third now of the way to the 1,000, and honestly, we're approaching halfway.
Yeah, I think if things go well and MRH also comes on, I think genuinely we could get up to halfway, and that would honestly be happy with me. I don't think Ignis was even expecting to get a half of halfway, even a quarter.
Yeah. Oh, Ignis was like, yeah, I'll throw a couple shekels their way, but I just don't know how much it's going to do. But yeah, I mean.
All right. So anyway, back to the fun topic we were talking about. Do you think that inside of the political action group in the CIA, they literally talk about it in terms of like, all right, so who do we need to murder today in order to achieve our objectives? Do you think they literally talk about it that way, or is it like plotting a game of tower defense?
I like to imagine they see it as Clash of Clans, yeah.
They do. No, that's actually pretty accurate. They just see a bunch of numbers.
Yeah, I know that they do. I just thought that was a funny comparison.
They rush their town hall.
Pretty much, yeah.
Would you rather have a rush town hall 12 or a max town hall 10?
Definitely a 10.
So we do have MRH coming in 13 minutes, right? And Kat?
Yeah.
Okay. I will tweet that out just so we can, and I'll probably put it in the Discord as well. Well, I'll put it in the Discord at the time we actually have it going on. But yeah, got MRH coming in.
Speaking of Black History Month, did you see Black Twitter got mad at that guy that inflamed himself because he used, what was it, rest in power or whatever? And they were saying like that's only a black person phrase or whatever.
That is amazing.
On Twitter, somebody posted like a video or a photo of him getting engulfed in flames or whatever, and they said "rest in power" because he was like pro-Palestine, and like Black Twitter got on him and said, "No, you can't use that. He's white."
Fucking, I just love that.
Like, do you guys?
Sure that was just
like, I mean, I assume.
For it.
The original picture, Monk lighting himself on fire, trying to emulate that to get the same response, the actual response. It's literally everybody trying to put him out, and he assumed somebody would put him out. Then it's the police fucking officer from inside the Israeli embassy that just shoots him to death. And then the only thing that happens on social media in response is Black Twitter gets mad at him for fucking saying rest in power.
I actually found that to be rather profound, not in the sense of anything that happened, but just in the sheer symbolism. Not like anything like with what Black Twitter is doing in their shenanigans, but just imagine the image. So you have
like a bit. You're right.
So you have this situation where a guy is literally burning to death, and you have three people: a police officer, a Secret Service officer, and some guard from the Israeli embassy. Two of them are trying to put out the fire, while one of them is pointing a gun at the guy who is burning to death, with no regard for who may or may not be in the line of fire. And I just can't help but think, like, which one's holding the gun, which ones are trying to put out the fire. Obviously, it's the Israeli guard who's holding the gun with no regard for who's in the line of fire, while the freaking cop and the Fed are trying to put out the fire. What does that tell you about the relationship, about how Israel actually views their relationship with the United States? That's how they train their guards to act. And in freaking Washington, D.C., no less.
Real quick, we got Humvee 94 saying, while the monk burned himself because he believed Catholicism was taking over the nation, symbolizing his point by lighting himself on fire, nothing to do with the war. That's what he claims.
I don't know how you can say that, because the literal fucking impetus for that act was the South Vietnamese government making ascetic lifestyles impossible. Because it was a military dictatorship at the time, after all, because of the fact that the whole Vietnam War was going on. there was an active campaign to persecute Buddhist monks by the state, and that's what that was in response to. So that may have been his personal perspective, but what motivated that specific act was that pressure. Hello?
Yeah, sorry,
Hello.
we kind of dead air.
Okay.
Yeah. My bad on that. I was just checking some stuff.
All right.
But yeah. So I mean, I think if you guys want to wrap up, we're gonna have MRH on at 10:30. I'm just saying, like everybody in here, if we want to kind of wrap up our thoughts on this before that happens, because we're gonna have to make some room just for the incoming guest, because we're kind of full on stream here.
Understandable. But
Yeah,
I think
and
sorry.
Yeah. And I was just gonna say too, it's just that like, you know, with 6 members in, I feel like it can get a little bit crowded just in that sense, because, you know, if I do want to give MRH his hour to actually talk about like what he wanted to have on his mind.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, we can do closing thoughts. I know some of the people talked in here a little bit less than others, but you know, whatever you guys have to say, we can go. I guess, like, Knomad, you seem like you were unmuting. Do you have anything?
Oh, I don't know. I was just gonna say I have to head out in a little bit anyway, but yeah, fuck Israel, all states, free Palestine.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you. I hope you
Thank
feel
you.
like you contributed like the amount you wanted to. I know, you know, we have a lot of people in here, so it's like kind of hard to get everybody having in the word edgewise. But yeah, appreciate you coming on. Appreciate the donation. Appreciate everything, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Hope we get to raise more tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And we're doing good so far. We're doing, I mean, great so far. Honestly, this is a lot we're getting here. I'm really happy with where we're at so far. Greg, you got anything?
No.
You don't have any closing thoughts or anything else you had in your notes, maybe that you want to touch on or something?
Well, I was supposed to have notes for this. I just kind of came.
Well,
in
you
here.
said you were preparing some stuff. I thought you had notes. I don't know.
I guess we
Mental
could give
notes.
like an anecdote. One time, I was walking on a educational campus, right? And they had like these IDF people like talking to people, and they asked me if I like hummus, because they're gonna be like, "Oh, hummus comes from Israel, so you should like Israel or whatever," which was really funny. But I said no, and that was
You
it.
should have said what? Hamas?
No, hummus. It's food.
No, I know. I'm just. Are you joking?
Yeah, hummus is haram.
I don't even like hummus. I never really did. It's like, it doesn't taste good.
I've
don't either.
never had hummus, but it's never looked appetizing to me, so I just avoided it.
I may have
It
had
might
like,
be
once
good.
or
I don't
twice.
know.
It's not good.
Have you seen like, I guess on the flip side of that, have you seen some of the broadcasts that have come out of like Taliban occupied territories? Some of the television broadcasts that get produced, and like what the news shows are like.
I haven't seen that.
Oh my! You guys should look up the news broadcasts from those areas. The sort of
Yeah.
commentary.
We'll have to like get in a Discord call
memory
back alley.
TV clips.
We'll have to get on the back alley later and watch
All
those.
right. Yeah, that we should do that on back alley stream, like just
Epic.
of watching memory TV clips.
Yeah.
Because some of those are just amazing. Like, SpongeBob is a tool of the Jews to turn your kids gay. That's like their Tucker Carlson style guy. Like the guy
That does sound pretty
presenting the
entertaining.
speculation.
Sounds pretty entertaining.
You know, I distinctly remember that being a controversy in 2004.
I see JC asking how many people can you have on stream. Well, it's more of a matter of just how full it is. We want to make sure MRH can talk. Just you know, we have a lot of people, so it's just we want it to be a little less crowded for the last hour of this. And I don't know if we can have. I don't know if I can have more than 6. Actually, I don't know if that's the limit or if it's 10. I'd have to recheck on that. Looks like Nomad had to leave. But thank you again for coming on.
And then then there's how often actual fist fights break out on the set of news broadcasts. It's seriously more like watching an episode of the Jerry Springer Show half the time.
So, Essa, you got any closing thoughts?
I think not too much that's different from Knomad. Just, well, fuck Israel naturally, just because, as I pointed out during the stream, everything that the Israeli government is doing is just the result of what governments necessarily have to do as organization models. It's just that the Israeli government is a particularly militant one because of where it happens to be located and who particularly its geopolitical allies are.
Very true. Filthy, what you got?
Yeah. So don't be fooled into thinking that what's going on in Israel is something that's ideological, whether that be because they're just Zionist or what have you. The reason that Israel is doing what it's doing is for specific strategic purposes that are necessary for them as an organizational model to maintain itself, which the fact that is the Israeli government and that the people who participate within that government perceive just pure barbarism as what's necessary for its survival should give you a pretty solid grasp as to the nature of you and your personal relationship with the government and what it means. If they are willing to do that to them, what is the U.S. government willing to do to you? Because I can promise you, they don't see you as a person. They see you as a number. They see you at best as cannon fodder.
Yeah, and if you want to see, like, not in the context, I wouldn't look at the Israeli government, but the most extreme example of this, if you want to see how bad it can get, look at Democratic Kampuchea. I suppose that's the last thing I'll say.
All right, and yeah, of course, follow them on the Back Alley channel, guys, on YouTube,
Yep.
Back Alley Philosophy, because we do want to show the love to the people that are showing up. Yeah, as Zach says, fuck the expansion of Greater Israel, totally.
Yeah.
But yeah, appreciate having you guys coming on. I mean, it's been great, been fun. But yeah, I will see you guys later, and we should definitely get together in the Back Alley server to watch that stuff.
Hell
man.
yeah. All right.
All right. See you.
Thanks for having us on.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming
ya.
on. Okay, sweet.
Do I have to go?
Well, I mean, you kind of chill in the back a little bit with the guests.
Yeah.
So, you can stay on if you want. We just want to make sure that MRH has enough time on air.
Yeah, and it's nothing against Esso and Filthy or anything, but you know, word sells. So it's like, you know, I think they have a lot to like talk about. So I figure like,
Fair.
you know, and also like their original time slot was just going to be for an hour anyway. So it's like
Yeah.
they've also stayed for 2 hours. So it feels like it's only fair.
Yeah. I mean, appreciate you staying on, man. Yeah, I mean,
So should I leave?
no, I'm saying in general, I appreciate you staying on like for a while.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, if
You've
you're
been here
like,
like almost 3 hours now.
I think you should be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's cool with everyone, you know, I don't see the problem with that. If you
All
want to, but if you want to head out, then go ahead.
I
It's
have
really just
literally
more of a
nothing better
matter
to
of
do.
like we just want to like again. It's just a matter of giving MRH the time. Oh, there we go. He's on.
Yep.
And we got MRH. What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
Dude, good hearing from you. I like the episode you did with ANCAT recently.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I realized I watched like 10 minutes of it. Like I rewatched it and I'm like, holy shit, I'm like breathing really heavily like into my microphone. Usually I don't like, I just did it there. I don't like record directly with this shitty, like, what's it called? This like headphone mic, but I can't find the other cord to my mic. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. It's cool to have you on, and we've just spent like the last, you know, 4.5 hours talking about fucking Israel and Gaza and shit. So forgive us if we're a little you know, fatigued, but we do want to keep going on. Like even after your you know your hour's up, I think we plan on after you having on. I mean, if Ahmed, you're still down, like having on guests and whatnot, like from the
I mean, if anybody's open to coming on, I mean, probably maybe Zach might do it because I know he's been in the chat for like most of the stream. If he wants to come on and talk, or if we got anybody like JC or Baracon or I don't know who else was in here earlier. Anybody really? I can't remember who else, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But and then I'll kind of, because you kind of been taking over like the main host role, and I know we're supposed to be like co-hosts, so I'll get to like maybe ask MRH some of the questions. I guess one of the first things that we wanted to talk about was specifically, I guess, just given your like what's your overall take on the conflict? Do you have a take that you've been thinking of lately, or just something that you wanted to add to the conversation that you don't think is like being touched upon enough in libertarian circles?
I mean, not particularly. I can't pretend to be an expert on like whatever's going on in Israel, Palestine in particular. But I mean, like, I don't know, man. It's just innocent people getting murdered.
Yeah,
that's just
what
for sure. States do. That's kind of my only takeaway here. I'm not like, as I have not been convinced by pro-Israeli arguments. I would say, like, I don't know. You guys have talked to like that Kazmir.
Yeah, he had a lot of problems as far as like, thinking that the Israelis actually have the claim to land and that Muslims are aggressors just by living in their homes.
Okay, well, I haven't talked to him like in all seriousness. It seemed like his claims were the best case I saw, but I don't know if I bought any of them. I would love to see a debate between him and like Scott Horton. I just want I don't really want children to be bombed and blown apart. That would be nice. So, but no, I don't have anything like crazy to add in terms of the Israeli-Palestine conflict.
Yeah, well, I guess I know Ankat's kind of wanting to do a little of the hosting in here, but what I would ask is like, could you kind of lay out like what you see as the issues with like property rights here, like what is the property rights argument when it comes to the war in Gaza?
I mean, it's just it would be just the doctrine of collateral damage being full of error, right? Like it would just be like, oh, if it is, no matter what, I mean, even if they were like, even if we assume that like Palestinians in general were like aggressing or something, which I don't know how much of that claim could possibly hold up. It certainly wouldn't be the case that like you would have proportional punishment in terms of like blowing their children apart, like limb from limb or whatever, because, Hamas, which of course I'll condemn, killed a bunch of like innocent Israelis. It's just a whole bunch of it's a disproportionate reaction to something that happened, and then basically blaming giant collective wholes on individuals' crimes. I mean, it's kind of what you read Democracy, the God That Failed by any chance?
I have, but I don't know if Ahmed has.
Yeah, I haven't read the whole thing, like read parts of it.
Yeah, so I mean, in there, Haba makes the case that democracy is a particular, like, incentivizes mass warfare. Like you kind of associate the people with the government when you have a democratic system. So they tend to go all out. And then you have this like neocon apparatus in the United States need to justify extending their reach to everywhere else on the globe and turning them into these like democracies and then bombing all of their people because, oh, well, the people are the government. I don't know. It's just a bunch of war is the health of the state. Who said that? Was that Randolph Bourne? Also, of course, one of the most disgusting things ever.
Yeah, for sure. And so like, and actually that was gonna be one of the things that we wanted to like ask you about. So like specifically like the financial and like economics incentives for states like this to have and engaging this war, because it seems like on the surface it's just like Israel makes it like an ideological thing, like, oh, it's for the it's for the safety of Israel and the Jews, and like it's just to protect Hamas. But I think as libertarians, I think we're often skeptical of these like ideological narratives the state gives out. So like, would you argue that like democracy is just like one factor here for engaging in war? Do you think that like there are other deeper rooted financial incentives for like states like this to engage in the war right now?
I mean, there could be. I mean, okay, look, I don't know how much of this is speculation, but I mean, they say what I believe it. I think Scott Horton was talking about how Netanyahu was funding Hamas's growth in order to, God, what was the government prior to them? I'm sure you guys know.
I actually don't know.
Do you know, Ahmed?
I know what you're talking about, but I just can't recall the name right now. I think Greg probably knows.
It's not the Palestinian Liberation. Oh, might have been. I don't know. I don't know if that's I always get it confused with like the other terrorist organization or whatever that's sort of like Hamas. I don't know. Whatever. It might have been the PLO. Whoever it was, whoever preceded them were generally more peaceful than Hamas, and then Netanyahu, of course, funded them so that they don't have a two-state solution. I mean, I don't know if I would. Obviously, it's not solely blamable on democracy. You can blame it on other parts of the state, like when Hitler expands in Nazi Germany, generally that's blamed on, or he called it like Lebensraum, right? Like he needed to conquer more areas around his own in order to exploit more people, because ultimately, of course, the state is not productive; it's parasitic. So it has to expand its reach into every possible place. And so, of course, like the government of Israel or whatever, just like any other state, is going to justify whatever programs they have to expand their reach to nearly everybody. And so if they can swallow up Palestine as a result, and then basically be parasites off of all those innocent people, then so be it, right? And then they'll use all these other sorts of justifications, like, oh, everyone's in danger or whatever, which very well they might be in some circumstance. Like I can't deny it completely, but they'll use these justifications to then be parasites on these, poor children getting blown apart.
It seems like they don't even want to be parasites on those children. They just want to blow those people apart and then like replace them like with their own people. Just have like they're like people that are already from Israel move in.
Yeah, that could be the case. I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know the geographic area of Gaza. I don't know how much of it is it's bizarre because I don't know how much of it can be justified as just like, oh, I want to like kill all these Palestinian people. I'm trying to think of like a rational reason as to why they would want to do such a thing. But because I'm trying to think, there's no, if they wanted to expand, which is what like made sense, for example, for Hitler. I mean, Hitler, when he invaded other countries, he was killing plenty of people, right? But ultimately with the goal of like what German families would describe when Hitler was invading different countries and, killing hundreds of thousands of people, was that they were describing all the like the plunder that they would get as a result, right? Like they would go in and kill whoever they have to, and then basically whoever lived would act as just another taxpayer for the state. Now I don't know, because I mean, look, if Netanyahu did fund Hamas in order to get rid of the PLO, what would be the reasoning there? Just to kill everybody? Like I would imagine
he would want a less neutral party, like one that it seems more anti-Israel, so that they have a justification for going in.
Right, exactly. But I'm trying to think of what why even have that goal to begin with, if not for some long-term I want to be parasites, basically.
Expand territory. I mean, yeah, it is a parasitic thing still, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be that you are taking from the people that are actually there. I mean, like taking the territory itself and the resources. I mean, the little that there are totally would still be parasitic in nature.
Right. That could totally be it.
Like there are different justifications that I think we could probably come up with, but I think what we probably all would agree on, at least to a certain extent, is like this has deeper rooted financial and economic incentives at the very least, beyond just like, oh, I want to kill a bunch of people just because I'm interested in it. I don't know. I'm just like a bloodthirsty or whatever, for whatever reason,
Right.
I know that because I think we talked about this earlier on the stream, whereas I think that there are I forgot what it was called, but there's some very important geopolitical oil pipeline that is strategically important for the NATO BRICS states. I forgot. It's specifically in Gaza, or at least
I thought he said it was
Gaza.
Golan Heights. No.
That was like the building in Israel. No,
the Golan Heights isn't in Israel.
Shoot, I mean, if Esther or Filthy are in the comments, they might be able to remind me, but I can't remember exactly what the pipeline was called. But it is kind of convenient how all these wars in the Middle East just happen to be centered around these strategically geopolitical important oil pipelines that happen to span across the entire Middle Eastern region. I think that is kind of a funny coincidence that happens to be the case in a lot of instances.
Yeah, it might be the case. It's also this is the case in a lot of for a lot of the reasons that we got into the war on terror, is that a lot of the people who would push for that in the United States government, they all have different motivations, and none of them are particularly united on oil, for example. Generally, I hear leftists generally talk about oil parasitism, but when you look at Donald Rumsfeld's motivation for trying to push the war in Iraq. I mean, immediately after the towers were bombed, right? Or the tower, not bombed. Well, bombed. Maybe George W. Bush did bomb them.
Sure.
But,
but Freudian slip there.
Yeah. But immediately after the towers had a giant plane fly into them, Donald Rumsfeld basically like threw up his hands. I think it was like September 12th or something, and said, "Oh, like we get to invade Iraq or whatever." I generally that's because he wanted particular military positions for himself that he knew he was in a position to get if he could get himself involved in a war. That wouldn't surprise me in the case of like Israeli's government, in the case of Israel's government, like where each
Right.
individual actor who wants to push for this war in Palestine has their own particular motivation that isn't necessarily connected with the rest, but just meets that goal. Like George W. Bush had a way different motivation than like Dick Cheney, for example, who wanted to, uh, get pay back the people he like basically made bankrupt or whatever because of his horrible time. I think as a CEO running Halliburton and God, what was it? Such the Kellogg Brown and Root, I think. No, that's not it. I stupid. Big military or big
Sure.
military corporations or whatever that he ran into the ground.
Yeah, like I'm not sure. Because again, like a lot of that I feel like can be traced back to like just what they say. And again, like their actions obviously can demonstrate certain things as well that are a lot more obvious, but like a lot of times when politicians tend to just say things, even in private, a lot of that doesn't necessarily translate to their own actual motivations, or even like they even might say certain things, but in their actions they might just go along with everybody else as well. So I think there's like that to also take into consideration, at the very
Right,
least.
but I'm saying like these things, these
Sure.
motivations that I'm pointing out, like Donald Rumsfeld had, and you have Dick Cheney, and you have this guy David Wurmser, and then you have Paul Wolfowitz, and all these like big neocons in the United States who have been pushing for war in the Middle East, of course on Israel's suggestion most of the time. These motivations aren't really plainly stated by them, except for the case. I don't know. Have you ever heard of a clean break, a strategy for securing the realm? I think it was written by Richard Pearl and David Wurmser.
Yeah, I do remember you mentioning that in your video. Yeah, it was fucking insane.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it's very explicit. Like you can literally watch them describe how they wanted to invade like 7 or 8 different countries in the Middle East, basically for Israel's sake. It's like, okay,
right.
Well,
You're
that's
talking
great.
about the thing where they outline how they're going to go for Syria, Iran, so on and so forth.
Yes,
Okay.
that's it. That's the whole manifesto thing. And then they riddle it with these like ridiculous reasons that like nobody in the Middle East would ever possibly buy. Like they had this like peace plan where they were going to bring in like the Hashemite king of Jordan to like rule over Syria or something, which is completely ridiculous, as if like everyone in Syria would just bow down to this guy. Like it's completely insane if you read this, and nobody would ever take it seriously except for neocons in the government trying to justify a war for their betters. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if like Israeli officials mirrored this sort of thing, where it's basically a bunch of, essentially incompetent people. I think that's probably why you have like easy mass amounts of like destruction. I think if they were smarter about it, they would probably be more precise. I don't think they care, and I don't think they can even possibly know how to be more precise about it because that's how the government functions. But again, that if each of them had their own motivations, that wouldn't really surprise me. But I would have to look into them in particular. It's also funny that I don't know if you guys talked about like Israeli generals basically saying like when the U.S. was getting involved in the war on terror, and while the U.S. was fighting ISIS, which they helped to create, like we had Israeli generals basically saying, "Well, if it's ISIS or Iran, I'm taking ISIS," and then basically like they were like funding
No
ISIS.
shit. That's awesome.
Oh yeah. No, it's
Holy
hilarious.
shit.
It's horrible, but
Well, yeah, I
the
mean, like
situations-
awesome in the sense of like, oh wow, they actually admit it, you know?
That reminds me,
Right.
did you see that one? There's like an article where ISIS, while they were doing their thing with the Syrians in like Iraq, I think, something like that, they were like attacking somebody and they accidentally attacked the Golan Heights area that the Israelis had control over, and they issued like an apology or something like that, which was like, whoa, why are you apologizing for that? I thought you didn't like Israelis.
Yeah. I think I have. I think I know what you're talking about. I can't recall the exact thing, but yeah, I think I know what. So funny. I mean, you even have like the UAE basically funding Al Qaeda. Like the United States is allied with the UAE, which is funding Al Qaeda, and like Saudi Arabia and the Saudi Arabian government, which is doing not a whole lot of great things. You have this whole mess just involved in the Middle East, and of course the United States is literally on all sides of it at completely different times. or at the same time, in fact, that like we were fighting. God, who was it? We were fighting basically like Al Qaeda breakoffs in Iraq and ISIS while funding them to help fight Assad in Syria, like literally a country over. It's completely insane. Like they turned and used the American you see all those pictures of the Taliban or whatever using like American equipment that everybody freaked out about because Joe Biden actually finally got us out of that and Trump got us out of that mess.
Yeah.
But this happened before. Like there were literal people in ISIS using American equipment because we would give them it in Syria to fight Assad, and then they would turn it and use it against the American army in Iraq. And all of this is like,
how do you get a net benefit out of that? That's like digging a hole and then like refilling it with like having somebody else refill it while you're digging it.
Right. Well, that's the trick. You don't get a net benefit out of it at all. You don't get any benefit. You get a lot of dead people is what you get.
You know, what in the bureaucracy made it like, you know, well, I mean, obviously, you know, it can't think, but like what made people think like, yeah, this will work?
Because it's a whole none of this is like one coherent plan. It's a whole series of people pushing for a whole bunch of different interventions because they all think they're like individual gods, that they can just kind of go in and change things for people for like the better, or at least this is their ideological reasoning, that they can go in and they can change people for the better by if we just use enough force, right? I mean, you had Hillary Clinton basically go in and want to depose Muammar Gaddafi because of the Arab Spring that was happening in, you know, Africa and the Muslim world, and because they overthrew her friend in Egypt, Mubarak, right? I think he was getting really nervous at the time, and they overthrew the dictator of Tunisia or whatever, and she wanted to like appeal to those people by overthrowing like another dictator. So that got us involved in Libya and Somalia. Bush got us involved in Somalia. Sorry, this is all like a big like mess of events. It's hard to like keep all of it exactly straight. But yeah, she went in and she got involved in in Libya. And then that started us. We were funding, or by we, I mean the US government was funding rebels in Libya, which of course make their way down into like terrorist groups like Boko Haram in like the center of Africa. And it gets moved into places like Syria. So in Syria, Assad is in charge, of course. And Assad has like decent relations with the Iranian government. And then, of course, Assad has decent relations with Hezbollah and Lebanon, which is a big Israeli enemy and has been a big Israeli enemy for a long time. And, you know, that's been an issue since like the Grapes of Wrath and prior. But the U.S., you know, for Israel was basically kind of told by Israel, hey, can you help us like depose Assad so that weapons can stop moving from the Ayatollah in Iran all the way through Hezbollah. So what we did is, according to Obama, is that we were funding like freedom fighters, basically, which is what Ronald Reagan called Al Qaeda in Afghanistan prior to 9/11.
Yeah.
And which we funded. Of course, we turned them into. Everyone knows this. Generally, we turned the freedom fighters in Afghanistan into the Taliban. But we did the same thing in Syria. Like we were funding a whole bunch of terrorist groups to overthrow a dictator that we thought would be strategically beneficial. We would secure the realm. And of course, what ended up happening is that since we overthrew Saddam Hussein in Iraq, we basically we ended up giving Iraq to the Iranians because it basically destabilized the whole region. And then what happened is you had a whole bunch of Iraqi Sunni terrorists now rise up against the U.S. Army, because what was happening in Iraq at the time is that there was a big split amongst the Sunnis and the Shiites, and Saddam Hussein, the secular sort of Sunni favored dictator, was favoring the minority population. But of course, when he was gone, the Iranians were ecstatic about it, and they basically took over after the U.S. left. I think 12 years. Somebody can fact check me on that, but I think it was 12 years after Iraq left. And so you have this giant mess. You have this mess of the United States Army in Iraq trying to take care of the mess that they started by invading it, fighting the very people they were funding next door. And they don't even know how they get into this position. At the end of the day, you have to unfold all of these events, and there's no coherent description. There's no reason we should be there.
Right.
Like
I
a
mean,
very long
it seems
rant.
like the reason for that shift up. I mean, you could maybe attribute it to like some kind of calculation error, but it seems to me like that would be more of like a sort of like changing who your allies are depending on what you need from them. You know, like if you might be funding someone in one day, and then maybe 10 or 20 or 30 years down the line, you don't really see that incentive to fund them anymore. And in fact, you see them more as a threat to your interests at that point. For like whatever geopolitical reasons.
Right, but it's not even that. It's that we're doing it simultaneously. Like, I mean, at least it would make a little sense. Like, if we could like change our minds 10 years in the future, or like in the case of Al Qaeda, like, oh, we funded them because we thought that they would get the Soviet Union into a war, into like a very, very long-lasting war, which they did. We gave them, oh God, what did they call it? We gave them their Vietnam, but of course, those people then turn into Al Qaeda, which we're then against. But that's not all that's happening. It's like we're fighting Al Qaeda while we give them weapons. Like it's
Yeah.
And we
I mean, it
fund the
could be.
UAE to fight more of our enemies, which then go and turn around and literally train Al Qaeda members. Which, if I don't know if you would remember, actually, I mean, I don't really remember, but there's one of the justifications of going to war with Saddam Hussein was that Saddam Hussein was purportedly like training Al Qaeda members, and yet our very own allies are literally paying and training basically what is modern day Al Qaeda in the UAE, and we pay them and we give them military support. But when Saddam Hussein does it, we go and invade his country. And then we basically destroy the whole region and kill a whole bunch of innocent people and give it to what is supposed to be our geopolitical ally or enemies, Iran. It's
Classic
completely
America.
insane. Yeah.
I
Yeah, for
believe
sure.
even before that, the U.S. had pretty great relations with Saddam too. We were actually giving him weapons and shit like that. Where I think that's
to fight Iran.
Right.
Because Iran, of course, they overthrew the government that the U.S. put in charge, like the Shah. And then they overthrew the Shah because the Ayatollah were fairly smart politically when it came to Iran. And so the U.S. was like, hey, Saddam, can you go in and like it wouldn't be so bad if you went in and killed all those people. Which, I mean, to be fair, Saddam Hussein was a pretty horrible dude, and then he was like basically employing chemical weapons or whatever, which is also another fun fact. Is like there was pretty strong evidence that Saddam Hussein was using some pretty horrible tactics against the Iranian army, and then we almost used that as a justification to go to war with Syria. But it's like just like in the 90s or in the what was it, the 80s, we were giving money to a guy who was using chemical weapons. But now Obama's going to declare that there's like a red line that Assad can't cross or something like that. And then we'll go to war with him. Like, it's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, there's like,
Schizophrenic.
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
And I think what might be
Very.
interesting for you, and I actually, this is something that I wanted to talk with you about on our last podcast, was I would be interested to see, like, I think it would be a very cool follow-up video to maybe delve in more to this conflict, because I don't think it is just like the government being stupid or the government being schizophrenic or the government just deciding to waste a bunch of money that day. I feel like it seems like there have to be deep-rooted financial interests for doing this. Like, I mean, one of the things that I think Orwell talks about in like 1984 is the idea of like just resource sinking. Like, so for instance, the like, you've read 1984, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, sure. So basically, just for anyone who doesn't know, essentially, like, Emmanuel Goldstein writes out in his book, which was later to be revealed to be written by one of the higher ups within the government. Okay, well, anyway, so yeah, so Goldstein's book, essentially, what transpires in the book is he essentially shut up, holy shit.
It was Greg's fucking like little like laugh, that got me.
I didn't do
yeah,
anything.
for sure.
It was that little like let out of air from your fucking mouth.
Right. But anyway, so what he describes in the book is essentially the idea that he just lays out in detail, like, okay, the government of 1984 has basically been providing you with this quote unquote ideological interest, like, oh yeah, no, we're here just because like the East Asians are barbarians and they're subhuman or whatever. But in reality, he basically just lays out like, no, it's not like just because they're barbarians or anything like that. No, it's because the government essentially, in order to survive, needs to basically just dump just dump resources into the area. He calls it sort of this idea of like no one state can invade one another. So essentially, they've gotten to a point where they actually find financial interest in destroying resources and keeping people impoverished. And essentially, and you sort of see this in the same way that like the state basically cares about GDP figures, even though GDP isn't actually like a sign of a prosperous economy. But hey, you essentially plan a bunch of resources, even though you're not actually creating anything, the GDP goes up.
Well, yeah, I mean, at that point, like, what exactly would the point of the resource sinking be? Like, when it comes to, you're giving them weapons to essentially, it's going to be able to be used to fight you.
Keep the war
Sometimes
machine
they don't
going.
think that far. I think you'd be I think you'd be surprised, like, to see. I don't know if these people really consider that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is another thing that kind of makes sense if you put it in the context of democracy and what like democratic officials are incentivized to do. I mean, if you only have like 4 years or whatever, it's not such a big deal. Like, are you really thinking 16 years down the line about your public policies? Probably not. Like, that'll just be blamed on the next guy. So like, I mean, if they think that they can just go in because we can use this giant show of force and then we'll basically take them over and that'll be the end of that, then that's what they do. And if it lasts a couple more years, no big deal because they're out of office anyway. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it kind of makes me think about like Operation Fast and Furious. It's like they don't really think so far about like how letting some people like basically just sell illegal weapons will like actually just screw them over in the long run because people can just get away with keeping them.
Yeah.
Well, I think also like I don't know like why because it seems like a lot of the times they just don't care. Like they're fine to just burn up resources into the atmosphere, including humans, including just sacrificing literal soldiers. But I mean, for the actual in-depth reasons why, I just don't know. I just don't get it.
Well, because I don't know if all of them have like I'm not. You're looking for an in-depth reason, and I think some of them might, but I think some of it just might be like if there is an in-depth reason, it might be as simple as like the state wants to grow. Like the state has a tendency. It's like the inversion of Marxism, right? Like Marxists, they want to claim that markets have a tendency to monopolize, but that's not the case. States do. States want to envelop other states and get as big as possible, right? To hopefully to a point to them, hopefully that they can encompass the whole globe. So, like, I mean, it could just be one of those general tendency. States don't like breaking apart unless they're forced to, right?
Yeah, the thing is, I'm thinking here is like, it almost might just be like how MRH is saying they're just not thinking far ahead enough. Like, they could just be trying to throw the money at the problem in one way, and then they realize, oh wait, no, we need to do the exact opposite thing if we want to fix it. But it turns out you can't just undo the thing you already did.
Right, exactly. And they don't care because generally that effect they don't see until like 6 years in the future. And at that point in time, GDP has gone up because they can print tons and tons of money, give it to weapons companies, which then goes and prints or then goes and pays for all these goods and services. So consumption goes way up. And if you guys know stuff about Austrian econ, basically how GDP is measured cuts out a lot of investment and like overemphasizes consumption. So of course what happens is when they go and spend and then they spend in these like military corporations or whatever, which then go and consume, we're going to have like massive GDP growth, right? I mean, we have massive amounts of government purchases, we have a lot of consumption, and it looks like the economy is great. So for the time being, people can rest assured that the economy is doing really well, quote unquote, right? Because they don't actually understand what's going to happen to them in 4 to 5 years.
Yeah, and state economists are just like illiterate, so they're like, well, GDP went up, so we must be fine.
Right, they're either illiterate or like intentionally dishonest, which seems to be the case with a lot of, especially I shouldn't say that with all of them, but like, they have some incentives too.
Well, I mean, like regardless, like they're illiterate to the point like they can't recognize like how they're eventually like going to screw themselves over.
Right.
So, I mean, it might just be that, like, it really could just be the state slipping up and like not really like strategically understanding how to fix these problems. I mean, because I mean, there are obviously like information problems due to bureaucracy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And it also seems like what at least seems to happen like on the surface is you get competition within the state, you get these different interests, but they all they're basically just competing to be like the most expansive as possible, the most technically
Yes.
efficient for the state. And like, you know, it's not that like technicians can't make mistakes, but typically the ones who win out in the end are going to be the ones with the most financial interest in the state. Because also, I think that a lot of it, again, I don't really have like any like empirical proof for this, but it seems to me like it would make a lot more sense if really a lot of the congressional stuff, like a lot of the stuff like our official quote unquote representative stuff, doesn't, like, a lot of the stuff that they do just generally isn't important. I mean, we've seen for a fact that like no like the U.S. government hasn't officially, or at least Congress hasn't like officially waged war since World War II. You know, so it seems like there are a lot of like more, and again, I wouldn't really call this a deep state. I would just call this the state, you know, like the core of the state. But a lot of like the more important decisions seem to get done by like unelected bureaucrats, you know, and like technicians and things like that.
My unelected bureaucrats.
But even
I
they
mean, yeah,
have
that should
some
just
sort
be
of tie to
should just be obvious, but yeah.
even they have ties to Democratic officials, right? I mean, they've got to be appointed
Yeah, for sure.
or hired.
Yes,
and even then,
finally,
I'm
my
not
elected bureaucrats.
well, I mean, indirectly. It's like, God, I'm not so sure that they necessarily pick for technically efficient, because we don't see like a government full of Milton Friedmans, right?
Well,
Like,
no,
I
no,
don't know.
I mean like, okay, I mean like efficient in the sense of like efficient for the state. Like not efficient like in like an economic sense, because obviously
Right,
that's
right.
going to be the most inefficient as possible.
Well,
So I
no,
guess
but I mean,
that would probably be the better like option. It would be most technically advantageous for the state, not really for the economy.
There are times where it would make sense to
Right.
be more like a Milton Friedman, like, you know, if anything, like inspired quote unquote policy, like, you know, because it would be a time that the government wants there to be growth so that they can later predate.
Well, by technically efficient, and why I bring up Milton Friedman is because, of course, he's like the founder of the withholding tax, right? Like he's the founder. I mean, he tries to posit like the negative income tax. You've got school choice. Like you have all these like minor reforms or whatever that I think Rothbard points out in an essay. I can't remember the title of, but the idea is that these things are actually not very good because they're making the state more efficient at their job, or in other words, like they're making the state basically more hidden from people. I mean, when you have like withholding tax, for instance, like you no longer have to go like file your taxes and give away money to anybody. Rather, it's just deducted naturally. And then you get this day called tax refund day where the government gives you a bunch of money. And then the negative association of paying taxes is lessened, right? Like it's just kind of gone. You don't think about it, especially today when a lot of people don't even look at their pay stubs, right?
Yeah, well, I think like Rothbard called him initially a quote unquote efficiency expert for the government.
Right.
But I think what is interesting though is that I think Konkin took this argument and applied it to other things beyond just different reforms within the state, like the negative income tax, for instance, sort of replacing all of the previous welfare programs. I think he also would have applied this to things like being an advisor to the Reagan administration, offering like cuts in government spending, or cuts in, or sorry, not cuts in government spending, cuts in tax rates and cuts in regulation, because generally, like, you have this issue where, okay, we don't like taxation. It's obviously unethical. We don't want the state doing this. But there is this problem where, okay, we know that even in the current economy, the state has periods where, okay, it cuts taxes, it cuts regulations. And I think what he talked about in general is that the idea of like the pointing at the Laffer curve. I think like Walter Block has pointed out this the Laffer curve issue where, okay, you cut tax rates, but the state ends up collecting more revenue because that money generated essentially because he runs the economy on quote efficiency mode. So the state now has more money to spend on other things, you know, like expanding its prison population or expanding its police force. You also have the issue of, okay, well, you deregulate, but okay, you're essentially allowing people within the economy to spend more, but where in general is that money going to? It's going to specifically the monopolist firms that you've already propped up through state privilege. So you sort of like political policy, even ones that we could consider deep, like libertarian, often catch us in this trap of, you know, of the state seems to always end up on top either way. And so I think that's one of the arguments that Konkin used essentially to point out that not that like deregulation and things like that were bad or unethical or unlibertarian, just that this idea of like fixing things through political reforms ultimately ends up in this manner where the state ends up on top either way.
Right. But my point in bringing this up was just to say that, like, we don't have a government full of Milton Friedman-esque. I mean, again, to be fair to Milton Friedman, there's plenty of points where he was perfectly fine. It was just anytime he would bring
Right.
up government, it was like horrible. And
Yeah.
of course, later in his life, he did much better. But like when he worked for the government, I just wish he had that attitude while he worked for the government. But basically, my point in bringing this up was just to say that we don't have a government full of these people. We have a government full of people who are basically like, I think, like glorified politicos. Like, I'm not so certain that they're picking for people who will make the government necessarily best at their job, unless best at their job is simply like convincing enough people that they can continue to predate. And I think
Sure.
a lot of the individuals who are like attracted to it have their own individual wants, some of which don't even have anything to do with money and have to do with like social status. Like, I mean, there's
Right.
more than just monetary profit, right? I mean, I think we saw this with like George W. Bush, for instance. I think he wanted to basically follow in his dad's footsteps, who basically, ended Vietnam syndrome or whatever, and threw up his hands after he invaded Iraq for the first time. I think Bush wanted a reputation like his father's. I'm not so sure it was monetary in nature to him.
Yeah, sure. And like, to clarify as well, like, I don't really think that, like, this is really how the state operates. I don't really think it's like that political actors in their own mind think that they're 100% benefiting the state or making sure that the state collects as much revenue as possible. I'm just saying that I think that they can have their own mindset of like what they're doing ideologically, but I think that with their actions, they essentially end up benefiting the state in that way,
Oh,
even though they
absolutely.
might not even notice it. So, like, for instance, I think Ignis actually brought up a really great point earlier in the stream where he talked about like this was like Noam Chomsky, and he was like talking to a journalist, and the journalist was like, hey, like, what do you think I'm just like lying on purpose, or do you think I'm like trying to be deceitful and like a propagandist for the government? And he's like, no, I don't think that you're being purposely deceitful. I just think that if you weren't propagating the ideas that you just wouldn't be a part of the state apparatus in the first place.
Oh yeah,
So
100%.
I think that actually makes a lot more sense in that sense. So like I think it's problematic because I think some agorists talk about the state as like this evil like conspiracy of like a bunch of pedophiles like getting together, and for sure that is part of it, but like I don't think it's necessarily like this conspiracy. I think it's a lot more complicated, where you have all of these different competing technical, financial, and technical interests that the state by default needs. The state needs parasitism. The state needs to expand. The state by definition needs to collect tax revenue. There really is no reason why there shouldn't be some kind of optimal tax structure that the state needs, because if you're talking about the sheer amount of debt and the sheer amount of projects and like technical things that the state needs to fund and finance, like there's no reason for not collecting as much revenue as possible, regardless of what tax rate you might have. And like I think genuinely, like if it was most technically advantageous for the government to have like I don't know, like a 10% tax rate, I think they'd do it.
So we're just going to go ahead and read some chats because it's been a while since we've gotten to those. We have JC saying, didn't Sun Tzu say something similar to war is the lifeblood of the state? I believe so. I remember that quote or something.
I think he said something even better, which is war is based.
Yeah, right. Okay.
All warfare is based.
We have X Spartan 346X saying, hi, MRH. I love you, baby.
What's up, dude? I don't know how much he's already been doxxed, but I won't use his first name. Whatever. I don't know.
We have Padrick saying, Ahmed, you wee Arab. That's the best Padrick impression I could do. I think I did pretty well. Let's see. Legacy Right saying, what are your thoughts on these modern conflicts being heavily influenced from 1920s European politics?
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course, everything has its origin somewhere, right? I mean, World War I is probably the best place to start. Everything kind of goes all over the place from that. I mean, the reason you even have Al-Qaeda at all is because we were funding the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, which was to beat the Soviet Union, which only came about because, you had the Kaiser send Lenin into Russia in order to destabilize Russia so that they could win the war, right? Like all of this is eventually going to come back. And then you have all the motivations for World War I. So, I mean, I guess it just depends on how far you start. You can go back further than the 1920s, basically.
So we have an update on the fundraiser total. We are almost halfway there. 445. ANCAT, was there a donor name or anything? Was it anonymous?
Yeah, Nabiki donated $50, and
Okay.
they wanted to
Thank you,
say,
Nabiki.
yep, they wanted to say the most important issue, and that was it.
Okay. Care about this
So,
issue?
yeah.
Well, I
Hey,
mean,
fair
there you go.
enough.
Vicky.
I don't think
Yeah.
I mean I honestly kind of would agree with this because I feel like it's again tying back to the quote like war is the lifeblood of the state, and also I think it's the most destructive. Well, I mean per
I mean, the
violence,
fact that children are, it's an issue of children, I mean, I think is what makes it so important as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see what we got here on the chats. I guess Baracone's talking about hummus, like, or something. I love it when it's, wait, no. What are you talking about? It's not warm, fresh, and fluffy. What is warm, fresh, and fluffy then? If it's not, what are you talking about? What
He's
food
talking
was
about
being talked
Palestinian children being blown apart. I think.
Jesus, man.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Pretty sure it's about
I'm
hummus.
sorry, guys. I didn't say that. That's what this commenter said. I didn't say that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So apparently those children were pretty good at Hasidi's house. I don't know who that is. Oh, some Hasidi's house. It's my bad. I thought
Like
that was a
Hasidic
person
Jew?
for a second. Yeah, Hasidi, like Hasidic, right?
Yeah, Hasidim.
Yeah. Okay. 20 years later, and it is returned. What is happening?
Hummus?
Yeah, I don't.
You probably should throw it out after 20 years.
With terrorism. Thank you, Nomad. That was good. Let's see. Legacy, right? I've always been convinced Syria was just a proxy war for funding between the FBI and the CIA.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing too. This guy's right. I mean, there's a whole bunch of like inter-government agencies fighting. It wasn't just inter-people, but rather like massive government agencies like the CIA and the FBI. And I mean, I'm not 100% sure about the FBI in Syria. I didn't hear that, but I know like the NSA and the CIA clash like regularly, and they get in each other, or more specifically too, like the CIA and the military. They hate each other at all different times.
Yeah,
like the CIA, I think they were really against Hillary Clinton getting into war with Libya, but really for the war in Syria. But the army generals were really for the war in Syria, or it was the other way around. But they clash constantly.
I thought the FBI just did domestic things.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I don't know where this is coming from. Maybe they are. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. We have Gavin G. Griffin saying, "Why is nobody talking about the Israeli children killed?" Barracone had a response to that saying, because a lot of folks are skeptical of the numbers and there were other pressing topics. Well, I mean, I just say like, I mean, we're the focus of this stream is like the Palestinian children, because I mean, we found it to be a pressing issue.
You could say that about like literally anything. Like, why aren't you talking about the Syrian children or like? And again,
why
like,
aren't we helping children in Africa right now?
Right.
We know why.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well, but
because
anyway,
the issue is about Palestine. That's why.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just that. I mean,
but we're talking about something that's a lot like, I mean, okay, as far as any, like, you know, we don't know about the numbers. I think Barracone's right, but also it's like, which one is happening more actively right now? In like, are you saying that there are more Israeli children actively being killed as opposed to Palestinian children? Because that is just flat out a lie. If you believe that's the case.
Yeah.
That is not happening. So we are looking.
In Gaza have been going on for a while. Like
exactly.
A very, very long time.
Exactly. We're you know, funding a charity that is helping directly the children, and you're asking, why is it not funding these other children? It's like, really, man? Like, you know, the ones that are being like blown to bits right now, you're asking, why is it not about other ones? I mean, I don't know. That's disappointing. But yeah, guys, I mean, if you do support this cause, make sure to share, like, donate if you can. Again, I mean, we're almost halfway to our goal. So that is really good. I mean, we are doing really well tonight. Thank you all for donating. Let's see.
Yeah.
So what else do we have here? What is happening?
I did want to ask, so like MRH, I know that like you spend more time on Twitter, because I don't know about you, but like I can't fucking stand Twitter. I used to have an account. I deleted it just for my mental health, but I don't know, just that platform is super toxic, and I felt a lot better getting off of it and just not even seeing this stuff on there. But have you been seeing like a lot of like, have there been like libertarians or like quote unquote libertarians like trying to make arguments like shilling for Israel? And like what it generally is like the issue with those?
Well, on Twitter, no. I think almost everybody is against Israel. I mean, like, I don't know how much I really want to talk about it because it's disappointing, but you know, Walter Block has been very like pro-Israel, which to such an extent that he said some pretty horrible shit. But
Yeah.
Whatever. We don't talk about that. I act like that didn't happen.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw some Liquid
we
Zulu
all
meme
get.
about that, where it was like Dave Smith, where it's like he's saying, like, you know, militarize the border, and it's like the human resources thing, like where it's like the lady like sitting at the desk, and she's like, "Oh, you're so sweet" or whatever, and then it's like Walter Block talking about Israel. It's like, hello, human resources.
Oh yeah. I mean, okay, look, I gotta be fair to Dave Smith in that point. I don't think Zulu's meme is accurate. Like what Walter Block is saying is significantly worse than what Dave Smith said.
No,
Like,
but
Walter
that's
Block
the point of the meme. It's like the hello human resources to the Walter Block. Oh, well, I guess the meme would be like, usually
They're
you're
saying the same
saying it for something that is the opposite.
Well, no, the meme is like, oh, they're both saying the same thing. It's just, oh, I like this one person better than the other because they look different. Like that's
Yeah, I see
literally
what you mean.
like,
I mean,
oh, Walter
it's
Block. We're all gonna shit on Walter Block, even though Dave, you're doing the same thing. That's what the meme is doing. I don't think that's the case. I don't think those are
I don't.
analogous like at all.
No, I mean, I don't think they're the same. I don't think it's fair to like call them literally the same thing. I think the more point is like in general principle. If you're against, you know, murder and property, and you want to be in favor of property rights, you know, you're rightfully criticizing Block on this issue. But the idea of, oh, well, the military's fine as long as it's like kicking out the brown people in Mexico, but not in the Middle East, is like, I don't know. I mean, like, here's the thing.
I can see the similarity.
Okay.
I have more sympathy for the bordertarians than I do like the full on like bomb the Middle East people, for sure, like definitely. But I do think that like in principle, I think they like they're
No,
very
but that's
similar.
the thing. That's where I disagree. Like, I think they're different in principle. Although I don't agree with the restricted borders people. I think their argument is at least plausible. I don't think Block's argument is plausible at all. Like Block's argument rests on a stretching, like a massive stretch, basically, of like negative homesteading. Or like,
No.
I let me say, I believe it's probably the case like Zulu would see these as similar, because I mean they're both cases of aggression. It would just be your moral standards as far as which one you find more disgusting.
Or just in terms of numbers, you know.
No, I think the Israel one is probably aggression. The border one is a lot harder, because the border one is a stance, is like an if then, right?
Well,
like,
it's a lot
really
more murky, but
you want to talk? I'll talk about it if you want. I've been arguing with people about this on Twitter all day.
Well,
I can formulate their argument.
Statement?
What'd you say?
How would you say it's an if then statement?
Like, as in, I mean, their thing rests on the hypothetical that, or the hypothetical premise that the government is, you know, has control of public property or whatever. So they want to say that that hypothetical premise should be like, we should get rid of it. We should ultimately get rid of the government. But given that that's the case, now what? We can only appeal to libertarianism by proxy, according to them. So it's like, I mean, in the case of like the government, say, or in the case of like a robber shooting you, or like a robber holding you up at gunpoint, it's like, okay, given the robber holds you up at gunpoint, would you rather have him take $5 or $10 from you? It's like, yeah, we all agree that he shouldn't be robbing you at all. That's 100% the case. But they want to say that analogy holds for borders. They want to say that given
I don't see how that's the case. Like, you know, how is it comparable that the $5 is letting less people in than the $10?
No. In this case, it would be like, what they want to say is that no matter what, stealing $5 or $10 in this manner is a property rights violation. And they also want to claim that opening the borders and closing the borders, they're both property rights violations. This is how they want to frame the issue.
Like the literal allowance of like letting those people walk across the property, which is actually technically not owned, is ethical, and then preventing them from doing so would be aggression. So I mean, like, promotion, use of like state dollar or tax like dollars, use of like stolen money to literally like fund the, like, you know, bringing people in. Yes, that would technically, like, the use of that money would be itself aggression, but like literally letting people walk across land, which is like, it's not owned, like
it's unowned. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. So there's the first claim, is that it's unowned. So they want to claim that it's not really unowned. There's actually a better claim to it than it being abandoned. And there's actually 3 sets of people that have a better claim: the original owner, and then the taxpayers. And if those can't be found, then the workers and the maintainers of the whatever public property in question. So like,
would you like your 1 inch by 1 inch square now or later?
Well, again, that's not really how like restitution works, right? Which is how they're going to reinforce this argument. Is like, let me ask you a hypothetical. Like, what happens? Say, I steal $100,000 from you, and then, or I steal $20,000 from you, and I steal $20,000 from ANCAT, and I already had like a car, for example. Maybe I bought it at $40,000 yesterday before I even stole anything from you guys. And then I burn all of my money and all of my property.
Yeah.
What happens to that car?
Well, you're not going to split the car in half. I get what you're saying, but like,
right.
Like you can't really, well, okay. I'm not of the position that you can sell land because it's not like homesteaded. There's no way to homestead the actual land itself.
We're probably getting a bit off topic.
I disagree with that.
I mean, to be fair.
I know we're getting off topic now. We can have this discussion later, but point overall is that like we're just of the position. I mean, I assume ANCAT takes the same position just based on the discussions we've had. But like, there's still both cases of aggression. It's just I understand where you're coming from morally when you say like Walter Block's position. I'm not completely familiar. You can actually like let us know exactly what he said about it. Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, I want to say that my argument is just that this borders position is significantly more complicated and a better position to take. Walter's position is really like relies on a stretch of basically like the human shield argument. So like what happens, for example, this is like the point that's brought up. Imagine I go to shoot you, Ahmed, and then you pull out, you conceal carry and you pull out your gun and you go to shoot me and I pull ANCAT in front of me, right? So like, is it permissible for you to shoot at me? Like I have a gun over his shoulder, he's restrained, but if you shoot at me, it's possible you'll kill him. Is it okay for you to shoot at me in self-defense?
No.
Oh, okay. So then what would happen if like a bank robber, for example, like walked into a bank and he taped babies all over his face? Like all over his
that's
body.
also not justifiable to shoot the babies.
That's not that's not justifiable, but I'm wondering like, is it okay? Like, okay, so then the guy would just get away with the bank robbery. You're fine with that?
If it
that's better. Well, that is better than enacting more aggression.
Well, it's not just more aggression. Like you wouldn't.
That's not the question.
You wouldn't want to use aggression in the process of trying to like stop someone from also committing aggression. Like you have the right to stop someone committing aggression, but not if it involves the property rights violations.
But the question here, the thing that the human shield people can use is that the liability for the deaths of those people it's not your fault, basically. It's this guy. Like imagine this was easier. Imagine I go to shoot you and then you shoot me back, but I move at light speed. So I pull ANCAT in front of me before, you even have a chance to react and the bullet hits him. Whose fault is it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like
that's an extreme example, but if you, wait, so you move at light speed, you're moving him in front of the bullet or?
I'm moving him in front of the bullet, yes.
Okay, well then it was you because you moved him in front of the bullet.
Right, but the idea here is to show that even though you fired like, for example, imagine if you didn't intend to shoot anybody and you're shooting like a target in your house and ANCAT just happens to be behind it or something. Where does the liability fall if you damage him or something? And we'll say like, it's not his fault and it's not really your fault. It could just be like a malfunction of something. Where does the liability fall? On anybody or no?
Well, okay, but there's a difference between like, I get that you'll probably say like, okay, well, aggressively speaking, maybe not, but like there is a difference between killing and murdering.
Sure, I agree with that. My point here is to establish that liability is not like a clear-cut thing.
I mean, I think it's, okay, I know it's not like a clear-cut thing, but I'd say like, as a standard, it would make sense to say like, okay, if you murdered this person, it makes more sense that you are liable rather than like necessarily like if you killed a person, there could be some issue with liability there.
So, sorry, say that one more time.
I'm just saying like basically, I think murder is a lot more clear when it comes to liability than a killing because there's a difference between the two. So I'm saying like if you kill someone and you don't necessarily mean to do it, or if it's in self-defense, that's a lot. There could be a lot more gray area there than with murder. So, I mean, like the fact that you are like killing the babies to get to the robber, that is murder. That is intentional.
No, but the question is it intentional by the robber? Like he knows, for example, that let me put it like this. I think Hoppe uses this example when he's talking about liability in the great fiction. It's the essays on causality and liability. But there's a point where like, imagine I pray every day for like lightning to strike you if you go into that forest over there. And if you touch a specific tree, and I pray for that. And then you go into the forest and I tell you like, hey, you can go to that forest. I left like a present for you if you go like next to that tree or something. But I'm praying for you to get struck by lightning. And then say something happens. Say, in fact, you do get struck by lightning. Am I liable for your murder? Okay, I'm not liable. Now, what if... okay.
Because prayers don't work.
Okay, sure. Now, what if we assume that they did? What if the prayer does, in fact, do something, or I knew that lightning would strike there, and I told you to go to that tree anyway? Would I be liable for murder?
Yeah.
Okay, then I can bring the same case with the case of the human shields. I could say, look, I pulled a baby in front of me after I intentionally shot at you, knowing you would shoot back at me.
Well, here's the interesting part is would do accidents count as you being liable?
Do accidents count? Well, that depends. It depends.
For instance,
Yeah.
right. So for
It has
instance,
to do with the killing versus murder.
let's say there are two scenarios, right? The one that you mentioned where I fire the gun, I'm trying to hit a target, but the bullet somehow ricochets and it accidentally hits me, versus a case where I know that I'm literally looking at you. I know what my intentions are. I'm literally pointing the gun directly at you, shooting. It's the same effect, but would you still have the same liability?
According to Rothbard, yes. But I don't think Rothbard's right.
Now, let me say, I think the flaw in your logic here, I would like to point it out. I would like to point out the flaw in your logic here. It's because you're basically saying the murderer, or I guess, the aggressor, the initial aggressor who committed the act of aggression that is using the babies of the human shield. Basically, in my mind, the example means initially, without your input, was that, the robber, I see the babies on the robber's face or his body or whatever, where I'm going to shoot, and then I shoot anyway. Yes, that would be murder. Now, some of the examples you're bringing up, you're saying basically, what if the robber moved the babies in the way as I'm shooting and knew that, I would shoot back at him? Now that is different because it's I'm not actually trying to shoot the babies. That would be more a case of killing rather than murder.
No, right. But what I'm saying is I go into a bank or whatever covered in babies, knowing that you're going to shoot at me. Would I be liable for their murder?
Well, you don't necessarily know. I mean,
well, I don't know anything. Technically, I didn't know lightning was going to strike.
I would still say it's the person who shot. That's the murderer.
I mean,
okay, whoever knows is not really relevant, right? Imagine if I have a bear trap out in the woods or a landmine that I set up, and you go and you happen to step on it, and I tell you in fact, hey, go step over there, and you blow up. I don't know that the landmine's going to go off.
But you told me to step on a landmine. It's basically telling me to step in front of a bullet that you don't know if is going to fire or not.
Yeah, but but
let's say you have a revolver that you're about to shoot, and it only has one in the chamber, and one in the one in one of the 6 chambers, and basically, or not chambers, but the I don't even know, the barrel. Sorry, or not barrel. What am I saying here? It's the what is it called on the revolver? It's not a magazine.
Chamber.
Is it a chamber?
Yeah.
Because usually the chamber of the gun is right behind the okay, never mind.
I think you say one in the chamber usually. That's all I know is from video games.
Anyway, point being, let's assume we know, or let's say we know what I'm talking about here. And basically I'm saying step in front of this and I pull the trigger. I don't know if the gun is going to fire or not because I spun it before. No, I still killed you, and obviously I did still kill you, but I mean,
I agree.
Assuming you don't know, let's say I have the gun under a sheet or something. No, I murdered you at that point. In the same way, the lightning. I totally agree. In the lightning case, it's not murder if it's a prayer, because you don't. I mean, let's just say prayers don't work, but let's say let's assume prayers don't work for real. Then I wouldn't say it's murder because it just happened to be a coincidence. Now, in the case that you actually did pray, you summoned that lightning. It's as if you shot at someone.
Okay. But now my point here, my point with the you don't know was because Ann Cat's response to me when I brought up the babies being covered or whatever, and I went in, quote unquote, knowing that you would go and shoot at me because I'm shooting at you, and that would be your prerogative, I would be liable. And he said, well, you don't know that person's going to shoot at you. And that was my rebuttal. It doesn't matter. I don't know anything because my world is uncertain. That's not a response to me being liable for covering myself in babies or whatever. And we can even take the baby example out. We can literally do something way more minor. For example, what if I steal your clothes and a mask that you wear and gloves from you? It's your property. It's not mine. Would ANCAP be wrong in shooting at me if I unload into him because it would damage your property that I'm wearing? Or am I liable for that damage?
Well, so here's the thing. I think that I think what might be a more important thing to parse out here is not necessarily going with intent with murder. You would just say that it's still wrong. It's you still don't have a right to do something, or I mean, maybe not right, but it would still be wrong and aggressive, even if you did it, for instance, on accident. Like if I was spamming some like gun or whatever, and then it just happened to shoot a baby, but like I didn't know it was, I genuinely didn't have an intention to shoot the baby. I think that like it's still wrong for that bullet to go through the baby, if that makes sense.
Now, in the case of that you were giving us the example of like shooting at the guy or I guess you were the guy in the example that had my clothes on. Now, if ANCAT shot at you, no, he would be justified in defending himself from you. That would be one case, but then there would be another case in which he owes me a new shirt or whatever he damaged.
Okay,
Yeah, so like
he would owe the new shirt, so not me.
So like Zulu brings up this point where it's like
he's the one that ripped the shirt with the bullet or whatever. You were the one that stole it, but I mean, I guess he already damaged it to the point where I really can't like get a new one, you know? So I mean, ANCAT is the one that like destroyed it, even though he's not the one that stole it.
If this is the case, how on earth do you justify self-defense? Like in the case that I go swing at you or something like that, why would you get to defend yourself legitimately if like everything that I own is like not yours, unless you're just saying like, oh, I'll bite the bullet on restitution for this one, like I'll just pay restitution. But even then, I don't know if that's a great response. Isn't your whole point supposed to be that like, oh, you shouldn't commit aggression, but now you're saying, oh, it's fine to, as long as you pay somebody for it after the fact?
Well, I don't think that the question is like whether it's fine or not. I think the question is more because there's of course like the Vosh example of the coconuts. Let's say for instance that you were starving and you like were going to die. Is it still the coconut owner's property? Yes, but if you would of course like owe the coconuts back or something back. You could maybe potentially argue that. But it like so your own moral intuitions may not prevent you from doing some morally wrong things. We would still say that the coconut owner still has the property. So it's a question of like what property belongs to who necessarily would be like the more important question, it seems like.
I don't know. In the case that where like ANCAT shoots the shirt, I'm still thinking like, you know, it would make sense for the robber to return the shirt. He wasn't the one that like ripped it technically. And then ANCAT pays for the shirt because he's the one that broke it. I mean, that makes the most sense.
So like what would happen? Like you wouldn't be saying like that, oh, well, damaging the shirt was actually ethical. You can actually like all like property damage is fine. You would just say that, okay, if you're going to defend yourself and also committed an immoral act in the process, you would still owe that person the shirt, or at the very least, if you like believe that, you know, if you destroy something, you can't really give it back or whatever, at that point, then you were still in the wrong for doing that action, but you weren't in the wrong for just defending yourself.
No, I don't see why this would be like. I mean, I could do like an absurdum, right? I could say like, imagine I walk in, I steal your priceless coat, like it's like millions upon millions of dollars, and then you know I go in and I just start like killing a bunch of people, and somebody dares to like punch it, and it disintegrates on contact, and then the coat goes away. Do they owe the person I stole the coat from like $4 million?
Well, why would that differ in like a normal case where the coat's just sitting on the ground and you punch it and it disintegrates? I mean, why would that situation change?
Well, no, because in the case of the aggressor, I would say that the aggressor is liable for that thing because the aggressor put it in a situation that he knew, not coincidentally, what was going to happen to it because he aggressed against somebody else.
Okay, I can kind of see your point there.
I mean, I see what he's saying. I don't think that to be the case. Like, I mean, okay. I don't really think that, you know, because the aggressor put it in that situation that he necessarily owes it to you because he wasn't the one that caused the property damage.
No, I mean,
well, the question I think is like how far.
No, well,
like,
I mean,
how
the actual cause of the property damage is the person that destroyed it.
No, but I think it was the person who then aggressed, who knowing that somebody would have self-defense. Like, for example, you may not even know that it's my coat. Like, you just know that you can defend yourself.
Right.
Well, so then, I mean,
and you might not even know. And so, for instance, like you might not even know, for instance, that, you know, an action that you might do also may have an implication that destroys someone's property. So let's say, I don't know, you're lighting a bunch of fireworks. One of the fireworks goes off and destroys someone's house. It seems like you would still owe that person for the house.
Now, let me say, like,
this is where reckless negligence comes in. Because what happens if I'm shooting at a target and you walk behind it and you know I shoot here all the time? Why would it be my fault if you get damaged?
Well, I don't think it would be. I don't really know if it's like in terms of fault. It would just be like I don't know, like that was
It's hard.
I mean, you
Like my
could
point
say,
here is this is
well,
very,
so
very hard.
My
well, so
question
there's
here
the
is
question of like, well, I think there's like the more moral question with regards to like the more meta ethical stuff, where it's like, okay, if you like, what factors of intent play into into making you like morally a bad culpable person versus like what rights do
Yes.
people have? Like, is
Oh
it
well.
like, do I have the right to not have a bullet go through me and have
Well,
that
look,
person do it?
if you want to claim that restitution, and I assume you do, is part of libertarianism, then it seems like assigning liability is a big deal.
Sure.
Okay, but if that's the
I
case,
mean,
then we
well,
like
here I'm
this
a,
is
I'm a
this is a
little bit
question of rights.
like I'm a little bit are you talking about like you have the right to take property back that was stolen from you, or are you talking about like someone steals $1,000 from you, so you not only owe the $1,000 back, but you owe even more than that?
I mean, take an easier case. I break your arm, and then I rip it off and I eat it in front of you. what do I owe you?
Yeah.
What do I owe you?
Right, exactly. I mean, it just seems like there
Well,
are some cases where it's like, okay, like it still is wrong for you to destroy that property, but I don't know, like
Yeah.
it seems like there are certain cases where it's like you can't even pay them back, or like
You
there's no
could.
like
I mean,
logical
we get.
well, okay, you
It could probably
could,
be.
but like you wouldn't like be required to within like libertarian law or libertarian theory.
you have to
Well, right,
purchase stem cells
It would
so
just
he
it
can
would only
regrow an
say
arm.
that like it would only say that like that initial action was unjustified,
Yeah, that
or
could
that
be
you
the
still
case.
had the right to your property.
Okay, so then.
So like the question
So
of restitution then becomes like a moral question in the
But
same
this
way
isn't
that like you're
restitution,
saying, or
right?
sorry, what's the other word for it? Retribution?
No, I'm sorry. What I said by this isn't restitution is I mean your doctrine of only returning the exact thing that was stolen isn't
Right.
even isn't even restitution. Like that's literally just you're in possession of my property. Restitution is generally referred to as making somebody whole. So like in the case of if I steal $1,000 from you and then I wait a year, generally restitution consists of not only that $1,000 but the interest that added up. Basically.
Oh, I see. Okay, well that's an interesting question.
But do you include like emotional damages in that? Like, how would you even account for
That's
that?
another
That seems
question.
subjective.
Right.
It is extremely hard. This is why I don't think like these questions of liability and restitution and retribution, I think they're probably all compatible with libertarianism. Like I think libertarianism, all it tells you is that if there's a conflict, like what you should do to avoid conflict. But when a conflict starts, where we assign liability, how much restitution is owed, how much retribution be done. I don't even think that's a question libertarianism solves. I think all of those, any position could be coherent with it.
That's very interesting, like that you bring up that point, because I think that like virtue ethics seems to have a very similar parallel, and I don't like consider myself a virtue ethicist or anything like per se, but I think it's very interesting in the sense of like, okay, so it's not in the same of deontology where you're saying, okay, these are rules that you lie out. Something needs to be addressed before that, which is the virtues and character that you have, which then allow you to become a person that's able to make ethical decisions, not necessarily what ethical decisions are right or wrong.
Maybe.
Are you familiar with that at all?
Okay. So
I mean, okay, I'm not like saying it's like 100% true. I'm just saying
Sure.
that could be like a parallel.
There might be a little parallel there. Yeah, sure.
I was hoping to get back to the actual like.
Oh, sure.
I'll
explain to you Walter Block's statement.
Walter Block statement.
Walter Block, basically, you can take that, and I don't think that this is a legitimate use. I think this is like a completely like screwed up use of it. I think you can say, oh well, Palestinians are the Hamas is using all these children as human shields, and so bombs away. Like it's not Israel's fault. We can just wash our hands of this. It's Hamas's fault. And I think that's ridiculous. Like I think if you stretch this far enough, it's basically like arguing, we've got Osama bin Laden hiding out in Afghanistan. If we nuke the entire country and eviscerate every single person, well, that's just Osama bin Laden's fault because he shouldn't have been hiding there, and he was using everyone as a human shield. I think that's complete nonsense.
I have killed some aliens, and I am on the other side of the planet. Now they have to blow up the entire planet to get to me.
Exactly. Well, I mean, sometimes people like Leonard Peikoff will do this, which is like completely insane. He literally argued that Iran should be nuked if the military said, like, yeah, do it.
Bruh.
That would be great. Like on Bill O'Reilly. It was so funny because Bill O'Reilly of all people was like to Leonard Peikoff. Dude, you sound like Dr. Strangelove. It's hilarious. That's
I mean,
it's a great
could you
clip.
argue but here's the thing, like could you argue that okay, well the Palestinians were hiding under there, knowing, or like hiding in a specific area, knowing that Israel would bomb that area, or like that the government would bomb that area in defense of them, or in an ability to kill them. So I mean, it seems like what's the stopping point between taking the conclusion of, oh, okay, well me shooting the babies is fine, but Israel bombing the hospital isn't?
So I don't think
What's the line that you draw there?
I think
If you're gonna
I don't
accept
have
that
like a
argument.
hard principled line, because again, like my whole position is I don't think the principle can deal with this. I think it has to do with empirical fact, and I'm not trusting the state on any empirical measure because I don't even think they can do it. So of course they're
Sure.
going to claim that for everything, and there's no way for me to independently verify that that's the case. I don't think that's the standard that they should use. I think like if it
Well,
was a
what are
private company, it might be the case that that is genuinely reasonable in some cases. That they literally like strap a child basically to their chest, and then that ends up blowing them up, and then it's their fault. It's not the whoever blew them up. But I don't think that's the case with states, and I just don't think that is the case on empirical grounds.
why do you see this as different when it's on an individual level?
Why do I see what is different?
Like essentially the strapping of babies to one's chest.
Oh, just because I think there's a difference between basically, again, when we talk about liability, I want to stress that I think these are very, very vague and have like, I can't answer them with libertarian answers or like a principled hardline position. I just
Well,
think there's a difference between being reckless and not being reckless.
well,
It's
here's the
like what,
question: is like why
sure.
can libertarianism answer these broad questions seemingly well, but when you get into the specifics, it doesn't? Because it seems like you can't answer the specifics, then it seems like your general principle just doesn't have a foundation. If you can just come to wildly different conclusions, there is no conclusion to anything.
No, you have to come to certain, I think it's like on a meta level. I think there are propositions that are ruled out, and I think that in general, basically it's almost like praxeology, in that what praxeology can do is basically give us borders as to what makes sense in our entrepreneurship and like our forecasting. Like we wouldn't
borders?
forecast. What'd you say?
Whoa, it gives us borders?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. It's basically like no, it's like, okay, it wouldn't make any sense to argue that the government caused like some benefit to people, right? But we can use that in our analysis. And I think this is the same case for libertarianism. What we can do is we can apply libertarian principles that we shouldn't aggress in the case where there is no conflict, and we know what would start a conflict in a particular case. But I think in these cases of liability, the conflict's already started. Like there is no avoiding it, which is what libertarianism is meant to do. I think something else has to be there, but I don't think that means libertarianism is devoid of content or useless. I just don't think it's good on this particular question. Or not, I shouldn't even say not good. I just don't think it's useful in this particular instance. And that's fine. It's like saying libertarianism can't tell me whether or not I should think broccoli is good or bad. And then doesn't that seem like it's a problem with foundations? It's like, no, your own preferences are decided by you according to libertarianism. Nothing else is decided on top of that.
Yeah, that's actually very
broccoli
interesting.
is bad, and I'm a libertarian, so what now?
I agree.
Oh,
Not the
then
second
you
part,
should
but
be
the first
kicked out
part.
permanently. How dare you?
Holy shit. That's a very interesting take, and I almost kind of like it in the sense that because I think like that we talk with Esso and Filthy about this quite a bit, and it seems like they almost have a similar position in that I don't think they believe. Well, first of all, they believe that like ethics is a non-prescriptive science. I mean, but that's a whole other topic to discuss upon. But I don't think like that they can. I think they would argue almost a similar thing in that like you can argue like very concrete cases, but as far as like the specifics, a lot of that is just generally blurry and is essentially like the norms that are going to emerge, at least in practicality, are the ones that are going to emerge after you've subverted this like third party organization that we know for libertarianism can tell us is bad, has been subverted, so people can actually start making organic property claims. But those property claims might be different, and that's okay.
Yes,
It's
it's actually kind of like
the main issue here is that there's this organization that's literally unilaterally making it so that no one can establish like voluntary, or at the very least like on their own without any intermission or interference property claims. So it seems like that's like
yeah.
what they're primarily focused on.
Yeah.
So,
I
so
mean,
it's like very weird because like they're not like Hoppians by any degree, and they have a lot of contentions with a lot of Papa's work, but like it seems like at least on this particular issue with regards to like ethics and epistemology, you guys seem to have a lot of similarities in that I haven't like seen from a lot of like other libertarians, because it seems like people like Zulu, and I'm honestly like more on board with him in the sense that I want to answer the specific like niche case, because it seems like, again, like that seems like a very important like case to answer, like it seems like we need to have answers on literally every single thing. So like part of me like kind of tugs in both ways. What
Like
was that?
I am fine with answers on particular questions so long as they're well defined and
Right.
understood. Like, I mean, I
Yeah.
think it's fine to like ask questions about blackmail, but when we talk about particular instances, like this is like probably easily demonstrated with the homesteaded stuff, is like what happens if I say I claim that stick on the ground and you claim that you have a claim on that stick. Who wins? Well, I pissed on it. Does that count as like basically establishing that I've used the thing? It's like,
Yeah.
well, like in some areas maybe, in others maybe not. Like it's not necessarily like and then to just ask like who owns the stick is not something I could possibly answer from a theoretical perspective.
So like
There's no way.
it seems like you can't really like answer these things before they've actually like before you literally know all of the cases. It seems like in some sense you need to like actually have the like witness the action take place, or at least like
Yes.
have the action take place in concrete reality.
Yes.
To like fully know the answer. But in theory, we can like map out kind of a framework with things that haven't happened yet, and that's why we're able to say things like the state is wrong, even though with more specific cases we might literally need to be seeing the action emerge.
Right. And we also know the state doesn't even pretend to justify itself on any of these grounds. Like the state
Right.
justifies itself with an appeal to like a hypothetical social contract, and they appeal to, just consequences of, people will be more peaceful or whatever. Like that's all nonsense. That
Right.
we know they don't even appeal. Of course, they don't try to make the claim that they homesteaded everything, because that's ridiculous.
Right.
Watch your step. I just homesteaded a pissing easement there.
I just want to like
Right,
I just want to
exactly.
turn into fucking like Vince and just be like, yes, fuck it, like pissing on sticks, amazing, let's do it. Like,
I mean, it could be, it genuinely could be fine in certain circumstances.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
It could be a generally community of people who recognize that. Yeah.
Sure. But yeah, we've gone way off topic, but I do think like that this was kind of important, because I think it maybe does give people like a more like grounding in, I guess, some of the more theory shit. But we probably should be getting back on the main topic of the stream. This is what happens when we bring fucking MRH on. Holy shit.
Sorry.
We talk about like the ethics of pissing on sticks when we were trying to talk about Gaza.
Do we have any updates on the donations?
Oh yeah, here, let me check. No.
Oh, cool. Well, we're still at 445. Come on.
I think I'm hoping by the end of the stream that we at least get to 500. If we got there, I'd be happy.
But anyway, I don't know if we have many viewers left, but well, I mean, we still do have a few in here, but I don't know if we have anybody that was interested in coming on. Maybe we could ask in our Discord servers.
Yeah, I think that would be good. One of the things that I wanted to maybe discuss upon too is we've been talking about like some of the crazy lies that the just to kind of bring it back more on topic, like some of the crazy, insane lies that some of the people like on Twitter or the Israeli government has been like spewing about the conflict. Have you like what's like the craziest lie or like craziest spin on like the narrative that you've seen so far? I mean, besides just the people just straight up just advocating like full on like bomb all the Browns,
Oh God, I have no idea. I'm not really like all that into, like I don't know what people are necessarily arguing outside of like the stuff I've seen Walter Block like adjacent style arguments.
Well, I just mean like some of like the propaganda, like in general, like one of the examples that we brought up on the stream earlier, and I don't even think that we like were able to get into this fully, but like the Israeli government apparently found like a pristine, no dust upon it, but in the middle of a war zone, non-tattered up copy of an Arab cop translated copy of Mein Kampf. with like sticky note, like yellow sticky note annotations in like perfectly clean handwriting and like orange highlighting in the middle. Like they're doing like academic like highlighting and shit. Like I don't know, I just like shit like that I think is funny. Which I feel like maybe like you could maybe, I'm not gonna like fully, it hasn't like been officially debunked, but that just seems like completely amazing to me. There's no way.
Like finding the ID of Muhammad Atta or whatever in like pristine condition, like next to the towers or whatever that were just blown up.
Yeah, like fuck, and the thing is too, like they literally found it in like a child's bedroom too, like a 9-year-old Arab child is like has a copy of Mein Kampf taking.
Well, that makes killing the kids justified.
Yeah, true, and the funny part is that doesn't even justify their entire thing. But I think the point is that they're not even trying to have it correlated to justifying it. I think what they're trying to do is literally just heighten your emotions. Like, look, like they're all literal like Nazis. We're finding Nazi shit.
Yeah.
We have to bomb them.
They did that in Iraq. They do that in every war. I mean, in the U.S., I tie it back to that. Of course, there's the Naira or whatever that was. Girl who turned out to be the daughter of a Jordanian like ambassador.
They took the babies out of the incubators.
Yeah, it's amazing. But anyway, I gotta get going. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, dude, it was awesome. Thank you.
And it was good talking to you.
Yeah, anytime.
All right. We'll have to talk. We'll have to talk more about the just one more thing, sorry. But just we'll definitely have to talk more about the fucking border shit and more, because I am interested to like pick your brain about the whole idea of like intersubjectively attainable norms. Because I think that is a very, very interesting line that I've like never heard of before. So I am intrigued. Like generally, like I'm just here. Like generally,
I'm happy to talk.
You know, more than anything.
Read Hoppe and read Stefan Kinsella. I highly recommend both of their stuff, especially on that. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. So, any one specifically? I'm trying to think. I think if I remember correctly, in The Great Fiction, there's an essay on truth, man, nature, and justice that I think he talks about that in. And I'm pretty sure in Kinsella's book, The Legal Foundations of a Free Society, I think it's like in the first few chapters, he just talks about libertarianism, but when he starts talking about legal theory, he talks about homesteading stuff. I can't think of the title, but I can probably get back to you on it. Okay, sure. Well, hey, we won't keep you any longer, and thank you so much for coming on, man.
Yep.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it. See you guys.
See ya.
Apparently, Justice is saying they also found a fully charged iPad in a teenage girl's bedroom with a picture of Hitler as the wallpaper. That's crazy.
What? No,
I did not see that yet. Is that true? Greg, do you know anything about this?
No.
That's almost even better. Like they find a they find like a teenage.
Isn't that one picture? Oh yeah, actually, whoa. What are you talking about, Ancat?
It's better.
What? Oh no. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Out of context.
But
wow.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
What? That we went into all that?
The tangent?
Yeah.
I just think because we're fucking libertarians, we can't fucking help it. When someone brings up some weird hypothetical, we have to like assert our opinion about it.
December 23rd, 2023. New propaganda just dropped. Gazan teenage girl has Adolf Hitler on her iPad screen. No scratches, full-ish battery. Should I show that on stream?
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea.
I think it's probably fine.
Show the H-bomb on stream.
The H-bomb. That's what they dropped over Japan. Just iPads full of Hitler as a wallpaper.
Yeah, it's like unscratched. Hold on, y'all got to see this. Hold on. Oh my god, that was funny as hell.
Yo.
No, wait, hold on. No way. No, I'm gonna put it on.
Okay.
Look at this. Let me see if I can full screen it. Yeah, I probably can now. Yeah, check this out.
קיצור, ראובן, יש פה בית טיפוסי, כמו שאתה רואה. יש פה אייפד שמצאנו, כנראה של איזה נערה מתבגרת. עכשיו, מה אתה חושב שהיא תשים בתור תמונת שומר מסך? איזה נועה קילה או משהו, כן? קבל.
What is this choice in picture? What is this? That was the first time I saw that, I was like, what the hell?
I mean, what's funny is like I could just picture like one of the fucking like Israeli guards just like finding the iPad, and then well, just hypothetically, let's say like the iPad actually was there charged or whatever, like they open it and then they just find a way. I mean, if there's no password on it for some reason, they find a way to just Google a Hitler picture and just zoom it in.
I mean, they could have had access to this iPad. Hold on, my camera's acting weird. They could have had access to this iPad, or it could have just been their iPad.
Yeah.
There we go. Better. It could have just been their iPad that they put there. I mean, again, it looks like barely any scratches, only a little dusty on the outside. They could have just rubbed it around. What's the probability that it?
Well,
it
I
has
see
a case too?
honestly, I kind of see the iPad scenario as like being a lot more plausible, because I could like almost see, because I mean, like it is kind of difficult to deny that like there is a lot of anti-Semitism just within Gaza generally. I mean, like Hamas is an organization that just like actually wants to wipe out Jews, not just like the Israeli state. Like they hate Jews just generally. So like they are fucking like Nazis at the end. I mean, it is true, but it doesn't make like the killing of Nazi, or well, not Nazi children, but like within the region next door, like okay, obviously.
What if they were?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, what's the probability that it's like this?
Yeah,
is
I mean, even if they were
or a teenage girl's iPad.
Yeah. So I mean, again, like we don't really know, but I mean, I'm just saying,
like, how much actual worship of Hitler is there in Gaza? Like Hitler himself, like despite like whatever feelings, like sentiments on the Jews and whether they should exist or not, like what's the actual view on Hitler as a figure?
Yeah, it seems like we there's definitely like a lot more anecdotal evidence to support their claims, so it doesn't really seem like it's it just seems like the only thing that I've seen is just like, oh yeah, there was a copy of Mein Kampf, they had Hitler as the wallpaper.
Yeah.
I haven't like seen any statistics or anything like that. I don't even know how you would do polling data like that.
If anything, I would think they would use like surahs or like the Quran to justify any kind of anti-Semitic sentiments, not Hitler, because I don't know. I mean, I can't really think of any reason why they would necessarily be precluded from that, but I mean, it doesn't seem likely to me either.
Yeah. Okay. So we put out announcements in their Discord channels asking if anybody wants to come on stream. Nothing yet. If anybody in the chat here wants to, I mean, you can DM us on Discord, but I mean, you can type it in here. If we know your Discord, we can message you it. Otherwise, I don't know how we'd get it to you. That's just if anybody's interested.
I think we can maybe wait like another 20-30 minutes or so, just kind of talk and see if anyone wants to join. If people do, then we can let them talk, and if not,
say
then
more like 10-15 minutes. If nobody is interested in coming on, then
yeah.
I mean, I know we went like for a while. We're 6 hours in, so I mean, to be fair to people, it's like people have been hanging out for some time here. Like there are people that have hung out for most of this. But yeah,
that's awesome. But I mean, yeah, this was a really good stream. I'm surprised. I'm would have been happy to have a little bit more donations, I feel like, but I mean, to the people who did, they donated pretty big. So
I mean, it did honestly, like, I mean, I didn't have low expectations or anything, but like this number was really good as far as like where my expectations were at, Yeah. Like I'm glad people turned up and donated like that. Like the few $100 donations that were put in were really like, I mean, those were big,
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, to say like we got almost 500 for even if that's what we land at, almost 500 for a charity on our first charity stream, where we're both only at like, on average, like we're at, because it's like you're 95, I'm like 150. Yeah. So, I mean, to have an average of like close to 100 or somewhere a little over 100, it's like, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Not everybody can just do that.
Sure. I think the only thing that's kind of like, is like, okay, I mean, we know a lot of people joined the stream, but I don't think a lot of people, like, we know only like a few people donated, and those weren't even us. I mean, most of the donations actually did kind of come from us, because I think I donated 100, you donated 50, Justice and Ignis donated. So I think we only got like 4.
We had Artemis, and then we had the other, what was it? That other
The
person.
anonymous. We had the
No,
anonymous.
it wasn't the anonymous. It was the other person.
Nabiki.
There was
Yeah,
an anonymous 100 too. Yeah, that was it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
So
Greg, how you
Israel.
how about that war?
You know, yeah. I mean, I'm all right, I guess. I gotta look up that Peacock video now. That sounds funny.
You want to watch it on here?
Nah, I'll watch it on my own time.
Why not?
I mean, if you want to put it on, sure. I just thought it'd be too much of a departure from like the main thing.
So I'm trying to find it.
I love fucking MRH's examples. I love that.
So MRH is not an agorist, I assume.
I think he's one of the more like sympathetic to like agorism generally that I've seen, but I don't think he is now. He's like more like ANCAP, just mainline Austro libertarian. But I mean, I like inviting him on because I think he's like probably he's one of the more like smarter libertarian theorists that I've seen, and I like his content quite a bit. And then generally, like in my conversations with him, and generally like in his videos, he seems very 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 charitable, like trying to actually. It's very clear to me that like he's not just trying to like push a political agenda. He's like actually trying to challenge even his like own thoughts on a lot of things. Because I mean he basically spent that whole position like defending the Walter Block position, even though I don't even think he actually does agree with that in the end.
He said he doesn't agree with it on a state level, but he's not sure on the individual level, like what exactly is justified or not.
Sure.
I thought he was defending the idea that it's not something that can just be easily written off, basically.
At least on the individual level, he was saying
he was
saying Walter Block's wrong when it comes to what Israel can and can't do. But he said, like in the case of like, let's say it was me versus a robber, and the robber had a strap like babies on his chest, then it's not so clear who exactly is at fault there, because he's saying that why is the robber not liable if he's the one that tied them there, knowing that like in self-defense somebody may try shooting at him.
I don't know why anybody would try shooting at you though. Like in that scenario,
let's say you shot at somebody first, but you have the baby strapped to your chest. Like, is somebody?
Yeah, but like once you see the babies, most people will be like, "Oh shit, never mind."
I know, but then again, he's asking like, who is at fault if somebody ends up shooting a hole through the babies in the guy's chest to kill the killer?
That would be so funny if like somebody shot and then the robber and everybody's like, "Whoa, what did you just do, bro?" They look at the guy that shot. But yeah.
But like we're arguing it's like, no, that's, you don't have the right to do that, but it's like I guess he's saying it's not as clear because I don't know,
I think he was trying to argue more specifically that like get across the point that like Dave Smith's position is a lot more reasonable than Walter Block's, and like to compare them as like completely equal, I think was wrong. And I would actually agree with him on that scenario, but I do think that like if you're going to take the position that if you're going to actually take the position that Zulu does, that the closed border people are wrong, then ultimately like what you would be defending if you're going to take that position is supporting the state using aggression because we don't consider that property to be owned. It's unowned. Yeah. So
okay.
I think that was more.
Leonard Peacock thing here. I see a minute clip and then I saw a 6-minute clip, so I'm just going to try the minute clip first.
I'm not a person who is easily dissuaded from justice, but I don't want to see women and children in Afghanistan slaughtered by bombs. I don't want to see that.
You're going to see women and children in New York slaughtered by bombs, and that's your only choice.
But no, it's not the only choice. There's another way to do it.
Already.
If that other way doesn't work, then I might go your way. But I try the other way.
Tell me another way that hasn't been tried.
The surgical overthrow of that government and the methodical hunting down of bin Laden.
What difference does it make if the Taliban is overthrown?
Well, that's
when
step
the
one.
source of the whole movement is in Iran.
Well, that's step one. We'll deal with Iran, but we deal with them in a very methodical and a way.
Let's have pity for Afghanistan.
All right.
And take on Iran.
I got to run. Thanks very much. When we come back, I don't know how to make this transition. The Miss America pageant.
Transition.
Wait, so yeah, was Bill? It seemed like Bill O'Reilly was like taking the anti-warmonger position there.
I wouldn't say anti-war. More
Well,
just
okay.
He's more like this is
less
excessive.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, actually, I mean, I guess sure, that's probably a better description of
He was
it.
more like, how about we just not do this? And
I think
yeah.
I'm just so used to like people just advocating for, oh yeah, we need Israel to like bomb everything instead of like, well, maybe we should have like a surgical bombing, like a surgical tactical, And that's not really how you can make like war surgical. I've always like loved
Yeah,
that. It's
bombing
like,
is by definition not very surgical at all.
or even like sending fucking armed troops in, like that is not surgical in any way. I don't
Well,
know,
to
like
be
how.
fair, it's more surgical, but that also kind of depends.
Yeah, but I feel like it's more surgical, but I don't even think if we're talking about like a spectrum of like most surgical to least surgical, it seems like it falls in the least surgical category more than it does the most surgical. It's the same where it's like, oh yeah, will Stalin kill less than Hitler, or vice versa. It's like, well, I mean, they're both on like the far end of the murder spectrum anyway, so it's like, okay.
Hey, that guy has a tumor. Why don't we just like pressure fucking cook him?
That would kill the tumor.
Yeah.
Pressure cook, like in a pressure cooker?
Yeah, giant pressure cooker. At first I was thinking of what are those? Like the smasher things, but it's like the press.
Oh, the hydraulic press?
Yeah, the hydraulic press. I'm getting a little tired. It's been 6 hours, man. And it's like midnight now, so I usually go to bed at this point. But yes, that is what I meant.
Yeah.
We'll still give it a few more minutes to see. I mean, I guess we could wrap it up soon. It doesn't seem like we're getting anybody to come on anymore.
Yeah. Did you have a conversation or DM fucking?
You have a Kaba?
Sorry, did you make a ping in your server, Matt, or like
Yeah,
make an
I did.
announcement? Oh, okay. Rip. Yeah, it seems like everyone's kind of trickling out.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess we could wrap it up then. Any last updates on the donations? I assume.
No. So total, we got 445. So I think what I'm gonna do is, because I do think that we're gonna actually have donations trickling in, hopefully.
Yeah.
So for anyone still watching to the end, like, please, if you're not gonna donate now, no worries or anything, but we're still gonna leave the donation link up, and so anyone can still donate if they want to. Hopefully, like that. Because I noticed that a lot of my view counts get a lot higher even after the stream, because maybe people just weren't around for the stream to watch it live or anything or donate.
Yeah.
So I think we can just leave both of ours up for basically. I think I'll just leave it running until we hit 1,000, and so I don't.
I mean, there's no real need to like stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
You could just kind of just leave the link up, and it's like that's the campaign. Like, I mean, it just goes through the Tiltify, so it's like, I mean, there's no real point in ending it, and I don't know, unless it's like not making anything, and I mean, it's not like you're paying for the Tiltify, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I noticed Essa and Filthy didn't make any donations, which I don't know if that's just because they are skeptical of the charity, or I get different reasons for not donating, but yeah, I don't know.
And it could just be a financial thing, but
it could be. Yeah, I'm not placing the blame on anyone. No worries.
Yeah, I think we did good, man. I'm not disappointed with what we did. So I mean,
yeah, honestly, I'd
say look on the bright side of it. I mean, it's $445 in 6 hours for this charity. That's like $75 an hour.
Yeah, for sure. I think I definitely expected us to do quite a bit less. So I'm kind of happy with this.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, look on the bright side with that. Now, Greg, you have hung around here for like how long now? 5 hours or something?
It says 6 of mine.
No, I mean that's the total for the live stream. I think.
Oh, right.
I'm just wondering.
So like probably about 5.
Yeah, you got here around like
You've been here for at least like 4 hours, because you've
been
been
around
like 2 hour mark.
He's been here like 4 hours and like 15 minutes, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
4 hours, 20 minutes, somewhere around there. It's, anyway, appreciate you coming on. Appreciate you staying on. I need to go pass out soon because I am tired, really tired at this point. It is, it's not even the stream itself. It's just, man, I am usually in bed at this time. So it's like, I'm starting to feel it. But thank you guys. I really appreciate it. It looks like we got a little spike in viewers at the end here. So guys, I appreciate you coming on. I mean, like the viewers, Ancat, it's been a pleasure hosting this with you, man.
Yeah, thank you. Wish I would have been a bit, sorry I wasn't like as vocal as I probably could have been, but you were kind of taking the reins there with hosting and you did a great job.
Yeah,
kind of steering the conversation in the right direction.
I tried to make sure we didn't get off topic as much as I could, but
yeah,
there were just times where it kind of made sense to like start getting into another conversation. Cause like with the well, I'll just say this is the last thing with the MRH thing. It kind of made sense to break down the ethical argument there. And it's like, because this directly had to do with the actual like argument as to whether or not like, you have the blood on your hands when it's like you are the one putting other people in danger, but somebody else is the one that actually does the killing itself. So it's like, it makes sense that, this is like why we would look at this as like, okay, well, obviously the problem seems to be with the person doing the killing, right?
Sure.
And I mean, in this case, it's murder. But yeah, I mean, we just had to get to that. We kind of tried to get to the bottom of that. It doesn't seem like we exactly did, but I got where he was coming from. It's just, I don't agree with it. Cause I don't really think there's a difference between like, yes, the state is literal like systematized aggression, but that doesn't make it so that what it does is more aggressive than a person doing it if it's the same action, right? So like,
right.
I mean, like if an individual bombed a hospital because there were murderers in like, let's say there were actually murderers in the hospital. It's like, that doesn't make the individual justified just because he's not a systematic group. Right. I mean, so I don't think like, the blood's still on his hands. It's not on the murderers who hid in the hospital.
I think it's more like, it seems to me the question that's more important isn't really like, okay, who would be liable in like a moral sense, like who should we blame? I think it's more is like, is it still wrong for babies to be disintegrated, even if it's like natural, even if it's natural, or even if it's like on accident? Is it still wrong for that to happen?
Yeah.
Or is it still like, do babies still have the right not to be disintegrated, even if it is to stop a murderer?
Right. And
so I don't think it's like, so like
they do have a right to not be disintegrated, even if it is to stop a murderer. So yeah. But I think the point behind arguing who's at fault is more so, I mean, at least in this argument, it's more so to get to the point of like, well, is Israel culpable for this? And it's like, because they tried to say that the blood is on the hands of Hamas, and the whole argument here, it hasn't been about like, I mean, yes, it has been about the people dying in the sense that like, well, I guess it's been kind of like seen as like, well, both sides want to claim it's wrong, even though one of them like supports the people that are doing it. It's just a matter of fact. It's like, okay, well, who's at fault here? Because if Israel is at fault, then obviously that hurts the Zionist argument. If Israel is not at fault, then obviously that, helps the Zionist argument. So obviously their interest is to do the one that helps them. I don't know, man. I'm getting out of it. Honestly, I really need to go at this point, but
yeah, we can totally end it here.
Yeah, guys, it's been good. This is both of our shows here, but civil offense is the key to winning. And I don't know what the Agora cast ends with, but whatever that is.
I still don't have an official ending, but I probably should make one at some point.
And now we are into the Agora.
True, exactly.
Bye, guys. Good night.
Praise Marduk.